For being so prompt and getting in your seats right on time this morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark McClellan. I'm the director of the Duke Margolis Center for Health Policy, and I'd like to welcome all of you to today's workshop on identifying the root causes of drug shortages and finding enduring solutions, which we at Duke Margolis are convening under a cooperative agreement with the FDA and the Interagency Drug Shortages Task Force. As you all are well aware, shortages of a range of important generic drugs have been a very challenging issue over the past decade. While some of the acute shortages of 2010 and 2011, when this issue first really made headlines, were resolved as a result of actions by stakeholders and policymakers, a number of persistent shortages in recent years, I think, indicate to all of us that serious issues involving shortages of certain important drugs remain. In some cases, based on the perspectives you hear today, may be getting worse. These shortages impact patients and the provision of health care, severely limiting treatment options, forcing the use of alternative treatments, risking otherwise avoidable adverse outcomes, and adding to healthcare costs. In response to these persistent shortages, and upon request from members of Congress, FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb established the Interagency Drug Shortages Task Force in July 2018 to identify the root causes of drug shortages and to propose enduring solutions. Our workshop today is intended to inform that work by bringing together stakeholders to share information on the patient impacts and the underlying economic drivers of shortages with an eye on multi-stakeholder next steps. Speakers and panelists will discuss shortages and their drivers and impacts throughout the pharmaceutical supply chain, from the perspective of upstream API and raw ingredient suppliers, to manufacturers, compounders, and distributors, to wholesalers, group purchasing organizations, pharmacists, and ultimately to patients. At the end of the day, we hope to identify areas that need additional focus and to consider next steps to prevent and mitigate drug shortages. These areas might include more transparency and other improvement in the important efforts undertaken to share information related to shortages, further regulatory actions involving FDA and other agencies help reduce the cost and time for bringing needed generics to market, other policy steps that could affect pricing and competition for drugs with high shortage risks, and further actions the private sector can take to improve the quality and robustness of the generic drug supply, as well as further public and private approaches to work together to address these shortage issues. So today's an important step in this overall process, and we're very much looking forward to the discussion today and all of your participation. Just a few quick notes before we get started. We're going to have time in each session for discussion with the audience participants. Those of you who are in attendance, there are microphones located around the room that will give you a chance to make comments during the day. We'll be tweeting about this meeting using the handle @DukeMargolis and the hashtag drug shortages. Wi-Fi information is available on the registration tables in the foyer outside the meeting space. And for those of you who are joined by webcast, welcome to you all as well. And we encourage you to participate in the day's discussion. If you have a question for a panel, you can send it to drug.shortages@duke.edu, and we'll try to address as many of those questions as possible too. I want to remind everyone that this is a public meeting. The event is being broadcast live online, so everything you say will be part of the record for this event. For those of you in the room today, feel free to help yourself to coffee, beverages right outside. Lunch is going to be on your own. I'll have a little bit more information about that later. We have maps available at the registration desk of the many restaurants in the area. And a final reminder that although this meeting is being convened under a cooperative agreement with the FDA, it's not a federal advisory committee or a full Part 15 hearing. We will not have votes or consensus, etc. The meeting will be a success if there's an open exchange of ideas and frank and open discussion. We're going to begin with opening comments from the Commissioner of Food and Drugs, Dr. Scott Gottlieb, who has made addressing drug shortages an important priority among many major initiatives at the FDA these days. Scott is going to set the stage for today's discussion. He'll provide some further context and an overview of the Drug Shortages Task Force goals for the meeting. Scott, thanks for being with us this morning.
Thanks a lot, and thanks for joining us today. This has been an important effort for the agency, and very grateful for the input from so many people over the course of the last number of months. I want to start by just thanking everyone who's attending online and the folks who are here today. I also want to thank Keegan Lenahan, FDA's Associate Commissioner for Strategic Initiatives and External Affairs. She's done a really exceptional job leading this effort inside the FDA and the task force and advancing these efforts for us. We formed this task force, as Dr. McClellan mentioned, in response to some pressing public health problems that we face with respect to persistent drug shortages that we have seen for a few decades now when it comes to some of our most critical medicines. Different drugs have gone in and out of shortage in recent years, but there are some common threads that link all of these challenges. Many of the critical drugs that we find in shortage are sterile injectable drugs. They're parenteral medicines, meaning that they're meant for injection. And most of these drugs are old. They're generic medicines that should be sold very cheaply. Cheap, that is, when they're not in shortage. And the question we constantly get is this one: why are some of the oldest, most important medicines, drugs that used to be very inexpensive, suddenly subject to very short supplies where the prices often get hiked sharply if the medicines can be gotten at all? It's a question born of a lot of appropriate frustration from doctors, from patients, and policymakers. And despite a lot of focus in recent years on these problems, we don't have a lot of very good answers. And we certainly don't have easy solutions, or we would have fixed this problem a long time ago. But it's gone on too long, the risks have mounted over time, and the frustrations have really reached a tipping point, mine as well, when it comes to these issues. And so we need to commit to fix things for good. In my view, it's a problem born of failures of economics and policy that span many years. The extended failings of policy have left us with a sticky morass of protracted woes related to the way these products are manufactured and the way they're reimbursed, which sometimes leaves very little margin for error. In some cases, the prices reimbursed on these drugs have been driven down to such low levels that it makes it hard to manufacture them profitably and have enough margin left over to invest in modern manufacturing upgrades. And for some of these drugs, the cost of making them and the cost of the inputs isn't trivial. They can contain commodities like platinum that are subject to their own price escalations. All this has left manufacturing of many sterile parenteral drugs vulnerable to shortfalls and shutdowns. And the problems, as I said, have mounted. The bad economics compounded still more shortcomings. The problems beget more problems. To produce these drugs profitably, manufacturers had to gain scale to try to make up in volume what they couldn't achieve in margin. That led to a lot of consolidation among the companies that manufacture these sterile parenteral drugs. So now, when problems arise at a single manufacturing facility, it isn't just a single drug line that goes down. It can be an entire portfolio of sterile drugs. And here's the rub. Now, I've focused a lot of our policy efforts in recent years on proposals to promote competition and access in branded drug markets where many argue prices are too high. And I'm not debating that premise, especially when it comes to list prices and patients who are out of pocket for their drug costs. But there is an ironic addendum to that premise. We have drug prices that are too high, but we also have markets where the prices may be too low to sustain reliable supply and the high-quality investments in manufacturing that patients deserve. But I'm not in a position to diagnose the full scope of this problem or to offer workable and complete solutions. There are so many facets to these issues. It requires a sustained, comprehensive expert examination, and that's the purpose of the expert panel we've convened at today's meeting. Earlier this year, we received letters from Congress signed by more than 200 members. They asked the FDA to commit to a process to conduct a full examination of these challenges and to find enduring solutions. And that's our goal. Our aim is to look at every facet of this problem and develop a comprehensive set of proposals for addressing these protracted issues. And our recommendations will look beyond just the regulatory issues that fall within our scope at FDA. We'll also examine the reimbursement challenges and other market failures. Here's the charge I gave to the FDA team: cast a wide net. We'll delve deeply into these issues to identify underlying problems and to propose comprehensive, enduring solutions. The task force has already held numerous listening sessions with a broad range of stakeholders. These have included meetings with pharmacies, hospitals, drug manufacturers, think tanks, GPOs and distributors, patients, and many others. These sessions have given us important input and new insights that will help us find common ground and lasting change. And I want to thank those of you who participated in those meetings, and I want to acknowledge everyone who's here today. especially our federal partners from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, the Federal Trade Commission, the Department of Defense, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response. As I've noted, finding a new framework that will help more permanently solve these protracted problems will require us to look across the full range of reimbursement and market challenges. And the participation of this diverse group is going to be a key variable to evaluating these aspects of the problems. So we appreciate contributions and we look forward to your input. And let me assure you that we're listening very closely to all the input that we receive. And I remain optimistic that we'll come up with impactful new plans on how to address these challenges. Our past efforts in these areas have met with some success. Thanks to the FDA's focus on these problems, combined with new authorities given to the FDA under FDASIA, we've seen a decline in the number of shortages from the peak years of the earlier decade. But we still face persistent shortages, especially when it comes to these parenteral drugs. One year it will be one product, next year it will be a different medicine, but the list will almost always include a troubling complement of important sterile medicines. What's more, many of these shortages can last for years at a time, and the problems that give rise to one shortage can impact, as I mentioned, a broad range of medicines and can complicate medical care in each of the many settings where these drugs are administered. This is a critical public health concern. When these shortages take hold, they threaten the stability of our healthcare system and can spur a public health crisis. They represent an immediate and serious risk for patients, and they can lead to delayed or canceled treatments or procedures. They can force providers to have to rely on medicines that are less effective because substituted drugs may not offer the same benefits as the medicines in shortage, and these problems can be global in scale. So where do we go from here? Today, people will share proposals on how we can start to better address these problems. In the first session, some of the task force members will give an overview of the history of drug shortages and the FDA's current efforts. We hope this overview leads to some new ideas on how to tackle the root causes of these challenges. Other panelists today will consider some of the economic drivers and the economic consequences of these shortages, as well as the challenges faced by manufacturers, suppliers, and consumers. We'll also discuss where we go from here at the FDA, and we'll be focused on the feedback from today's sessions. During these listening sessions, we've already heard from some new ideas from some new folks on the diverse issues that we face with respect to these problems. For example, we've heard ideas on how we can increase public awareness of drug shortages and the supply reliability of particular products, which it has been suggested can increase accountability by suppliers. And we've heard ideas on how the system can help improve the profit margins on many of the critical parenteral drugs, particularly generics, where there's a public health imperative to avert supply disruptions. We've also heard suggestions about eliminating some of the barriers manufacturers can face when they're trying to enter the market. These barriers, it has been suggested, can make it harder for new entrants to more efficiently file new applications or ramp up existing production lines to address shortages. And we've heard suggestions for adding language and contracts between suppliers and providers that could help prevent shortages, for example, by strengthening failure to supply clauses. At the FDA, we're focused on doing our part as well to look at our own regulatory policies and how we can address these challenges. We've already engaged in a number of efforts to help strengthen and stabilize the manufacturing sector to better address some of these underlying problems that cause shortages. One new program we recently launched will make the inspection of sterile drug facilities much more efficient and make the quality standards that we inspect for much more transparent and predictable to drug manufacturers. Take another example, our Center for Drug Evaluation and Research has developed an emerging technology program that engages companies to encourage the adoption of new production technologies such as 3D printing and continuous manufacturing. Eventually, these could help prevent drug shortages caused by reducing product quality and manufacturing problems. Two other new efforts are focused on quality metrics to make it easier for manufacturers to monitor and improve their quality control systems and processes. We're using the information we glean off these efforts to identify drugs at greater risk of shortage so we can intervene before supply disruptions occur. But a lot of questions remain, and a lot of problems are unsolved, and we still don't understand all of the issues that contribute to these persistent challenges. That's why we're holding listening sessions and public meetings. We need to get at the root causes of these problems and the underlying regulatory, marketplace, economic issues that impact product quality, coverage, and stable supply. In short, we need a different policy, regulatory, and business model to govern this space. It's a model that's going to require broad collaboration and dialogue among many different parties who play a role in these endeavors, and a model that's going to require new ideas. Only in this way will we address the substantial public health challenge we face and ensure that we can achieve high quality and stable supply of the critical medicines and products that patients rely on. Thanks a lot. Thanks for joining us here today. I look forward to learning about the output from today's session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Gottlieb. I'd like to now get right into our first session on existing federal efforts to prevent drug shortages, following on the Commissioner's comments. We're going to hear from our partners at FDA and the Drug Shortages Task Force, who, as Dr. Gottlieb noted, are going to review the history of drug shortages and share their perspectives and some data on continuing drug shortage issues. So I'd like to ask our speakers for the session to come on up. That includes Doug Throckmorton, the Deputy Center Director for Regulatory Programs at the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at FDA, Adam Kretsch, the Deputy Director, the Office of Program and Strategic Analysis at CDER, and Matthew Rosenberg, Operations Research Analyst and Economic Staff at CDER as well. And I think, Doug, you are up first for comments, and also Keegan as well, too. So I think we're starting with Doug. Is that right? Oh, sorry, we're starting with Keegan. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. McClellan, and thank you all for joining us today at today's meeting. My name is Keegan Lenahan. I'm the Associate Commissioner for Strategic Initiatives and External Affairs at the FDA. Thank you. I'm going to quickly outline the actions that the task force has taken, our members, and some of the key themes that we've heard over the listening sessions that the Commissioner just mentioned. As the Commissioner said, after receiving a letter from over 150 members of Congress that were concerned with drug shortages, he announced the formation of the Interagency Drug Shortages Task Force in July of this year. After pulling together the task force members, we decided to take a new look at drug shortages and their root causes. While FDA has done a great job managing and mitigating drug shortages over the past few years, which my colleague Doug will elaborate on, shortages are still a persistent problem. Working together with the task force, we launched a public docket in September, and we look forward to all of your participation. We held a series of listening sessions in September and October, and lastly announced a public meeting that we are all attending today. Sorry. The task force members are comprised of my colleagues at the Food and Drug Administration for many centers and offices: the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, the Office of Assistant Secretary of Preparedness and Response, the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Department of Defense, and the Federal Trade Commission. Each having their own experience and expertise in drug shortages, they have been a very engaged partners throughout this process, and we are thankful for their participation and commitment. Due to the outpour of interest in this topic after we announced the task force, and in an effort to learn more about root causes and shortages, we held a series of listening sessions. We heard from experts in this space, industry, healthcare providers, pharmacists, and health systems. We tried to hear from everyone from the API manufacturers all the way down to patients who are affected by shortages. The listening sessions were a great learning exercise, and many of you in this room provided valuable information to help us understand what's happening in this space. Some of you left us with even more questions, which my colleague Adam will discuss. While this meeting will provide an opportunity for you to hear some things that we heard, some of the key themes were the enormous impact that shortages are having on the standard of care and compromising that standard. After hearing from providers, hospitals, and pharmacists, we were surprised at the rate at which they were seeing shortages and how much effort and costs go into dealing with them. The market factors and economic decisions that play a role in shortages, downward pressure on price, consolidation in the market, and contracting practices, and how often those decisions affect throughout the supply chain. Additionally, the overall lack of transparency throughout the drug supply chain, from manufacturers all the way to patients and the care that they're receiving in a shortage. Almost all of the stakeholders engaged asked for greater transparency. Lastly, the multiple government agencies and their different authorities that can be confusing to navigate and may unintentionally exacerbate shortage issues. We look forward to a robust discussion today, and a special thank you to Duke Margolis and all of our speakers. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Keegan. And next is Doug.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks very much. Keegan, appreciate the opportunity to talk. Excuse me. Let me first thank everyone for attending also. This is important, and it is an important topic to the agency. In my capacity in the Deputy Center Director in the Center for Drugs, I've been working with the drug shortage staff within our agency now for the last several years. There's a reason for that. the last time we encountered the severe levels of drug shortages, we elevated them to the center director's office to make certain that when they had ideas, when they needed to reach senior leadership, they were able to do that expeditiously. And I've had the good opportunity to work with Val and her group since that time. What I've seen is improvements and now a concerning turn to additional shortages of consequence to the public. I'm looking forward to everything that we hear today. We're listening very carefully, look forward to new ideas, and as Scott said, are interested in both understanding better the sources as well as what we can do to fix them. In my short remarks today, I'd like to just talk briefly about some foundational things. I'm going to talk a little about some definitions that I think we're going to be talking about a great deal today. A little bit about the FDA's perspective, beginning with our experiences related to shortage, and some salient examples. I'm sure many of them will be familiar to those in the audience, but they reflect the important public health impact that these shortages can have. And then talk just a little bit about the landscape that I see as we face this drug shortage challenge. So to begin, there are two main definitions of shortages that are used. There's a definition that the FDA uses, focused on national availability. And there's also a definition that the American Society of Health System Pharmacists use that also takes into account the voice of the pharmacist because of the population that they serve, the important need that they have to provide products for their patients. In the main, they give similar results as far as trends. We talk commonly with them and have a good working relationship. This is also a graph I'm sure that many of you have seen before. It comes from our report to Congress, and it is the new drug shortages per the definition that I just showed you. You're going to see an analysis in a few minutes of a different way to think about drug shortages from one of my other panelists, and I want you to note the differences. This is a curve that we've reported to Congress. It shows the general trends over time, improvements since 2012, and now a concerning uptick as we watch the trends evolve. So where is this coming from? It's coming from manufacturing challenges, as we all recognize, whether it's consolidation leading to a single manufacturer left manufacturing a product, leading to extreme shortages of products like the injectable narcotics, the bupivacaines and other anesthetics and other drugs, or critical shortages of drugs related to increased demands and or manufacturing problems. And here, the intravenous electrolyte salts, magnesium sulfate, for instance, or calcium gluconate, has resulted in extreme shortages and consequential public health impact. Shortages have also occurred due to natural disasters. These are obviously harder for us to predict, but the consequences obviously can be no less severe. And the IV normal saline shortage is one I know that many of us worked very hard to try to address. When those shortages occur, the FDA response is focused through the drug shortage staff, but it is not solely the drug shortage staff. There are literally hundreds of individuals within the agency that work to respond to a drug shortage as expeditiously as they can, whether it's facilitating new product development, whether it's temporary importation, it's whatever other forms of activity we can take to mitigate it. Importantly, though, these are the things the FDA can do and does do, and they're summarized in the report to Congress. It's also important to understand the long-term goal is maintaining availability, which includes the development of novel products wherever possible to fill in that need. It's also important to understand, there are many things the FDA cannot do and has to look to outside groups to accomplish. We cannot require a company to disclose details of why a shortage occurs. There is an obligation to report to us that a shortage may occur, but not the details. We cannot require a company to make a drug. We cannot require a company to make more of a drug, and we cannot dictate how much and to whom the drug is distributed under most circumstances. These limitations are important to keep in mind because as we work with sponsors, we do what we can. They have an important role to play also. So what have we learned? First and foremost, shortages matter. I don't need to belabor that point. That should be evident to everyone that's in this room. we have to find a solution, a long-term solution to these problems. The shortages, we know the proximate causes. We're going to have a longer conversation this morning about some of the more economic factors, the underlying causes that may be leading to shortages. And then finally, recovery from a shortage takes time. Waiting to respond until a shortage occurs is going to lead to consequential lag to response. And prevention is absolutely preferred over waiting until they occur, to reducing the numbers of shortages. I'm going to use my prerogative just because I'm on a podium to make one last point. And it was hinted at in some of the things that Keegan just said. One of the things we heard over and over again in the public listening sessions was the importance of communication. When we as a larger group, including the FDA, know more about the proximate causes of a shortage, the potential impacts, the timelines, we're all able to make better adjustments. We're all able to manage that shortage in better ways. The FDA has received legislation in recent years that requires a notification to us from manufacturers where there is a reasonable likelihood of a reduction in supply. Having said that, additional details matter. Additional details help Val Jensen and her group make the important decisions to what we can do to mitigate the potential shortages. And I'd encourage anyone in an opportunity to help with that. It matters to us. We can do a better job when we know more information. So, for today, two main goals. First, we're going to have a discussion about the root causes of drug shortages, beginning with an economic analysis, as I mentioned before, a discussion of the impact that manufacturing and distribution factors can play. And then we're going to transition to a discussion about tools. And as I said before, we'll be listening very carefully for new ideas. This is a very complicated space, exactly identifying a tool that's both impactful and able to make a difference in a large and complex environment like this one is going to be very important for us. We understand the value of governmental incentives and are looking and are listening very carefully for ideas that we can then take back to our leadership to see if there are ideas that we can help forward. With that, I'm going to yield the podium and appreciate your time.
Doug, thank you very much. Adam, I think you're next.
Thanks, everybody, and thanks, Doug. Hi, I'm Adam Kretsch, and as Mark mentioned, I'm in CDER's Office of Program and Strategic Analysis, and I'm going to spend some time today talking about the economic drivers of drug shortages. And my goal really isn't to describe what all of those drivers are. I think that's a conversation we'll have over the course of the day, but to raise some important questions and try and tee up that discussion for later today. So to start, in the past, drug shortages have been described in a variety of different ways: as a public health challenge, as a drug quality problem, as a manufacturing problem, as a regulatory problem. And it is all of those, but at its core, it might be most appropriate to think of drug shortages as an economic problem because the market is failing to provide an adequate supply of drugs to meet patient demand. So we hope that by taking a deeper look at some of these economic factors that underlie shortages, we can develop a better understanding of the root causes and develop solutions that will have a sustained impact. So how do we better understand those drivers? I think we may have, oh, there we are, okay. So to help us, it can be helpful to take a step back and ask ourselves a few basic framing questions about the shortage issue. And we don't necessarily have the answers to all these framing questions, but again, I hope that over the course of the day we can keep some of these questions in mind as we discuss the potential root causes of shortages. And the first question is, why drugs? What makes drugs so uniquely vulnerable to shortages relative to other sectors of the economy? If you Google the word shortages, at least when I've Googled it, right on the first page of results, you'll see FDA's drug shortages page, you'll see CBER's shortages page, you'll see ASHP's drug shortage list. So in the world of shortages, drugs really do stand out. And it's not just Google that thinks so. We've really looked deep into the literature on this, and it's very rare, with very rare exceptions. We just don't see that many studies describing the kinds of persistent systemic shortages in other industries. So what makes drugs so different? The second question is just a refinement of that first question. Why these specific drugs? And you heard Dr. Gottlieb talk a little bit about the kinds of drugs that are typically in shortage. And I'll just remind you that if you look at the FDA drug shortage list, a few characteristics will jump out at you. First, these are primarily those older generic drugs. Second, primarily these are injectable drugs. And third, these are largely drugs that are purchased for use in hospitals, particularly to treat acute conditions. Are these drugs more susceptible to shortages? If so, why? Is it possible that shortages might increase in other drugs as well? It's very important that we take a close look at the specific shortages we see today and try to better understand what economic drivers might have brought them about and what that means for the future. The third, perhaps most important question is, why now? Immediately after my talk, Matt will be going over some of FDA's drug shortage data in detail and showing how the frequency of drug shortages has changed over time. And I don't want to spoil his talk, but you'll see in his charts that at some point around 2010, drug shortages went from being a rare and short-lived phenomenon to a common and chronic systemic problem. So what changed between then and now? So to help point us towards the answers to these questions, I would like to spend a little bit of time talking about a 2012 paper written by Drs. Janet Woodcock and Marta Waszynska titled Economic and Technological Drivers of Generic Sterile Injectable Drug Shortages. Although the paper is a few years old, in it the authors introduce a framework that I think can be of use to us today in thinking through some of the critical drivers of shortages. So I'd like to spend a few minutes just walking through a few features of that framework and highlight some of the key insights that we've drawn out of that I hope can be relevant for today's discussion. So first, this paper highlights this notion that supply disruptions, and including the product discontinuations and quality problems that we often talk about when we talk about shortages, are really only the proximate causes of shortages. And these supply disruptions typically have deeper root causes. And there's one primary root cause that paper highlights, and that is the failure of the marketplace to reward quality and reliability. So when facilities lack quality manufacturing processes, they become more prone to failures, and that in turn leads to supply disruptions and shortages. But why the marketplace fails to reward quality has been a really big puzzle for us, and we think that understanding this is really critical to our ability to understand and address shortages. In our listening sessions and conversations with stakeholders, which Keegan talked about, have really only deepened this mystery for us. So over the course of our discussions, we've heard different things from different stakeholders. Healthcare providers have told us that having a reliable supply of drug is incredibly important to them. The drug shortages impose significant costs, and the data bear that out, and that they would even be willing to pay more for a more reliable supply of drugs. Yet others that we've spoken to have told us that they have yet to see real interest from buyers in willingness to pay, in the form of willingness to pay for higher quality, more reliable drugs, although that may be starting to change. For now, the market simply doesn't seem to be putting the premium on a reliable supply of drugs that you would expect, given the scope, scale, and cost of the problem. Now, this paper suggested one major reason for this, which is that it can be difficult for buyers of drugs to tell which drugs are of high quality and likely to be reliable. But we've heard there may be other factors driving this, from the way drugs are reimbursed to the way contracts to purchase drugs are written. So I hope that we can think about this question over the course of the day. Why isn't there sufficient investment in reliable supply? And what can be done to change that? Another important insight from the paper and from this framework that I wanted to highlight, in addition to this root cause, is that there are certain contributing factors that can raise the likelihood of shortages. Again, as Keegan mentioned, at the listening sessions, we've learned that the marketplace for drugs has changed in a number of ways. Some of the changes, like tightening profit margins and aging facilities, can increase the likelihood of supply disruptions. Unprofitable products can be discontinued, and facilities may be forced to close due to quality problems. Other changes, like a move towards just-in-time inventories and consolidation of manufacturing, can increase the likelihood that those supply disruptions will lead to a prolonged shortage. And overall, all of these contributing factors combined might have rendered the supply chain more vulnerable to shortages. So in today's discussion, we hope to learn more about these industry dynamics and these changes that we've heard about and how they might affect shortages. So one last thing before I wrap up and hand over the microphone, the clicker to Matt. I wanted to make just one more point, which is that the drug marketplace is incredibly complex, and it involves a lot of different players, many of whom are represented in this room, from manufacturers to distributors to healthcare providers and more. And we've spoken to a lot of these players at our listening sessions, and it's clear that they all really, really care about patient health, and they want patients to have a reliable access to the drugs they need. But it's difficult and really none of them in a large and complex marketplace can address these root causes on their own. And that raises one last question. How can we get a marketplace this complex and sometimes fractured to align and put more value on quality and reliability? So hopefully at today's meeting, by shedding light on the economic drivers affecting shortages, we can actually identify new ways to work together and develop creative solutions to address this problem. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Adam.
So thanks, Adam. Let me pull the mic a little closer. Oh, there we go. Okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm Matt Rosenberg, and I'm from the economics staff in Cedar. Let me move forward. There we go. So the purpose of my talk this morning is to share some of the insights that we've developed around the scope and scale of drug shortages using FDA's data to help inform today's discussion. So just very briefly, I want to thank the colleagues of mine who've helped me prepare the data in the talk. Okay. So a useful way that I've found for thinking about the scope and scale of drug shortages is to measure their current and historical severity or societal impacts. There are many ways to capture this information, and I think it can be helpful to lay them out in terms of the life cycle of a drug shortage. So on the chart that you see here, I've included the availability of the drug on the y-axis from 0 to 100% based on the historical supply, and on the x-axis, I've captured the passage of time, which might be months or years depending on the drug in question. The drug initially starts out with enough product available to meet demand, so shown as 100% here on the graph. Then some kind of disruption occurs and the marketplace is unable to meet the amount of all of the incoming orders. And finally, the production ramps back up and the shortage ends. So within this framework, we come up with 4 components of shortage severity. The first 2 are ones that you've probably seen before. The occurrence of a shortage, as in when we declare that a new or continuing shortage exists. The duration, so the time from the start to the end. The third metric that we include here is what we're calling the intensity of the shortage. So this is a novel and preliminary metric we're developing for this talk, and it specifically captures the depth of the shortage. So what portion of historical supply can't be covered by the current supply. And finally, it's also important to capture the public health impact of a shortage. So this includes the clinical practice changes that occur during a shortage and the downstream effects of those changes. So this may include things like the time and money needed to adjust a treatment regimen, or even the worsened treatment outcomes that result from it. So FDA data don't allow us to directly measure this, but they do help us identify the types of drugs that may be impactful so we can take a look at those and study them further. So in the rest of this talk, I'm going to present the insights that we've generated in each of these 4 major areas. We use several data sources to help us measure these severity metrics. So we compile historical data on drug shortages from archives of our public website from August 2000 to September 2018. And we combine this with information on volume sold of those drugs from the IQVIA National Sales Perspective database. Before I show some more information about our findings, I want to very briefly give you a preview of our overall results. So in terms of occurrence, we find that ongoing shortages have become more prevalent over the last year or so. In terms of duration, there are more persistent shortages now than was previously the case. In terms of intensity, more than 2/3 of historical volumes have typically been unavailable for these drugs. And finally, for the public health impact, we use a case study to show the potentially large treatment impacts that occur during a shortage. So our first major finding, as Adam highlighted, is that there's been a recent increase in the number of active or ongoing drug shortages. The broad trends in the data largely mirror those in published studies, so I want to draw your attention in particular to that last year or 2 on the graph. You can see that since mid-2017, the number of shortages has increased dramatically, rising from about 55 on our website to nearly 110. This coincides with recent natural disasters such as Hurricanes Harvey and Maria. Our second major finding is that there are more persistent drug shortages now than prior to 2013. We define persistence in 2 ways. The blue line shows shortages lasting 2 or more years, and the red line shortages that have lasted for 5 or more years. Whoops, sorry, too soon. So you can see that although the number of persistent shortages has declined from its peak in 2013, that may be a little bit encouraging. There are still more than 30 shortages that have lasted 2 or more years, still ongoing, and more than 10 shortages that have been ongoing for 5 or more years. Too far. So this table here captures the 5 longest lasting drug shortages over the 18 years of the data that we're presenting here. And you'll see that all of these shortages actually are still ongoing, and some of them for more than 8 years. These examples really underscore the challenges that we've been hearing about in our listening sessions around anticipating and coping with long-lasting drug shortages. I'm now going to move on to our next metric, which is the intensity of shortages. And before I present our findings, I want to briefly walk you through how we approach this. So we calculate the intensity of the shortage by measuring the percentage of the historical supply that's not available. And this is actually part of how FDA does evaluate incoming shortage notifications right now. So we implement this approach more broadly, and we do that by starting with the list of all the drugs in shortage, so the same ones that you saw on the previous charts. And for each of these, we determine the baseline level of supply by averaging over the 6 months prior to the shortage. So for instance, 100 units per month in the example I put up here. Then when the drug enters shortage, we calculate the intensity in each month. So for instance, if 50 units of the product are available, the intensity is 50%. If 20 units are available, you kind of see where I'm going, the intensity is going to rise to 80%. And then eventually, the production ramps back up and the intensity drops back to 0. So when we apply this to all of the drugs in shortage, what do we see? Sorry, I'm having some issues with the animation here. There we go. So on this chart, I'm presenting the average intensity for all shortages beginning in 2013 or later. In each month here, we take the average across all the shortages that are ongoing. And you can see that the intensity remains pretty high for these shortages. So the average is typically around 2/3 of the market is unavailable across these drugs. This is still preliminary work that we've done, so I'd encourage all of you folks to continue thinking about this metric and further refining our approach. And the last finding that we have is that, sorry about that, is that drug shortages can be very impactful from a public health standpoint. We've heard from many folks in our listening sessions about the challenges that they face in continuing to treat patients during a shortage. Our data don't directly capture this, but we want to share a case study that we've developed based on the JAMA article to help understand the potential scale of these impacts. More gentle this time. Well, I focus on this shortage of norepinephrine in 2011. And this drug is a particularly important one. It's a first-line therapy used to treat septic shock in hospitals. You'll notice that the average intensity for this shortage was about 30%, so actually well below the average of 2/3 that we saw on the previous slide. Good. A 2017 study in JAMA by Vail and others looks back on this shortage. And what did they find about the impacts? All right. So what they find is that physicians frequently switch patients to other drugs, particularly phenylephrine, which is another alternative that's used for treating septic shock. And what happened when they did this? Well, you'll find that it actually turned out that deaths increased among septic shock patients. So when you looked at things in the aggregate across all the hospitals affected by the shortage, there was a 3.7 percentage point increase in deaths compared to those hospitals that weren't as affected. So what does 3.7 percentage points look like? Well, what we do is we project this out nationally by multiplying it by the number of national septic shock admissions. And when you do that, you find that the shortage contributed billions of dollars in health losses. And comparing this number with the numbers we've typically seen, which is around maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in, for instance, switching costs and costs of purchasing other drugs, you can see that we may be dramatically underestimating the public health burdens of these shortages. In fact, it's likely that we're still underestimating them even with this number, because this only includes deaths. So if there are changes in outcomes that come just short of death, we wouldn't be capturing those. Now, this is just one shortage, of course, but it really confirms what we're hearing about the impacts of shortages on healthcare delivery. And it also shows the challenges with looking at these metrics in isolation that we presented here. So even though this shortage actually had an average intensity that was quite a bit lower than some of the others we've seen, it turns out that it was very impactful still from a public health standpoint. We think it's very important for researchers to continue studying these public health impacts of shortages. And without accounting for patient burdens, we might be really underestimating the costs and perhaps not committing the resources that we need to address this problem. To summarize what we found, we've shown that the number of active drug shortages has sharply increased over the last year or so, that there are more persistent shortages than we've typically seen in the past, and that some of these shortages are lasting for 8 years or longer. That the intensity of shortages remains high, typically at more than 2/3 of the market unavailable, and that drug shortages could impose public health impacts valued at billions of dollars, or maybe even more, depending on how these drugs are being used. Thank you for your time this morning, and I'm looking forward to hearing all of your thoughts as we go through the rest of the discussion today.
Thanks, Matt, and thanks to all of you on the panel for the presentations. You all have heard now from Keegan, Doug, Adam, Matt, representatives of the leadership from the Drug Shortages Task Force that provide a detailed framing and some new and more comprehensive evidence on shortages. We're going to use that as a foundation for the sessions that are upcoming. So now I'd like to turn to a session focused on the economics of drug shortages. Again, we are trying to get at root causes here today. During the second session, we'll hear presentations from some leading academic experts who have been studying the underlying factors contributing to shortages and the downstream impacts of those shortages on patients and health systems. You got a taste for that in the presentation from Matt. I'd like to ask our presenters and panelists to come on up now, so please come on up while I introduce you. First, Rena Conti, who's an Associate Research Director for Biopharma and Public Policy at the Institute for Health System Innovation and Policy at Boston University. Also, Aaron Fox, Senior Director of Drug Information Support Services at the University of Utah. And I'm very pleased to be joined by Ernie Burt as well. Ernie, aside from being one of my former professors, is now a professor of applied economics at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. We're going to start with some foundational presentations for this session from Rena and Aaron. Ernie's then going to add some comments on some cross-cutting issues, and then we'll get into some time for moderated discussion. So Rena, let me turn to you first.
Thank you. I think Aaron's going to start.
Okay, then Aaron, let me turn to you first.
Do we have a
And slide.
clicker?
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here today.
And make sure you get close enough to the
Okay.
microphone.
There we go.
Point it, yeah.
Okay. I wanted to quickly talk about 4 of the key challenges we have when we think about drug shortages, particularly some of the economic reasons. We do have some issues with metrics. There are a lot of definitions. There are some elements that are not yet defined. For example, how much time is wasted on some drug shortage management. It's very difficult to measure the amount of time that someone should be doing other things like clinical activities when they're forced to be doing drug shortage management activities. We have some key challenges with our patient safety automation that is designed to help keep our patients safe. This requires that we have the same product all the time, and that's not the case. We have some clear quality deficits, and if anyone has ever talked to me, we also have a lack of transparency. So our data from University of Utah that we share with ASHP really do clearly mirror those that FDA has found. And I don't want this to turn into whose data is better. It's just a little bit different. The types of shortages, what is kind of sensitive? Okay. The types of shortages that we're talking about really do affect a wide breadth of patients. So we've got things like the most common antibiotics, chemotherapy agents, cardiovascular, central nervous system drugs, things to manage pain, and then electrolytes and nutrition and fluids. These are all extremely common products used in virtually, except for chemotherapy, virtually every patient in a hospital. And why the ASHP and University of Utah data counts more shortages is because we really think about how a shortage is impacting pharmacy practice. Does the pharmacy have to change the way they are preparing or dispensing a product? And we also do include things like dosage forms, even devices, things like empty vials can be very disruptive to pharmacy practice. We do frequently update the information. We also provide information on alternatives and patient safety recommendations. This will hopefully help clinicians be able to manage through these shortages and minimize the impact to their patients. And so clearly, alternatives are not something that FDA can provide. So I think that's one of the key differences. So one of the clear issues that comes up is we have a lot of sole source products. In many cases, a single firm produces about 90% of the total drug supply. And it's extremely common to have only one single source of raw materials, even for multiple suppliers. That market share, however, is not transparent to purchasers. It's very difficult, actually, for a pharmacist or pharmacy or a hospital to know which company has the bulk of a market share. I think it's interesting to think about what potentially limits competition and new entrants. It may not make economic sense for another company to come in and make a product that has very low use. It might be a very, very critical drug, but we might not need multiple suppliers for a product that has fairly low use. We talked a little bit about, we heard earlier today about mergers and consolidation in the industry. One of the things that we might want to consider is, should the Federal Trade Commission be required to think about the public health implications when they're evaluating mergers? Certainly they consider the business issues, but not potential impacts to the public health if a merger occurred. And then I think it's also important to think about, certainly there would need to be support, economic support for this, but some medications are so critical and so vital to hospital function that they really probably should be considered part of our critical infrastructure. And I'm thinking of things like fluids, saline here. So one of the things that is different now than it was even 10 years ago is that the formulation actually really matters. All of our automation and informatics actually requires that you use the exact same product all of the time, the exact same NDC. You can't switch easily between a vial and a syringe. And that's really not the reality where we're living right now. Even a clinically unimportant change, suppose you have a 2 milligram dose of morphine in a vial and a 2 milligram dose of morphine in a syringe. That simple change can take hundreds of hours of time to change out electronic health records, automated dispensing cabinets, and all of the other important factors, barcode medication administration, all of those other issues that we have to keep our patients safe. It's impossible to keep up with. So that increased labor is really important to try to measure. At the listening session, we heard, FDA ask us about, how much money is it? How much time is it? And it's actually a little bit difficult to estimate this. But I just want to share an example. This is what it looks like when you can lose your entire drug supply with one single recall. Hospitals would like very much to avoid this. We need that consistent supply. Even switching, when we had to switch to IV push from small mini bags, that required us to hand change 700 electronic health treatment plans. And that was just for 2 drugs. So the impact of the labor is very, very significant. And then, we heard a little bit about, would health systems pay more for consistent supply? I believe that we probably would. However, I would like to know who is making that product. This is something that is not transparent. Hospitals are absolutely unable right now to purchase based on quality. FDA does a great job of making warning letters. and inspection reports public, but if you look, all of the drug names are mostly redacted. There is absolutely no requirement to disclose the actual name of the company that made the product. And we can't follow the quality data to spend our limited dollars wisely. We also have few data available for the 503B compounders as well. We see the inspections, but we don't know when that circle is closed and the companies have fixed those deficits. I also want to highlight, we talk about only having a single source of API and potential problems of contamination. We have seen an entire drug class, the safety of this, called into question this year. So in July 13th of this year, we saw almost all of the valsartan recalled due to potential contamination with a carcinogen. We do have some health impact estimates that it's probably a low risk for those patients that were taking that product. But we know that this class of drugs is widely used in pediatric patients as well, and we don't know the health impacts for those pediatric patients. We're also still not done with this recall, as we still find more and more products being affected. Just the last update was November 21st about this contamination. So just a few takeaways. Drug shortages really mean that hospitals do not have critical medications for patient care. Those who purchase medications have very few choices due to sole suppliers and consolidation. We do have quality problems. FDA highlighted that in their earlier presentation. These quality problems are quite concerning, but they're not transparent for us to try to reward that system. And last, we also really need a little bit more transparency into our drug supply. We want it to be safe. We want all of those recalled products off of the shelves and away from harming our patients.
Sharon, thank you. And next is Rena.
Good morning, everyone. This is joint work with Ernie Burnt, sitting here at the table. And also, this work really benefited from data from IQVIA, from the FDA, from the University of Utah, and also many discussions with Aaron Fox, with Sylvia Bartel, and many others in the industry at FDA over time. So I'm going to very briefly review 3 topics. The first is to make sure that we all understand what we mean by a shortage here. The second is to understand what we mean by a drug manufacturer and what the current characteristics of generic drug manufacturers, particularly in the non-oral space, look like. And then lastly, I'm going to show you some data that tries to characterize how competitive the supply of generic drugs are in the United States, not only among those that are in short supply, but in a wider context. Okay, so there's a lot of slippage in the way in which we use the term shortage here, and I would just suggest that really a shortage exists from an economic perspective when at any given market price, the quantity demanded by purchasers exceeds the quantity that's supplied in the market. In response to a shortage, we should expect prices to rise, at least temporarily, and quantity should also fall. New suppliers should enter the market, and or existing suppliers should want to ramp up production in order to, frankly, make more money in this product. And over time, the combination of increased quantity supplied and reduced quantity demanded as price increases should eliminate the shortage. In many cases here, the market appears to be working as expected. If demand is stable, shortages should be transitory, and indeed what we're seeing in many of the oral markets, that appears to be the case. That doesn't appear to be the case in some non-oral markets, most notably the injectable and other product categories. And many of the shortages appear to have some periodicity that is shared among them, both in the oral and non-oral market, which suggests that there is some kind of common cause that has maybe something to do with demand, but also maybe something to do with supply. And I would argue here that we may want to actually characterize shortages relative to kind of more classic shortages and more disaster-prone shortages, such as the ones that we've seen related to the hurricane. So I'm going to spend the vast majority of time talking about how supply may be different here and may be changing over time. But I want to be very clear here that demand matters. Many of the injectable drugs that are in persistent short supply are medically necessary, but that does not mean that they do not have therapeutic alternatives that can be used. Also, it's very important to note here that demand for generics overall in the US has increased for a number of reasons, but the price at which demand for these products exists may also be falling. What I mean by that here is that yes, we want these drugs, but actually we want them at a lower price over time. And that has something to do with the distribution of rebates and discounts that are existing in the market. Much of this is contractual. So we can't actually see how demand for these products is shifting and what price point that is actually being transacted, but it's a really important issue that needs to be better examined. Okay, so in terms of supply, it's very important that when shortages are threatened and or occur, stakeholders should need to know who is actually making this product and which manufacturers are actually impacted by either classic shortage issues or more disaster shortage issues. As Erin has already mentioned, this is very complicated by manufacturer definitions and the opacity that really constrains prudent planning, but also prudent research in this area. Just to put a finer point on this, manufacturing of these drugs actually has two components to them. One is the basic ingredients that go into making this product, and second is the finished dosage form, or the actual embodied product. Drug manufacturers may make their own base ingredients and or outsource the production of those base ingredients and or those filled and finished products to contract manufacturing organizations. When submitting an application and being approved for that application by the FDA, the sponsor files its own file or form specifying its own manufacturing method and where the product is being made and who is actually making both the base ingredient and also the filled and finished product. But that is not necessarily public. These sponsors can list their own facilities, but also, again, very much rely on CMOs to do much of this production. They can also list their own facilities, but also CMOs as backup. This really complicates manufacturer definitions and therefore the counts and the characterization of them. Manufacturer here may map to the application holder, but if the manufacturer is made, or the drug is made by a contract manufacturing organization, the sponsor of the drug that's listed at the FDA and the manufacturer are not the same. One can be very tempted here to use the NDC, the manufacturer that's linked to the NDC here on the drug's label as the accurate manufacturer. But again, because of contract manufacturing organizations and also the prevalence and actually increasing prevalence of repackagers in this space, again, the manufacturer is not necessarily the labeler. Furthermore, as I alluded to in the other has as well, manufacturing identity and location are restricted. Again, the FDA collects this information when collecting annual PDUFA and PDUFA user fees. It's also on the DMF that is filed. However, CMO relationships, existence of where the source material for the basic ingredients are, but also what the existence of backup is not public information. It's not public information at the FDA website. You can also FOIA it. We tried. So to implement GDUFA, the FDA began collecting self-reported information on generic manufacturing locations, including both the base ingredients and also the fill and finish facilities. And this data actually provides a unprecedented window into the current structure of drug manufacturing, and it's public. It's available on the FDA's website. Ernie and I just published a paper describing what we learned from looking at this data, and I'm going to just hit the highlights here. First important take-home is that the vast majority of drugs manufactured in the U.S. are actually made by a very small number of manufacturers. Second, really interesting and important point here is that the vast majority of both basic ingredients and also filled and finished drugs are made by foreign manufacturers at foreign facilities. Okay, lastly, how competitive is the generic drug market generally? So we all have some very stylized facts suggesting that competition in this market is actually quite robust. However, little is actually known about the actual patterns of generic manufacturer supply, both in terms of entry, but also in terms of sustained supply, and most importantly, perhaps in this context, how much exit is there. We know a lot about how this works in the oral market, but we don't really know that much about how this works in the non-oral market and how this may relate to other performance outcomes, including but not limited to shortages, how this matters for revenue, how this matters for pricing. So in a couple of papers, Ernie and I have tried to describe this. The first paper, we looked at manufacturer supply in a prevalent cohort. We had the advantage of using IQVIA national sales data. Here again, the manufacturer is the labeler. We did as best as we could here to kick out repackagers. And the product market, which is very important, and we'll go through the rest of the data that I show you today, is some combination of molecule and form. Here's what we found. The median number of stable manufacturers in this market for each drug market is 2. The mean is 5. 40% of drugs are manufactured by only one supplier. Approximately 50 are manufactured by either 1 or 2 suppliers. And the share supplied by 1 or 2 has been increasing over the past decade. Concentration is both about less entrants, but also about more exits. The exits actually appear to be accelerating after 2010, 2012. And really what we found quite interesting is that there are fewer entrants and actually more exits among the non-oral drug space, suggesting that the non-oral drug markets appear to be more fragile in general. It also suggests there may be some, again, higher fixed costs and maybe even fewer manufacturers who can actually make those non-oral products. We have a new study that looks at an incident drug cohort and also characterizes supply. Here we're using quarterly data, again, same data source. Manufacturer is defined as the labeler, and what we're looking at is all drug products that experience loss of exclusivity between 2009 and 2012, and then we follow them out for 15 quarters, all the way through 2016, to try to characterize who enters into these products and how many are there. What we find is really interesting, and again, doesn't necessarily match the stylized facts that we think we know about how competition works in this market. The first is that 75% of the sample experienced entry over time. The vast majority of the entry happened in the first 2 years after exclusivity, but 25% didn't experience any entry over any of the time period that we saw. Again, the number of entrants appears to be higher among oral products and less among non-oral products. There are also exits that we observe, and the periodicity of the exits appear to occur 2 years and post loss of exclusivity. Many of the products have very low quarterly revenue, both upon entry, but also exits appear to be predicted by low quarterly exit or low quarterly revenue before. And many of the products that don't experience any entry are ones that are made by multi-product branded and generic firms. These are very large firms that appear to specialize both in making drugs, but also making branded drugs, but also generic drugs as well. Finally, we believe that this empirical work raises many other key unanswered questions. First, what product and also firm characteristics determine entry but also exit? Are there legal rationales? Are there manufacturing problems that potentially determine whether or not a product ever experiences entry, and if so, when they experience entry? But also, to what extent gaming tactics or shenanigans, as Scott Gottlieb likes to call it, are determining both entry but also potentially exit here as well. Lastly, we don't know whether there are more potential suppliers than actual suppliers, and what their characteristics are, and what is their availability over the product life cycle. So if we wanted to pull more entrants into this market, we don't actually know to what extent there is capacity to do that in our existing current configuration. I'll stop there.
Aaron, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the comments, Rena. Ernie, let me ask you if, based on what you've heard, anything you'd like to add at this point?
I think what we've learned several times now is that injectables and other formulations have a very different role and very different performance characteristics than do the oral drugs. We see that initially we saw it when IQVIA about 6 or 7 years ago said that about 80% of the drugs for which we had a shortage were injectables. That number's gone up and down a little bit, but it's still way over 50%. It raises some interesting questions. A study by Chris Stomberg took a look at what was the time pattern of shortages. And he found that the time pattern of shortages for injectables was very, very similar to that for non-injectables, which was a surprising result. The proportion of non-injectables was much lower in terms of shortages, but the time pattern was very similar, and that suggested to him that there must be maybe a common cause that affects injectables more than non-injectables, and he hypothesized that it was partly FDA inspection that were driving them, Form 483 audits that were taking place that discovered after we had some very dramatic shortages 7 or 8 years ago that a fair number of manufacturing facilities that make injectables really have serious safety, sterility problems. And so we certainly thank the FDA for doing their job on finding those, but that may have inadvertently led to a fair number of the injectable shortages. I was going to say that my first sentence was going to be, I had a stroke 8 weeks ago, and so my first sentence today was going to be, it is good to be here today. But on second thought, it occurs to me that what we're talking about today is enduring solutions, and we've been talking about that for a long time, for 5, 6, 7 years, and so it's probably not a good thing that we're all here today worrying about that, because what's persistent and sustained is not the solution, but the problems. I think it's useful to think briefly about what are some of the underlying reasons. I teach at a business school, and one of the mantras we have is if you can't observe something, then you can't measure it. If you can't measure it, you can't monitor it. And if you can't monitor it, you can't manage it. And that seems to be our problem with figuring out who manufactures a drug. We really don't know, as Professor Conti and Dr. Fox have discussed already. It's a complex manufacturing process. There are multiple stages. It's increasingly abroad, and it's abroad in countries that have nascent regulatory facilities, increasingly so from China and India, Eastern Europe. And so it's really difficult to follow. Globalization has really hit extremely hard, and we really don't know who makes many of these drugs. It's the FDA has a database, several of them actually, that tries to relate to each other with some success, but outside the FDA, very little is known. As Dr. Fox and others have said, hospitals don't know who makes their drugs, so in trying to contract chemotherapies for clinical trials for the next 2-3 years and regimens, they'd like to know, is the manufacturer of their drug one who's had a safety problem. And that information is not available to hospitals or to GPOs. And so I think the first message I'd like to leave with you is we really have to focus on finding out how we can make information more available to the various stakeholders on who manufactures a drug. The second issue that I'd like to briefly mention is that in most markets, we have some idea of quality. Be it an airline, there are sort of measures of quality out there. The ironic thing about FDA drug policy is it certifies bioequivalence, but then seems to suggest that the quality is the same across all manufacturers. And we know now that that's not the case, and yet, as Dr. Fox just pointed out, we don't have public information on what the safety, quality, and inspection results are from the various FDA audits. And that, I think if we work very hard on two issues, one on finding out who actually manufactures things and putting that into a publicly available database, and two, developing some metrics of quality. It doesn't have to be an FDA measure. We have many other instances of quality manufacturing and certification by other organizations, but I think those two steps would probably be the most important first two steps to make. Let me stop there.
Ernie, thanks, and very glad to have you with us today. We do have a few minutes for questions from the audience, so I encourage you, if you have one, to head to the microphone. You all have emphasized, while you're doing that, you all have emphasized the role of transparency, and Ernie just outlined some specific transparency steps that could help. It does still strike me that most of these shortages are occurring in the injectable market in areas where there is not a small supply, to Rena and Aaron's comments. So anything you all would like to add on why we seem to be seeing more of these cases, at least in the last decade, in these big injectable markets? Isn't that an area where, as Rena said, competition would normally expect some more income? And don't talk about transparency. We've already covered that.
I do think it's worth saying that these products are hard to make. They're difficult. It's not easy. So it's not easy for folks to enter into this market. And I know Rena has some comments.
Yeah, I mean, so we linked Aaron's data. Thank you. We linked Aaron's data to the IQVIA data that we had over the past couple of weeks. Thanks, Aaron. And we were actually unable to link about 10% of the drugs to our data, and we think that it is because many of these drugs never actually enter into retail trade at all. They really are just pushed into the hospital where IQVIA may not actually have full data purview. But secondly, what we found was that among the drugs that we were able to link, 20% of oral drugs go into short supply at some point over the 10-year period, but 40% of injectables go into short supply over the 10-year period that we were able to like at some point in time. So that, again, suggests that there's something about the fragility of supply in those markets that's really quite different. I have gotten very interested in the base ingredient issue here. I suspect that not only can very few manufacturers make these products, but only very few manufacturers actually have access to the base ingredients to make these products. And there may be some cartel behavior or some contractual arrangements that, again, block other manufacturers who would want to enter into the space or want to ramp up production.
I appreciate the thoughtful further additions there. We are tight on time, but I do want to, if maybe both of you could go ahead and ask your comments, let us know who you are, and we'll see if we can have some brief responses to both.
Certainly. So my name is Deborah Drew. I'm the president and CEO of Drew Quality Group, the first nonprofit 501c3 generic drug manufacturer established in the United States in April 2014, actually up in Massachusetts area. So I have a question in reference to drug shortages numbers, and we always see the chart that the FDA puts up with 2010, 2011, and 2012 numbers being up closer to 300, and then we know that the law was passed in 2012 that rewrote how they define drug shortages. So if we looked at the drug shortages in 2010, 2011, and 2012 using their current definition, wouldn't we see, from my understanding, that the number of drug shortages have actually been stable as defined by the FDA's method? Because like the numbers you've reported are still at the higher levels that the FDA was originally reporting.
Brief answer?
And it's a really simple.
Yeah, I can't really comment on FDA's methodology just because I have a different definition.
I know. You've spoken many times with my colleague Ian Striffler. I'm sure you've talked to him several times. And so as part of that question, we always talk about pricing. And we know that in the United States, about 40 to 45% of most prescriptions aren't filled because the patient can't pay for it. If we start saying the best way to address drug shortages is to push prices up, then from an economic standpoint, aren't we then, of course, creating a situation where we will have more patients that will not be able to afford their health care just from the standpoint of running economics? So I just leave that on the table.
Thank you.
Oh, I like that. Very nice, because it'll help with some of what I had to say. Marianne Mass, I'm a practicing physician, and I'm the co-founder of Practicing Physicians of America. You know, out in our physician community, and our group is nationwide, we're certainly seeing a lot of this, and we're the ones that have to go back and answer to the patients, and it's really a knotty problem for us. So I've been reading a lot about this, and one of the things that you said struck me. You brought up the fact that revenues are down. The previous woman, you know, said something about raising the prices. You know, I can only use this as one example, but I have read in various literature where hospitals are charging their patient bills extraordinary amounts of money for things as simple as normal saline. And when you look at this shortage list, these are things that are simple, you know, bicarb, saline, magnesium, things that you would think would not cost much to make. I know it's more complicated than that. But why are we not uncovering the whole money trail? The very onset of this, Dr. Gottlieb said, you know, what are the barriers to entry? So where else is the money going? Because it would seem to me something else is, if there are high costs that are being charged to the patient, who else is sucking money out of the system? Follow the money. So.
Any comments on that? Rena, you did mention that the prices seem to be coming down, or net prices seem to be coming down over time, despite some of the reasons that you all suggested. Prices might need to be higher for these complex, at least difficult to manufacture products.
Yeah, I mean, so Ernie and I have wondered a lot about why it is that monopoly supply of these products should result in higher prices, only we don't actually, and or shortages should result in higher prices, only we don't actually see that. We've wondered whether it's monopoly supply meeting purchasers that have very, very strong bargaining power, and maybe these products are being purchased in bundles where the prices of the existence of the drug and its price is kind of not really what's the main bargaining power are the main bargaining issue that's on the table for these products.
So in other words, you need to find what the main bargaining issue is. Follow the money trail.
Well, it could be the brands. So again, many of these products are being manufactured by multi-product firms that are both making brands and generics. And so maybe there's some sort of bargaining where the higher prices are being offered for the brands and the generics are still kind of smaller or not really being, it's the price of those products aren't really what's at issue.
I want to thank you all for a discussion of and laying a foundation. You are right, Erin, these problems have been persistent, but I think thanks to your research that FDA presented earlier, we have a better understanding, maybe not a complete and full understanding of the causes of some of these shortages, certainly a better understanding of their characteristics and features, and also, even in this discussion, some ideas about steps forward to try to address the shortage problems that could be new. So thank you all for laying the foundation, and I want to make some more progress in our next sessions on those steps forward as well. Thank you very much. A lot of the day is going to be focused on solutions and directions forward, building on some of the ideas and issues that our panelists, and thank you for the questions and comments that our commenters have brought up already this morning. In this session on the health impacts and economic consequences of drug shortages, we're going to focus on the impacts of drug shortages themselves, how the persistent challenges in supply of crucial medical products are affecting patients, providers, pharmacists, and the provision of quality care. To help us do this, we have three panelists who I'll introduce now while they take their seats. Yoram Munguru, who's a member of the Bioethics Steering Committee at Children's Oncology Group and pediatric hematologist oncologist at the Herman and Walter Samuelson Children's Hospital at Sinai and the Berman Institute of Bioethics at Johns Hopkins. Beverly Holcomb, who's a clinical practice specialist at the American Society for Parenteral and Enteral Nutrition, and Malcolm Gagno, who's the director of pharmacy practice and quality at the American Society of Health Systems Pharmacists. And I think we are starting with Yoram. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good morning. On behalf of Children's Oncology Group and childhood cancer specialists, thank you for the opportunity to be part of today's discussion. COG is a National Cancer Institute-supported clinical trials group and the world's largest organization devoted solely to childhood and adolescent cancer research. From across the U.S., COG brings together more than 9,000 experts from over 220 medical centers, and we care for more than 90% of children with cancer in the U.S. I'd like to begin by sharing a number with you. 85. Approximately 85% of all children with cancer are cured of their diseases using old and off-patent drugs for which we have no alternatives. Typically, we get one shot to cure childhood cancer. If we don't do that, it's almost impossible. As we've heard, many of the drugs that have been and remain scarce belong to the sterile injectable class of drugs. And this is certainly true when it comes to chemotherapy and supportive care agents. Importantly, these injectables, they make up the backbone of proven and life-saving regimens, not only for kids with cancer, but for adults as well. And because most chemotherapy is given by injection, oncology practices are especially affected by these shortages. And to add insult to injury, as we saw from the data that Erin showed, chemotherapy and supportive care agents are consistently in the top 5 drug classes that are in short supply. Because these standard childhood cancer regimens are life-saving with few, if any, alternatives, shortages of these proven regimens directly jeopardize children's well-being and their survival. Beyond the impact on clinical care, these shortages have a lasting impact on clinical research and threaten our ability to achieve meaningful progress in improving the lives of kids with cancer. So let me give you some real-world examples. Over a 3-month period in the summer of 2016, 3 chemotherapy agents, bleomycin, etoposide phosphate, and Erwinia asparaginase, became in short supply. And together, these 3 drugs are part of curative regimens for many children with most types of cancer. And then just earlier this year, 2 chemotherapy agents, vincristine and etoposide, became scarce. And these 2 drugs are used to treat and cure nearly every form of childhood cancer. The consequences of drug shortages are far-reaching. Beyond the associated economic costs, drug shortages result in increased medication errors, delayed administration of life-saving therapies, inferior outcomes, and deaths. Give you another example. In 2009, there was a shortage of a chemotherapeutic called methchlorethymine used to treat some young patients with Hodgkin lymphoma. And at the time of the shortage, evidence suggested that another chemotherapeutic called cyclophosphamide was as effective. So 40 adolescent patients with Hodgkin lymphoma got the alternative. Well, the 2-year event-free survival for those kids who did not receive the standard of care was 12.5% lower. And while there were no deaths, these kids got exposed to considerably more rounds of toxic therapy, including stem cell transplantation, the long-term effects of which remain unclear. We know from previously reported data that shortages directly cause harm, and we also know that they result in deaths. Also, as reported by the Institute for Safe Medication Practice, it's chemotherapy shortages more than any other class of drug that impact patient safety. Suddenly, we're using drugs we're not as familiar with in combination with others, and this is a recipe for disaster. And this isn't a theoretical concern. We know from published data that these chemotherapy shortages have resulted in a high rate of both near miss and actual medication errors. What this means is that the problem isn't just about not having enough drugs. The downstream effects of the shortages compromise the quality and ultimately the safety of the drugs that we prescribe to the children under our care. I'll give you another example of how they affect safety. As we heard, over 80% of the raw ingredients we rely upon for drugs here in the US come from places like China and India. Well, in 2015, there was a shortage of yet another chemotherapy drug. You see where I'm going. This one called doxorubicin. This is used by scores of kids and adults with cancers. And US regulators faced a dilemma. Either they allow patients not to receive the life-saving chemo they need, or they import the ingredients to make the drug from a Chinese plant that had poor quality controls that they previously censored, and that's exactly what they did. Beyond the effect on patients, shortages cause countless problems for providers. At the height of the shortages, a survey of adult or medical oncologists found that a staggering 83% of the oncologists weren't able to prescribe their preferred chemotherapeutic. Over 3/4 had to make a major change in their treatment by either picking a different regimen altogether or swapping out a drug during the course of treatment. And over 40% had to delay the start of treatment because of a shortage. So imagine you're told, I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, you have cancer, but oh, we can't start treatment yet because we don't have a drug. And 70% of these oncologists said that their hospital or group lacked any type of guidance about how to allocate the drugs. In my world of childhood cancer, 2 studies, one in 2015 and again just last year, found that 2 out of 3 pediatric oncologists reported that their patients' clinical care was compromised because of these shortages. We cannot continue to overlook the economic drivers behind the shortages. Costly chemotherapy agents with limited efficacy are rarely, if ever, in short supply, while inexpensive older curative drugs are. We don't see shortages of 6-figure chemotherapy agents that may prolong lives by a few months, but shortages of decades-old, proven, and life-saving medication that cost dollars per dose are. Where's the logic? Recognizing some medications are more critical than others, many countries in the world have adopted the World Health Organization's essential medicines list. And essential medicine satisfies the priority healthcare needs of the population. And these medications are both clinically effective and cost-effective and meant to be in constant supply and appropriate dosage forms. In short, access to essential medicines is a basic human right. The current WHO essential medicines list for children includes 18 chemotherapeutics and 4 supportive care agents. Now, it may shock you to hear, but over the past 2.5 years, nearly 2/3 of these essential medicines for kids with cancer have been or currently are in short supply in the US. In fact, as of last week, 5 of these 18, so totaling nearly 30%, are in short supply. And during this same time frame, an additional 7 chemotherapeutics that aren't even on the essential medicines list have been or are in short supply here. Experts agree that the single most important prognostic factor for a child with cancer is place of birth. Ironically, the US, a leader in medical breakthroughs and one of the most resource-rich countries in history, is also a leader when it comes to shortages of life-saving chemotherapy and supportive care agents. Over the past decade, we've repeatedly seen the devastating and far-reaching implications of these shortages. So I'd like to wrap up with another real-world example. As I previously mentioned, and as we heard, most of the medications that are in short supply are these older sterile injectables. And we know that drugs that have been developed decades ago are more likely to be in short supply. So take an example like acute lymphoblastic leukemia, by far the most common childhood cancer, accounting for nearly 1/4 of all kids who develop cancer, has a cure rate of nearly 90%. Well, over the past decade, 8 of the 10 drugs most commonly used to treat and cure ALL have temporarily been unavailable. Given the continued shortages of drugs, especially generic injectables that are essential to the treatment of children with cancer, the United States should create an essential medicines list for pediatric oncology and other drugs. The FDA in 2013 and again in 2018 considered such an approach to address the shortages. Solving the U.S. drug shortage crisis, however, requires more than just an essential medicines list and some of the innovative ideas that we'll hear about in the upcoming panels. Ultimately, what's needed is greater involvement by government. Congress must act and grant federal authorities the ability to assure that patients in need have access to medications. Children with cancer should not have to continue to suffer because of an inaction and lack of will. They deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you, Yoram. Thank you for that very detailed presentation. And next is Beverly.
Good morning. Thank you for including the American Society for Parenteral and Enteral Nutrition, also known as ASPEN, in this very important public meeting. ASPEN is an organization of healthcare providers that are dedicated to providing or optimizing clinical nutrition and metabolism. It's an organization of about over 6,500 members internationally that are involved in various aspects of clinical nutrition, including parenteral or intravenous nutrition and enteral nutrition. We have initiatives in the areas of clinical practice, advocacy, education, and research. And I'd like to tell you a little bit about how shortages have affected the patients that receive parenteral or intravenous nutrition. Parenteral nutrition is a therapy that is life-saving for those patients who have gastrointestinal dysfunction, or in some cases, complete intestinal failure. As a result of their inability to eat, so they're unable to absorb adequate amounts of nutrients and fluids, and maybe on this intravenous nutrition for short periods of time in the acute care setting, and some patients require this as a lifelong, life-sustaining therapy to provide adequate nutrition. The patients receiving this therapy cover the entire lifespan, from neonates to the geriatric area, and as I mentioned, may be used short-term in the acute care setting to our long-term patients who require this therapy for years and receive it through home infusion companies at their home, so it's an ambulatory type therapy. Parenteral nutrition is all injectable, sterile injectables. Parenteral nutrition may be composed of as many as 40 individual ingredients. It's a very complex chemical mixture, often described as a chemist's worst nightmare. Since 2010, every component of parenteral nutrition has been in short supply at least once. And as was noted in one of the previous presentations, one of our critical components, multiple vitamins, has been in short supply for 8.5 years. As a result of multiple shortages, patients may continue to receive ever-changing formulation. Changes have to be made because one product is in short supply or an outage, and oftentimes the amount a patient may receive of a particular component may be completely eliminated because there is no alternative. For many of the products, there's only one source. Constantly changing formulas or decreasing the dose of any of these components, which includes amino acids, carbohydrate dextrose, sterile water, intravenous lipids, electrolytes, many of which have been mentioned today, calcium gluconate, magnesium sulfate, sodium chloride. So many have been in short supply at one time or the other. So this complex mixture changes can have a detrimental effect on patients, and that it's constantly changing. Sometimes changing to an alternative component results in adverse patient outcome. Some of this has occurred in that patients maybe develop a nutrient deficiency because the dose has been decreased, or in some cases completely eliminated, like the zinc shortage that happened about 5 or 6 years ago that resulted in the death of neonates due to zinc deficiency. So it's an ever constantly changing formula or prescription for these patients. So what effect does this have on prescribers? prescribers must look for alternatives or decreasing the rationing dose. It's one thing to have to switch from antibiotic A to antibiotic B, but when you may have 5 or 6 or 7 components of the parenteral nutrition formula in short supply, the prescriber has to be constantly thinking about not one component but multiple components, and that may result in prescribing errors. And one thing that has happened with dealing with shortages since 2010 is that younger clinicians, including physicians, nurse practitioners, pharmacists, dietitians, and others involved in providing this care do not know what the appropriate dose of a particular nutrient is anymore. They have been dealing with a world of shortages and outages for their entire career. I have polled young clinicians, and they've never had the opportunity or the privilege of prescribing this therapy in a world where they had every component in full supply. So that's quite concerning as we look at the education and training of those who may be prescribing this therapy. From a pharmacist's perspective, there is a great risk for changing to alternative products. As Aaron mentioned, we have to deal with changes in technology, including our automated compounding devices that are used for these formulations. So there's a constant change of product, may differ in concentration. There's also a constant exchange of information when prescribers prescribe one component and they have to switch to an alternative. We've had numerous errors reported to the Institute for Safe Medication Practices, or ISMP, resulting with errors, suboptimal outcomes, and some devastating errors as the result of changing or using different products as a result of shortages. This continues into the administration process. Nurses may have to deal with different products. The shortage of amino acids last fall led to many institutions completely changing the type of product that they use from something that was compounded to a component that is a product that's commercially available. That included changing the entire administration system from tubing to administration equipment. So shortages have been and continue to be quite devastating for not only the patients, prescribers, as well as pharmacists that are involved in providing this care. We look forward to a time when we have a full supply of products and the opportunity to provide patients the appropriate care that they deserve for those receiving parenteral nutrition.
Beverly, thank you very much. I'd like to turn now to Michael.
Thank you. On behalf of ASHP, I'd like to say that we're grateful to be here to represent hospital pharmacists, but also pharmacists in all disciplines. You've heard the name ASHP, or the American Society of Health System Pharmacists, already today. We are a member professional organization of about 45,000 members. We represent pharmacy technicians, student pharmacists, and pharmacists who serve as providers in ambulatory settings and hospitals. Our vision is that medication use will be optimal, safe, and effective for all people all the time. And unfortunately, with drug shortages, that's not possible. You've heard some very compelling examples from my 2 colleagues here. I think it's fitting to have representation from nutrition support and from oncology, as those are the 2 disciplines outside of pharmacy who have probably been most consistently affected over the past decade. Probably include emergency physicians in that list. But we have continuous examples of patient harm and reduced optimized care of our patients due to shortages. So we're here to talk about the impacts. I will focus a little bit more on patients. I'll provide a few more examples. So we know for sure there's suboptimal treatment. We've heard of examples of those already. Another example, using a regimen of paclitaxel, ifosfamide, cisplatin instead of a bleomycin-containing regimen. With about a year and a half ago, there was a severe shortage of bleomycin. That other regimen that I just named is equally as effective, but it requires inpatient stay, has higher adverse effects. So we're exposing patients to any pathogens within the hospital, increased costs associated with that stay, and more side effects. Another example, removing bleomycin from a blood cancer regimen after 2 cycles to conserve it for patients who may need it. So it's not uncommon for a patient to get 2 cycles of that chemotherapy, the ABVD regimen, and then undergo scans to see how they're progressing, and then because of the shortage, have the oncologist remove that bleomycin from the regimen so that they can save it for someone who may need it. We know of increased medication error risk. Talked with our colleagues at the Institute for Safe Medication Practices. We've already heard of them referred to today, but we're using unfamiliar products. We're using routes we're not used to. We're switching from saline mini bags to syringes. We're using new equipment, syringe pumps that we're not used to. We're trying to program the electronic health records to adjust for those changes as quickly as possible. All these things are done in a hurry because suddenly we find out we don't have some of the basics, some of the staples of what we use to take care of our patients. So I'll give you an example of a recent shortage with the injectable opioids. Hydromorphone or Dilaudid comes in multiple strengths, multiple concentrations, and those concentrations are typically per 1 milligram, or 1 milliliter, excuse me. So you may have a nurse who's used to administering a 2 milligram per 1 ml dose, pulls a 1 ml vial out without looking at the strength, not realizing that it's actually 4 milligram because that's all the pharmacy could get at that time. So you can imagine a 2-fold, potentially even 5-fold increase if that happened to be a 10 milligram per 1 ml concentration. And we know back in 2010 during a morphine shortage that there were 2 fatalities associated with incorrect conversion between hydromorphone and morphine. So these are real risks, these are real errors that occur. So I think we've established the impact to patients. Let's talk a little bit about the impact to health systems and to hospitals. There was a paper published in the Annals of Internal Medicine just in September that estimated an increased cost of $230 million per year. Those costs are only the drugs in shortage. That doesn't include labor that goes into repackaging or trying to find alternatives. It doesn't include the cost of alternatives. That's actually just the drug from before the shortage to the time that the shortage has been resolved. The costs have increased by that much. Now, based on what we've heard today, perhaps that's a market correction to what's sustainable for the manufacturers. Regardless, that's costs that the health systems and hospitals have to absorb. In that study, they observed that the average increase in wholesale acquisition cost went up 28%. If it had 3 or fewer suppliers, that wholesale acquisition cost went up 46%. If we want to talk indirect costs, we can talk about technician labor. Pharmacy technicians may be taking a large vial of morphine, for example, that has 50 milligrams. You're going to tell them they can't get 2 milligram syringes for patient care. Well, they're going to take a 50 milligram vial and they're going to repackage that. That takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of labor. That's risk in compounding, manipulating sterile products. And guess what? At the end of the beyond use date for that syringe, it has to get wasted. So now we have a drug in short supply that, because we are forced to repackage it, we have to waste it. So there's increased time associated with the technician labor, there's increased costs associated with waste, and the cost of the waste is less critical than the waste of the actual drug that's not being used for patient care. Often during a shortage, there's off-contract pricing where a health system may not have access to their primary manufacturer and will have to reach out to a secondary manufacturer. And if they don't already have a relationship with that manufacturer, they're either paying more or they're getting in line to get a product. There's a gray market, there's secondary wholesalers, the sources, all of these increase costs, they increase the labor it takes to get those drugs into the hospital. For those who are familiar, 503B outsourcing facilities offer a solution, and the question of how much is a drug worth. There's one example that we've learned about where a traditionally manufactured product was not available, and so working through a 503B outsourcing pharmacy, that product was available, however, it was about a 15 to 20-fold increase in price. And you know what? The health system paid it because they needed that drug to take care of their patients. So what is the value of that drug to the facility? It's definitely a question that needs to be explored. And then the cost to the health system as far as just the medical staff, the time needed to help make decisions about the shortages, the nurses who now have to stand at the bedside to push a medication through the vein instead of letting it infuse because the small volume saline bags are not available. And then the indirect, immeasurable effect on the resilience of our medical staff. We already know that there's a high rate of burnout among providers, among pharmacists, among nurses. by asking them to continually take on more risk by using these unknown routes of administration, by using less familiar products, by asking pharmacy departments who are, you see the tip of the iceberg, and I hate to use the cliche, but the pharmacy departments are battling these shortages constantly. It's daily. It is purchasing folks on the phones with the wholesalers and with the manufacturers, finding out the latest information constantly. So that decision that's being made by the providers, there's a ton of activity that happens before that's even done. So there is a lot of, there's a toll being taken on the staff who are managing these shortages on a daily basis. We look forward to working on some solutions. We know that the FDASIA legislation from several years ago was successful, but we think it's time for more regulatory and more policy change.
Great. Thank you very much, Michael. We do have some time for questions or comments from those of you who are here. So if you have any, again, please come up to the microphones. I do want to thank our panelists for a very, I think, effective overview of the consequences in pharmacy and cancer care, including pediatric care, in parenteral nutrition, in emergency department care, consequences for patients, but also the economic consequences from the shortages themselves, from the cost of compounding and repackaging, and all the labor costs associated with having to do the workarounds and the modifications and care processes. So thank you all for a very effective overview of this high range of costs and patient impacts. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ritu Sani. I am an emergency physician and an EMS physician. I represent the National Association of EMS Physicians, which is an organization that represents EMS medical directors and EMS professionals. We're the group that provides the training and the protocols and for your community. So if you call 911, we're taking care of you. And this issue has been an ongoing issue. We've been in continuous drug shortage mode for over 10 years now. The vast majority of things that I carry in my ambulances are sterile injectables. There are very few oral medications that we give in an ambulance because most of what we do is time dependent. And so when we look at kind of these impacts, I think one of the things that's really important as we talk about categorizing these medications is really looking at what I would say are the essential emergency medications and categorizing those and tracking those uniquely because when those are unavailable to my crew in the back of an ambulance driving 30 miles an hour or 60 miles an hour, there's no other choice. And these are medications that impact immediate life-threatening situations. Let's see. So yeah, so that would be kind of our main goal is to get those categorized. You know, recently we've had the sterile opioids, injectable opioids. So if you're in a femur fracture from your next ski trip and they're out of that, good luck driving down the mountain. In my particular agency, we could get no injectable antiemetics for the last 3 months. Nobody gets car sick in the back of an ambulance. And we've had various episodes in which cardiac arrest medications were unavailable. And again, this is life-threatening and immediate stuff. The other thing that's interesting is that we are a practice where we have other providers besides ourselves taking care of the patient. And it's a lot different to change out medications when I have to train in my system 325 paramedics about this new drug that does kind of the same thing that the old drug did, but you give it, you know, at a different rate from a different syringe with a different, and the risk of error is high, and we don't get like 6 months notice. You know, we get a notice like today I couldn't order ketamine. What are we going to do about that? And then I've got to put in a process for training everybody very briefly. So these happen very quickly. It makes it very difficult for us to manage them very quickly and get them changed. And it leads, I think, to medication errors more frequently. We don't have the ability to repackage in EMS typically, so I can't buy a giant vial of morphine and make little syringes. Some of our agencies are hospital-based; they can do that. That is not an option for EMS. And you know, every time we make a every time we make a protocol change, the risk of error goes up. And that's why we do these thoughtfully and over time, and every time we're hit with a new shortages, we have to do emergency changes. So, I think the key concepts are the stakes for the emergency side are high. We also believe that this affects our national preparedness. If we don't have enough medications to take care of illness and injury without a big national problem, it's only going to get worse. We need to track these essential emergency medications separately and uniquely and create solutions around them.
Thanks very much for that comprehensive look at what's at stake in emergency medicine. I do want to try to get to the other three comments that are the other three people who are in the microphones. I know these are really important issues, but if you can be concise, please do.
Sure, I'll try and be brief. My name is Jessica Hardesty. I'm a practicing obstetrician. Sorry, can't hear. My name is Jessica Hardesty. I'm a practicing obstetrician. I'm here by myself. I'm not representing a group or any other sort of organization. But just to piggyback on some of the things that have been discussed, maternal mortality and morbidity is a real hot button issue in my world. And a lot of the medications that we use to save maternal lives are in critical supply, are in shortage. Medications that are very simple. Believe it or not, normal saline can save somebody's life. Magnesium sulfate, Pitocin, medications that I use for hypertensive crises have been on shortage. We now are seeing it on the neonatal side. We, like my emergency medicine colleague said, we found out that day that betamethasone, which is basically the most important medication you can give a mom who's expected to deliver a preterm baby, was on shortage that day. I work in a high resource setting where these shortages you would think do not or should not occur, but unfortunately they do. I think that the frustrating thing for me as a practicing physician out in the field is that I am held accountable by my patients. I hold myself accountable for the care that I give, and it's very frustrating to be the only one that's held accountable in these settings. I think as we look to find what these barriers are, we need to hold more people accountable, because at the end of the day, it's the patients that are looking toward us, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to provide appropriate care and safe care.
Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. Michael Rhee. I'm an emeritus professor of anesthesiology, critical care, and a bioethics scholar at the University of Kentucky, prior to that, Mass General Hospital. I would like to suggest that everything that the speaker here said before for emergency medicine and the other questioner could be better addressed by the FDA if you were to also include in your purview the tremendous changes in Title 18 and Title 19 reimbursement that are impacting this issue. Dr. Conti talked about delays and so forth. Time is money, not only for a manufacturer, but for a clinician. Oh, how unfortunate.
Bad timing.
Very bad timing. But the FDA is looking with too much narrow-angle glaucoma at the issue. Adam Smith, unfortunately, couldn't attend this session, and you have to measure the full panoply of the economics. The payment structure for the pharmacy people, and I had to go take a pharmacy residency as a professor of medicine to understand why the right hand doesn't talk to the left hand in the federal government. And the guys who created the antitrust law got blindsided by a Congress a few years back. I hope we will have some discussion about the money side of this, because it takes money to make a drug, and not only that, it takes money to make a replacement drug. I hope that this meeting will not be an economic disconnect between the two.
Thanks for the comment. I do want to emphasize, as we talked about in our last session on the underlying economics with some of the leading economic experts on this topic in the country, that we want, I know FDA wants, a broad range of issues raised, not just those that are directly within the FDA purview that are contributing to this issue, and that certainly includes economics and pricing and the kinds of things that we've heard about now and also this morning. So last couple of comments, and we'll wrap up the session.
Okay, my name is Jim Grant. I'm the immediate past president of the American Society of Anesthesiologists. And you want to talk about one group that uses injectables, that's all we use is injectables. We don't give anything oral. As a matter of fact, we always tell you don't put anything in your mouth before you come. So, but there's something struck me this morning when we put up that slide about the shortage of norepinephrine. Norepinephrine is a life-saving drug. Norepinephrine is not a brand drug, it's not an expensive drug, but it's a life-saving drug. And I've been out of practice in July, it will be 28 years, and we used to have an expression, the brand name for norepinephrine was Levophed. And we used to have an expression, Levophed or leave them dead. And when the slide came up saying we have a shortage of norepinephrine, and it said, well, some people are choosing phenylephrine, I was sitting there saying to myself, that's like water compared to Levophed. And it's like, how's that working? And then the slides came up showing the increased complications and the increased deaths in having to use phenylephrine. And then we talked about actually the economic issues. And it's like, well, how about the lives that were at stake? So when was it? It was about 8 months ago. I sent out a notice to all of our 54,000 members saying, what drugs are you having a problem with? What drugs? A carpenter every day doesn't go drive to work. Will I have nails today? Will I have a hammer today? Anesthesiologists are walking in every day. Will I have local anesthetic? Will I have opioids? Will I have just common basic things to do what we need to do? So in a 1 hour period, we had 2,500 anesthesiologists. I didn't even think 2,500 were reading this. 2,500 anesthesiologists actually sent us specific clinical situations they experienced in the past week with basic drugs that they needed to take care of people. Yeah, are we doing end arounds? Yeah, we're doing it. But this is a national crisis that actually it's coast to coast. And it doesn't matter if you're in rural America or urban America, if you're in an academic center, if you're in a critical access hospital, everyone is dealing with this right now. And we're just trying to make it work, and we need help, and we need help to fix it as soon as possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Last comment, and again, ask you to be brief.
Yeah, Roger Johns, another anesthesiologist at Hopkins and an academic interest in health policy. This affects us every day. I can't remember a single day in the last 5 years where there wasn't a drug shortage in our OR. The issues of mixing up drugs, the hydromorphone, I've seen it myself, where the resident doesn't realize the difference because the vials look the same and they give the wrong doses. So a patient sits in the OR for another hour after they're supposed to wake up. The costs involved. But beyond that, the critical medicines that we can't use. We're for over 1.5 years without calcium chloride to come off bypass. But the issues here aren't simple economics. It's more than supply and demand because there are alternate supplies or reimbursements to pharmaceutical companies that make this less important. I also think what's been implied but not stated is the huge problem of having single source foreign suppliers and contrasting that with the enormous voice that pharma has made against direct purchase from overseas. I think there's a tremendous moral inconsistency there.
Thank you very much for the comments. This has been, I think, a very compelling session in terms of the importance of dealing with these issues. I want to ask you all if you have any very brief final comments before we wrap up and move into what else we're going to do about these problems. Yes.
I think what we're hearing is that unfortunately drug shortages are equal opportunity offenders. They do not discriminate. It doesn't matter what kind of a patient you are, what kind of a provider you are, you're going to be influenced and affected by these shortages. And there has to be some motion and movement on this.
Thank you very much. Any other final thoughts? Again, I want to thank our panelists and all of you who participated. It's been a very compelling session for why we need to move forward with what we're going to talk about the rest of the day. Right now, we're going to take a short break and reconvene at 11:15. Thank you all very much.
started, if I can ask you all to start taking your seats. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started in our next session. Okay, good morning. I'm Greg Daniel. I'm Deputy Center Director.
Divine. Dandy Divine.
And this next session is session 5 after the lunch. We're going to hear from many stakeholders about the challenges and factors affecting drug shortages. In this next session, we're going to focus on upstream supply side issues. In the session following the lunch, so in the next session 5, we're going to focus more on downstream in the supply chain and discuss purchasing, contracting, pricing issues between manufacturers, wholesalers, purchasers, and payers. That's this afternoon. So for this session, we'll turn to the challenges that stakeholders are encountering in the upstream stages of the supply chain, including manufacturing quality issues and measuring those and communicating those, contracting challenges between manufacturers, API suppliers, and compounders, issues with steady supply of ingredients, and market pressures that lead to manufacturing challenges and other pain points that, while in isolation, may not lead to a severe shortage, but can contribute to the cyclical, which we'll hear about, or systematic shortage challenges. We'll begin this session with 2 overview presentations. The first one from Harsher Singh, Vice President and Chief Commercial Officer at American Region, followed by Martin Van Trist, President and CEO of Civica. We'll then hear individual perspectives from a number of panelists. Erez Israeli, Chief Operating Officer and Global Head of Generics and PSAI Business at Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. Daniel Motto, Executive Vice President, Injectables, Commercial and Business Development at Hikma Pharmaceuticals. Jessica Satini, Director, Group Strategy and Innovation, Patheon, which is part of Thermo Fisher Scientific. John DiLoretto, Executive Director, Bulk Pharmaceuticals Task Force, and Lee Rosebush, Executive Director, Outsourcing Facilities Association. So with that, I'll ask Harsher to go ahead and start off the presentation.
Thank you so much, Greg. And thank you, folks, for allowing us to speak today. I'll first talk a little bit, if I can get this to go, about who we are, and then I'll try and present a little bit of a, shall we say, a taxonomy of what's driving shortages, and a few proposed solutions, many of which some of you may think are half-baked, so do forgive me if that happens. Who's American Regent? We've been an injectable supplier to the US market for about 50 years. We run 3 sterile injectable manufacturing sites in the US with an investment ongoing today of another $200 million. We make 90% of our products as are manufactured in the US. And we have a deep back catalog of ANDA and DESI products that could ease shortages. Shortages like some of the ones that we heard Doug talk about earlier, and we'll talk a little bit about those. Let's frame this thing first. I think all of us have said it. The US market, as I see it, has a really high bar for quality, rightfully so, but strives for the lowest possible cost in the generic market. What happens when you do that is you have no redundant capacity, you have systematic underinvestment, you have a long overstretched supply chain because they're looking for cost, and you have intermediaries that look for rents in order because they control market share and therefore the economy of scale. The impact of that is that a drug, currently a drug shortage, a Danzatron, costs less than $1, whereas a cup of coffee some of you are holding costs between 2 and 5. Something's wrong with that math. On Danzatron is a good example because I have an ANDA, I actually have a ready supply chain. I've known for 6 months if Miso is going to be short. And I cannot and will not make it because I can't at that price. So let's talk a little bit about what's happening under this sort of top line market failure issue that we discussed. 3 structural causes of shortages in the injectable market, as I understand it. The first is manufacturing sites being interrupted. Either you have a storm, as my photograph would suggest, or someone had a quality issue and therefore makes a lot less. That's one challenge. Second, the supply chain breaks down. You can't get API, can't get glass, can't get excipient, can't get some critical part of what it takes to make the drug. And the third, you have cyclical shortages. These shortages where the price consistently reduces to a point where people have to exit, and as they exit, there's a shortage, and then it comes right back, people come back in. It's how perfect competition works. Unfortunately, in the troughs, shortages. Let's talk a little bit about manufacturing shortages. What we've done is, in search of cost advantages, we've driven manufacturers to evolve their supply chains. And they've evolved their supply chains towards much longer chains across multiple countries, multiple companies, multiple technologies. Supply chains that look like that are much more likely to break and take much longer to react to inconsistent demand. So if one drug is short, and that means you use another drug, and someone has to increase supply, he can't do it if his supply chain looks like that. So what do? I think there's a couple of ways to deal with it. One way is to actually incentivize shorter supply chains with increased API and fill-finish capabilities in the US, so we can quickly respond to market changes. And the other is drive investment in filling lines that can pivot across products and presentations. If you search for cost, you don't do either of these two things. And so I implore you guys, where you have the opportunity, buy American, because it will actually help us be more reactive to shortages. Less flexible and more regulated supply chains. We have more complexity and more regulatory, and our regulatory environment has become more evolved. And that means that both throughput and flexibility, particularly for older facilities, are down. We've moved to isolated technologies, which together with product-specific formulation needs, make it really difficult to ramp up production quickly. And you know why injectables have more shortages than solid overdose? It's those two reasons, and the fact that our make to release, which is the time between when we make a product and when we're able to send it to market, is much longer because we have to test for sterility, because something in water can grow organisms, and so you have to test for that. That makes us slower and more intensive. How do you deal with that? Some of what we've got to do is drive increased and early transparency on potential shortages, so the manufacturers can choose where to scale up production. Tell us when there's a 483, it's redacted, but give it to us right up front. Include remediation of 483s. So I'm not betting, I know where to bet. Next, the DESI pathway. Many of the drugs, Doug in particular, you discussed today, they're DESIs. 30% of the drugs, by my calculation, and it may not be totally accurate, on the drug shortage list are marketed unapproved products. Why are those drugs short? Some of the reason is because it costs about $2 million to file an NDA. Because you have to file an NDA, which is a new drug application, not an ANDA, which is an abbreviated drug application. That means that you can only afford that in a generic market if you can differentiate through a new presentation, a titrated specification, or some kind of exclusivity. That means that some of those products that you talked about, I used calcium gluconate as an example, I can give them to you in vials, in glass vials next quarter, but there's a reason that we were not able to do that, because it's in plastic. I think some of the things we might be able to do, and these may or may not be viable, is talk about reduced filling costs for DESI products, is talk about consistent guidance and implementation on unapproved marketed drugs, so that people know you can only sort of pay out before they make a substantial investment, because the investment is what's holding this one back. Rejuvenating shortage items. Many of us have many products that are short. I talked about Adapt a moment ago. When you have a short adder, by and large, if you haven't waited for a minute, you've got stuff that you need to do in order to resurrect it. You need to make sure the API supplier is good, he's making the material the same line he was. You need to make sure your filling line looks the same. You need to make sure your container closure looks the same if you change the kind of glass you use. That stuff currently can take 6 to 8 months. My request would be, can we drive an accelerated review for some of these? Drive CD 30s instead of PAS filings. And when there's a history on a file, allow justifications through appropriate lab data with the right commitments until CGMP data is available. So that's shortage adders. Next is an interesting one, inventory. If I can get my slide to change. On inventory, we have an interesting problem. On one side, we have IDN, which have grown more powerful and have consolidated, so now have the ability to hold inventory. On the other side, we have distributors who are trying to minimize how much cash they have on hand, so need to hold really thin stock levels, because that's how they get their cash returned. That means if there's a whisper of a shortage, there's a storm, there's a testing issue, there's something, the low levels at the distributor mean the IDN feels it, and the IDN then is programmed to pull as much supply as they can to prevent a shortage. Guess what? When you do that, you actually create a shortage because all of a sudden now the guy who wasn't going to run out runs out because demand artificially spikes. So I think we need to think through what minimum stock levels look like, how much we ask manufacturers to keep on hand even for multi-source products, and some kind of consolidated reporting on national stock levels so that there's less speculation, particularly on the part of the IDNs. As we move forward, product economics are an interesting one. I'm going to use an example of a Medicaid rebate penalty on a product we make. We made this thing in 1970-something, and it was at 31 cents. My price today is more than 3x that. And my cost today. My margin structure is under 10%, but I'm a really old supplier, so I have pretty good market share. My Medicaid pricing penalty suddenly was $240,000, which means I'm pretty close to underwater on this thing, which means I'm highly likely to be a surprise exit. And if I'm a surprise exit, there's a shortage. And this is just, I think on Medicaid rebate, we didn't think through what happens on the really old stuff where there's a pricing penalty. So I think we need to rethink that for sterile injectables and think through the penalty approach on these really low-cost products. Let me move to the next bucket that Rena talked to a little bit, to API supply. And API supply is really an interesting one. I think the first thing we have to realize is most of the API is made, as Rena said, in either India or China. That means any global demand variation or any change in raw materials has a global impact. Now, guess who gets hit first when there's a global impact? It's the guy who has the highest regulatory yardstick and the lowest cost. That happens to be generics. In the US, you have a high regulatory bar because we want quality and we drive low cost. That's why we're the first ones off the block. Second, we're really sensitive to geopolitics. We have a real risk of a trade war here, and that is a real risk where we have 90% of our critical raw material coming from markets where we may actually have boundaries and there may be a structural government risk in those markets. I think as a regulator, we need to consider those. And I think we need incentives for onshore API manufacturing, which is not something we've been doing. As we continue, FDA audits, we all know the examples. There's many of them for those of us that are manufacturers. I think we need more of, many offshore manufacturers are still getting acclimatized with GMP, and that can cause delays in manufacturing and documentation. Sometimes you don't get materials. And there's not a lot you can do, but there's a couple of things that we were thinking about. I think the first was, can we have immediate notice of audits? Rather than the supplier telling us when he got hit, if we know that someone's gotten hit, we can try and find a secondary supplier. Second, if we can lower the bar for actually getting a secondary API supplier on board. Right now you have to make 3 batches, most of which you won't sell. That's a big cost. If we can just make 1 batch, that would actually allow us to qualify secondary API suppliers in some of these really low-price markets. Third, and we'd still have to test 3 lots of API, but we don't have to manufacture those batches. Third, if we can evolve the DMF listings to be more accurate so that we're actually able to look at what a real API supplier is. It's an inefficient market. API suppliers are small and dispersed, and so it's hard to find them. The last point I wanted to make is there has been historically actions in the market where one manufacturer has tried to tie up multiple API suppliers in order to create a barrier to entry with a variety of sort of contract exclusivity kind of contracts. I think as the FTC goes forward, we need to look at those contracts because you need to make it easier for manufacturers that have problem in one API supplier to move to another. I'll move on, and Martin, hopefully I'm not taking your time yet. I'll move on to I have 2 minutes. All right, I'll make one last point and jump, right? We've talked about these cyclical shortages, and to me, they resemble a spinner dolphin. And the spinner dolphin, essentially, you keep reducing the price until people exit and you come back. That problem in some part exists because we have consolidation on the buy side. Consolidation on the buy side means you have 3 buyers. If you have 3 buyers who buy single source, you can only sustain 2 or 3 players, which means every time one of those players fails, the other guy has to scale up by 100%. That's really difficult for us to do with that. You'll have to skip one of my pages.
Okay, Martin.
As soon as I find it. So before I begin, I need to kind of introduce myself to the group because it'll help tell the story a little bit. So I was a retired pharmaceutical executive. I had been retired for 2.5 years when I was approached by a gentleman named Dan Lillyquist from Intermountain Healthcare to engage in this initiative as an advisor. somehow leading to one night me agreeing to be a CEO and not taking any pay to do it pro bono. And it's because of the mission of the company. I'm a pharmacist by training. I graduated many, many years ago from pharmacy school. I actually became the head of quality at the hospital products division of Abbott Laboratories, which eventually was spun off to become Hospira. I left before that spin-off and went into big pharma and big biotech after that, and ended my career as a chief quality officer at Amgen. And the reason I tell you that is because Adam asked 3 questions in the beginning. Why do shortages happen with drugs? Why are they with mostly sterile injectables? And why now? And I asked myself that same question before I joined Civica, because when I was at Abbott, then we made all the drugs that are on drug shortage. And I developed a lot of those formulations. I was a developmental pharmacist. We never had a drug shortage, or it was very, very rare. And so I've been asking myself those questions as I've engaged in Civica, but I've also worked a lot in the supply chain. So saying that, really serving patients is a privilege, and that comes with significant responsibilities. And of course, every clinician understands that, and most people through the supply chain, but not everybody, depending on their point of view and what they're doing in the various aspects of the supply chain. And some of those most significant responsibilities are deliver quality medicines in a reliable manner at fair and sustainable prices. And usually we try to get all 3 of those correct, but typically you only get 2 of the 3. And so today I want to talk about how we get all 3 and why that's important. And I'm going to talk a little bit about why Adam's question and what I think the reason is. So I've said this publicly before, all drug shortages are a result of economics. And those then drive financial and management decisions throughout the entire supply chain. And every time I say this, someone comes up with an example that says, see, that's not economics. And then I quickly analyze it and tell them why I think it's economics. So we know about Hurricane Maria and its devastating effect in Puerto Rico. So that was a natural disaster, so how is that related to economics? Well, first of all, why did the pharma company build a plant in Puerto Rico in a hurricane zone? Because there was an immense tax incentive by the US government to stabilize the Puerto Rican economy. So they chased the tax benefit of doing so. Why didn't the company have redundant manufacturing to overcome the loss of that capacity? Because they couldn't afford to invest in the capacity anymore. So you can go through this over and over and over again, that it does relate back to economics. And so what has changed since 2000? So clearly when you think about this, to make sterile injectables, there's a very high barrier to entry into the sterile injectable market. A lot of money for capital to build a sterile injectable facility. To build a facility just to handle the drugs that are on drug shortage today, I would guess it would cost you in the neighborhood of $1 billion US. The manufacturing process is very complex and requires great attention to be applied and controls to be put in place by the manufacturer. There is a very strict regulatory framework around making pharma with a very tough enforcement scheme. And all of those are necessary to make a safe, sterile, injectable product. But when you have all of those necessary and you try to make them in the environments we are today, it doesn't work anymore. It just clashes. And when we looked at that at Civica, we said, you know, we need to think about this differently. We need to think of these very old medicines as societal assets. We need to think about it like a public utility that has all those same barriers, right? And if you think about it like a public utility, you start to think about how the Civica model will work that I'll describe in a little bit. So we talked about all the reasons of drug shortage, you know, and I'm not going to go over again because it'd be redundant. I also want to talk about cyclical shortages. And, you know, there are products that are on the market that went as low as $2 a vial and was started going into the cyclical shortage with the price going as high as $2,000 a vial. If you want to know the greatest predictor of the next drug shortage, look for past drug shortages because it's most likely going through a cyclical model. Right? Not all of them, but most of them. So if you're a hospital buyer and you want to try to predict what the next drug shortage is, just look at the history. It repeats itself. But what we have to find a way to do, and the part of the Civica model, is to really find that sustainable price. What is fair and sustainable? So clearly in this model, $2 is not sustainable, and $2,000 is not fair. And the price of fair and sustainable is not in the middle. It's towards the lower end of that spectrum. But we as an ecosystem have to work together to figure that out. And the membership of Civica pulled us together to do just that. But every time I talk to someone, a member, somewhere within the organization, and I'm not being critical, this is human nature, I do it myself, my team does it. Martin, that's great, you got a sustainable price, but can't we get it better? Right? Can't we get it lower? It's built into our DNA as Americans, right? We have to break that cycle. So when I look at the key processes of Civica that make us different and how we're going to be successful, is we are a non-for-profit company, right? And that takes away a lot of pressures that a for-public entity has. I have no pressure on me to increase sales, to increase profit margin. And by the way, I'm a capitalist. I believe in the capitalist society. But as a nonprofit, a lot of those pressures are removed from me and allow me to do better, things that are better for the business. We're going to work really hard to establish that fair and sustainable price. And then we're going to work with our suppliers and get long-term guaranteed contracts. So if Civica comes up with a product for $3 a vial or whatever that might be, our members get to opt in or opt out. If they opt in, they have to give us a long-term contract for half of their volume, not all of their volume, half. And then that contract is guaranteed with take or pay contracts. We then go to our trusted suppliers and we give them that same guaranteed contract, take or pay, for 10 years. And what that does, it eliminates uncertainty in a marketplace that has a lot of uncertainty. As a manufacturer, there's nothing better to have as a 10-year demand that's guaranteed, 10 years of revenue that's guaranteed, 10 years of margin that you know you're always going to have. That uncertainty allows you now to reinvest in the capacity, the product, the people, and your suppliers. Now, the reason we only want half is we want to be pro-competitive, right? We only want half, no more than half the volume. We never want to depend on one supplier. We want to have redundant manufacturing in the network, and we want to promote competition because we think the one way out of this economic problem is competition. We have a completely different distribution model. We have some absolutes. We're not going to pay any fees or rebates to list our product. We'll have complete price transparency, and it's one price for all. So if we say something's $3 a vial, that's for the smallest community hospital in North Dakota that has 10 beds and the largest health system in the network. One price, everybody knows it. If we then have to go through a different distribution system that we promote to our members because they want the convenience, when it comes out the other end, if it's not $3 but $6, they know they pay $3 for that convenience and they can decide if that's worth the funds they're spending. We're going to have safety stocks for everything we put into the marketplace. It's one thing that if you looked at Hurricane Maria, the companies in Puerto Rico that did that came out better at the end. And of course, that's a costly insurance policy. Redundancy, safety stocks, all of this is an insurance policy that costs money. And then we're going to be very transparent on who manufactures the product and where it's manufactured. I've argued too long and for too often that the FDA should require people to put the manufacturing site and the country of origin on a label. And for many reasons, the agency hasn't pushed that forward. I'm tired of asking for help. We're going to do it ourselves. And hopefully my colleagues at other pharmaceutical companies will follow me, because it's clearly a way to add, people to say, oh, so-and-so got a warning letter, and it's in that plant. It makes my drug. I better be watching out for it, as Aaron talked about earlier. So the structure of Civica really is the validation that there's a true problem here, to me at least. So at Civica, we have 3 levels of membership. Governing members, they sit on our board of directors. We have 10 plus governing members. We'll have about 11 at the end of the day. Founding members, they don't sit on the board, but they sit on various advisory committees. Most importantly, our drug selection committee tells us what to do and when to do it. And partnering members, and that's an unlimited number of partnering members. And each of them have come together, right? So hospitals are very competitive. I live just outside of Jacksonville, Florida, and 4 of the health systems all have institutions there that they compete against, right? You have Baptist of Northeast Florida, you have Mayo Clinic, you have MD Anderson, and you have some Catholic health system clients there. So they're very competitive. But they came together to put the money in to start Civica. And if you think about it, it's a significant amount of money. Governing members give us a one-time donation of $10 million, then $5 million, and up to $1 million for partnering members. And guess what? Civica hasn't made a product yet. We've not delivered anything. We've given a promise and a business model, and they're willing to dump that much. That validates that there's a real problem out there. And with that, I'll just leave that slide up on the board, and we can move on.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Martin and Harsha, for bringing up a range of issues and factors related to not just sort of market entry and factors related to companies leaving the space, but also issues with healthy supply chain. So I'd like to turn to our reactants. I know you came with some prepared remarks. I'd also encourage you to also react to what you heard, not just with these presentations, but this morning as well, on factors that can affect the supply. So I'll turn to our, starting with our manufacturer representative, so Erez.
Thank you so much. My name is Erez. I'm representing Dr. Reddy's. Dr. Reddy's is one of the leading generic manufacturers and suppliers to the US market, and we are doing so for the last 30 years or so. We are proud of being very loyal suppliers to this market and committed to develop medicines and generic medicines on our mission to bring affordable health to hopefully billions of patients around the world, and for sure here in the United States. We do appreciate what shortage means to the entire system, to physicians, to pharmacists, to buyers, but most of all, of course, is to patients. And we do understand what is happening when you are on a drug and you cannot get it. And I do want to provide some insight, leverage our experience. I'm now 26 years in this industry and working here with the United States all this time, and wants to provide a little bit of an insight. How does it look like from our point of view? So when we need to take a decision of a product, we normally takes it about 5 up to 15 years before we actually launch the product. Now, on the list, I need to approve products for the years of 2032 and 2033, and this is just because of patent expirations. And naturally, there are many, many challenges that we need to deal with, whether it's about environment, where to make it, technology, what type of excipients, what type of API, quotas for environment, dealing with the laws. In most of the places, you need to get actually an approval from the relevant country to actually produce a product, etc. But the most important challenge is, after all these efforts, development, registrations, approval of the facilities, litigation, very expensive litigation normally with the innovator, you don't know if you're actually going to sell the products. We are in a hyper-competitive market in which actually the market is full of entrants that can provide, and naturally not normally only 3, sometimes less than that, can get actually into the market, and the rest will not. And naturally, we need to take a decision whether it's economic for us to continue or not to continue with the product, and to have a very, very, if you wish, efficient supply chain in the system. So we need to produce it in the most efficient manner. We need to have the most efficient API. And in the case that we are not getting the products or are not getting the quantities that we want, we need to take a call whether to continue or not to continue with the product. Once we got that clarity and we understand whether we are in a market or not, or in what way are we in a market, If there is a shortage, it's normally because it happens somewhere in the system. We get to know that when it's actually happening. And then to actually turn it around and to come with a solution takes time. There is actually takes time and takes money, as you need to either come up with a relevant solution, whether it's a new API or excipients or whatever is the relevant solution, or you need to recover from requirements of authorities, and naturally to apply it. And by the time that you actually creating all these efforts or doing all of this, you don't know if you're actually going to sell, because maybe this problem will go away or not. There is no guarantee that if you do that, you're actually going to sell it in the end of the day. And with that, there are certain things that we can mitigate naturally in order to do that. For example, to be back integrated with our own API, not to be dependent on others, because once you need it at the time of a shortage, normally it's not available for you. I'll just give you an example. Actually, from this morning, there is one of our suppliers of API that happened to be, because of shortages in China, he found himself alone in the market, and he said, you either buy now API for 6 years committed, or we are not going to sell to you. And we have now 2 months of supply on hand. Naturally, there are other alternatives for the market, but what is happening if this is not the case? And naturally, we understand that there is no guarantee that we'll be able to sell these 6 years. So this is just to share with you some of maybe a glimpse of the shortage from our point of view. Thank you for listening to me.
Thanks, Erez. Daniel?
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Daniel Motto. I'm responsible for the U.S. injectables business at Hikma Pharmaceuticals. I'd like to thank the FDA and the Duke Margolis Center for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you. So in my remarks, I'd like to share some of our experiences handling and responding to drug shortages, including some of the challenges we faced, as well as share a few recommendations for the future. To start, though, I'd like to tell you a little bit more about Hikma, and I think it'll help put our comments or my comments in perspective. So Hikma is not a well-known name, but we are a top 10 supplier, developer and supplier of generic medicines in the U.S. This year marks our 40th anniversary of supplying high-quality, affordable generics to patients around the world. We're particularly strong in the injectable segment. We're the 3rd largest supplier by volume, and we offer almost 100 different medications to our customers. Based on IQVIA data, we estimate that Hikma actually supplies approximately 1 out of every 6 generic injectable medicines used in U.S. hospitals today. In this position, I'm very proud of the role that we have played in bringing down drug prices, but also helping to alleviate many of the shortages that are the topic of discussion today. In the last 3 years, we've launched more than 20 products into shortage situations, and while Hikma is a for-profit company, we do consider it our moral obligation to do everything we can when a shortage does occur. I think everyone in the room is aware of the issues this year with the shortages in injectable opioid products. We heard many stories about physicians and hospitals having delayed surgeries, potentially patients who have been injured or terminally ill having to suffer, and all this just because they didn't have a $3 vial of medicine. So we absolutely want to be part of the solution. When we heard of this shortage, we did everything we could to increase our capacity. We made investments, we put employees on overtime, we added shifts, we paid employees to work the weekends to try to alleviate this shortage. And again, this was all for a product that we sell. I think actually these products we sell for closer to $2.50 a unit, so not expensive products. Given these experiences, there are a few things I want to highlight. We have many specific examples and recommendations. We'd love to share it at later times with the various stakeholders. But there's 3 things I've chosen today. The first request is really that the FDA fully leverage its existing discretion to streamline the regulatory process during shortages. While we've seen very good progress from the Office of Drug Shortages, we believe there's room for greater flexibility without jeopardizing patient safety. A good example of this, and a good example which I think has been and brought to light, is many of the shortages are in these older products, products that have been around for 20, 30 years. For us to re-enter the market, we need to add a new API source. We need to add a new manufacturing site. Right now, many of these routine changes can be classified as what's called a prior approval supplement, which can take upwards of 6 months for an approval. And if you think about it, this can be a lifetime for a patient or a hospital facing a shortage. If instead regulations enable these moderate changes to be classified as CBE 30s, the drug can be available to doctors in a fraction of the time. And this type of flexibility during shortage situations can really have a meaningful impact. A second area where we see further room for improvement is just simply in communication, both across government agencies, but also the two-way dialogue between the government agencies and the manufacturers. We greatly appreciate the notification from the Office of Drug Shortages when there's the potential for a shortage. We're very willing to make the investments. We're willing to buy extra inventory. We're willing to increase our inventory levels and shift capacity. But we need a continuous flow of information once these actions have been taken. An example where we struggle are in situations where we've made these investments and we've manufactured significant quantity of product only to then have it sit in our warehouse while unimproved products remain on the market. We certainly appreciate the need for these unimproved products during severe shortage situations. Obviously, the patient needs to come first, but they should be very short-term solutions. Allowing such extended periods of importation can be a disincentive for manufacturers like ourselves with FDA-approved products. We also see the opportunity for better alignment and coordination between agencies. A good recent example is during the opioid shortage this year. To address the shortage, we had to submit 7 separate quota requests for active ingredient purchasing. I recognize there are many complex issues around opioid products, but the reality is this year we were being asked by one agency to produce more product while faced hurdles with another agency tasked with reducing opioid production. The last area I want to highlight, and I think I'm very pleased to hear the increasing awareness of this issue, is around the economic incentives necessary for manufacturers to continue to produce certain essential medicines. I know this has been touched on by several of my colleagues, but I can't emphasize enough. I strongly believe it's one of the key underlying issues. I do believe in free market pricing, but my company is continuously faced with the simple fact that market prices do not support the cost of manufacturing some of these products. Our average selling price in the US, so this is average across our entire portfolio, is less than $3. As Harsha highlighted, most of us paid more for a cup of coffee than what we sell a life-saving medicine. Unfortunately, my company is faced with making very difficult decisions to withdraw products when the market is unwilling to accept a 5 or 10 cents increase on our pricing. And looking ahead, we're seeing more and more hurdles from federal and state reporting requirements and penalties for very modest price adjustments. All of these things add to the financial burden for our company. Instead, as a country, we should be encouraging the use and the sale of generics, not adding costs and creating policies that limit their viability. I recognize there's no one single solution to the pricing issue, but I do believe it is a key underlying driver of the shortages. These shortages will persist without adequate economic incentives for developers and manufacturers such as myself. At Hikma, we absolutely want to be part of the solution. We're committed to better health for our patients, and we welcome further discussion on how we can address these critical issues. There's a broad range of important actions that can be taken by the FDA and policymakers to help prevent future shortages. Today I've mentioned 3. It's the greater FDA flexibility, it's the better two-way communication, and improved economic incentives. Again, I welcome the discussion or further discussions on these topics, and I thank you for this opportunity today. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Daniel. Jessica?
My name is Jessica Satimi. I work for Patheon, which is now part of Thermo Fisher Scientific. Wanted to provide some clarity about contract manufacturing organizations and where we fit in the supply chain and therefore perhaps the overall solution for drug shortages. So a majority of contract manufacturing organizations are not license holders. We provide development, manufacturing, packaging, and logistics services to license holders, and so our ability to see forecasts or to predict shortages is often very limited based on the information that's shared with us from our clients. And so in terms of solutions of, say, direct sale, that's not really where manufacturers, contract manufacturers play in this space. And so again, we're part of that supply chain, but definitely not directly selling to hospital systems or group purchasing organizations, nor do a majority of us hold inventory for these products, although that's variable based on kind of business process. I do think that there's opportunity. However, as a contract manufacturer, Patheon provides API, both small and large molecule, as well as fill finish for steriles, oral solid dose, soft gels. We do packaging, we do logistics, and so we have nodes in every part of the very complex supply chain, and we think that there are opportunities along the simplification of these supply chains for some of these sterile injectables, the generics that are on the shortage today, that could alleviate some of the complexity and certainly the reaction time if a drug does go into shortage. That being said, there are some opportunities and some restrictions in terms of transfers. So an idea has come forth several times about, if there's a quality issue, can we just manufacture the product somewhere else? Well, these transfers take time. You're looking at minimum of 12 months, and that's fast. A lot of these drugs are controlled. A lot of them are complex. That can take upwards of 2 to 3 years to do a transfer. Obviously, that takes a lot of time and is probably not the best solution in terms of ramping up for a drug shortage situation. There may be opportunities there with the FDA and with other regulatory bodies to shorten that timeline, because a lot of that's due to stability and sterility testing, as was already mentioned, or to have some pre-approved facilities for certain types of injectables that would allow for a quicker ramp up of production if necessary. We do believe that there is adequate capacity out there, both within biopharma and within contract manufacturing organizations, to take on some of these shortages. But again, our mode is down the supply chain quite a bit. And so control of this and the ability to react is very licensee kind of holder directed. But I do believe that there is a complete supply chain solution that can be worked out, but it's going to require that complete supply chain as well as the economic factors that have already been talked through.
Thanks, Jessica. We'll turn to John.
First of all, thank you very much for including us. I'm with the Bulk Pharmaceuticals Task Force at SOCMA. We largely are API manufacturers, excipient manufacturers. One of the key issues that we've had from day one has been the safety of the supply chain, and that's probably the paramount aspect of it, because what we manufacture, we don't sell to the hospitals, we sell them to ANDA holders, for instance, who have actually made the application. We're manufacturing the APIs and selling it within the industry. So there are a couple of aspects of what we've been talking about today. There's one part of it I think we haven't talked about at all, and I want to bring it up. And it has to do with the aspect of raw materials. Because when we talk about manufacturing, we probably all of you in the audience have a fairly good idea about what we're talking about, manufacturing of pharmaceuticals. There's an API, there's an excipient, there's a finished dosage that has to be put together, or injectables that have to be, vials have to be filled. We get that. But there's a starting point, and that starting point is the chemicals. We don't have much interaction with the chemical industry. The specialty and fine chemical manufacturers, when we go to manufacture an API and we need a specific chemical as a starting material, we have the same problems on that end as others do within the industry when it comes to availability of APIs. If we don't have the starting materials to manufacture the API or the intermediates that are part of the process, then we have the same kind of problem that we do whether we're short on the pharmaceutical because of a manufacturing issue or a regulatory issue. So there are many drivers that are part of this. And the chemical industry has similar features that the pharmaceutical industry does. And one of them is it's an industry that is rife with mergers and acquisitions. We see that all the time. Companies come into existence. Some of them get sold. Business lines get sold. When a business line gets sold that was manufacturing a raw material that is used in the manufacture of an API, now you have one less supplier, just as if you would have one less supplier of an API. So there's that aspect of it that we really haven't talked too much about. So let's say we're able to find a new supplier of an of a specialty chemical. There may only be a few manufacturers in the world of these specialty chemicals that are needed in the manufacture of some of the APIs. Well, that's the same problem we have with the shortage of APIs themselves. So when we do identify, for instance, if we have a supply of raw materials coming into the plant, and that manufacturer is no longer in existence because their business unit has been sold, or they've been acquired, or they simply go out of business, we have to find a new supplier. Finding a new supplier, getting them qualified, getting them, making new batches. One of the suggestions I heard before was about, we've got to make 3 batches. Well, the amount of API that might be made by that manufacturer might only be 1 batch a year to begin with. So now we're going to sit on 3 batches of material that may not have the stability to be able to put on the shelf that we can hold it so that at some point we can sell the material. So not only is there a large capital investment with manufacturers of APIs, there's also the aspect of what can be stored, what can we use, what needs to be used right away, sold right away, and what we can put on the shelf. So there's always that tug on the system. So the other aspect of it is that we have to remember that a lot of the specialty chemicals that go into these products, they are also made in small batches. They may not be a continuous manufacturing operation. They're not sulfuric acid where you're making 10 million pounds a year. They might be a product that might only be a couple of kilos a year. So that becomes a challenge to find a new supplier if you're short on raw materials. Now, as I mentioned, the suppliers, they can come and go very easily in the chemical business. And it's not unusual for the lead time in finding a new supplier to be lengthy. And not only once you identify the supplier, you've got the regulatory challenge of getting them into the system. ANDAs need to be changed. DMFs need to be changed. There are regulatory reviews that need to be conducted. So while we may now have availability, there may be a long lead time to actually get back into production on the API side. I won't beat to death too much some of the things we've already heard today because we're kind of all on the same page here. I think we're seeing where some of the challenges are. But I did want to offer a couple of suggestions about where we go from here. Certainly the regulatory side of things. If perhaps we could somehow identify those drugs that are highest priority, whether it's based on outcomes, whether it's based on, in some cases, national security. I know of a case specifically, for instance, when the Hart Senate office building was contaminated with anthrax. All of the workers who cleaned that building up had to be on Cipro. At that time, the only manufacturer of Cipro was one manufacturer in China. Now, if China was the attacker, what would be the incentive for them to now give us the API to help our workers? So we've got to look at some of these not only from outcomes, but national security as well. So there are a couple of things that we really haven't talked about yet that probably should be included. I think that it's not unreasonable to ask the federal government to subsidize the manufacture of some of those more critical substances, those more critical APIs. I think it's becoming less and less of a problem of where they're manufactured because the FDA now has a much greater presence around the world of inspection of facilities and reviewing the science and what's going on in each of these places. So, there's no reason why we can't expedite reviews whenever there's a regulatory change that needs to be made. Anything that's done on paper, in my mind, really, FDA should be looking at how they can actually attack it all at once and make it happen, not take 4 years or 2 years or 8 to 10 months, which is where we're really trying to get to on generic drugs, that there's no reason why we can't hit it hard and hit it fast. One of the suggestions I think a commissioner made recently, I will stop shortly. One the commissioner made about applications being one application that would be accepted worldwide, I think is something we should definitely be considering. If we're going to look at mutual recognition agreements where we allow inspectors to go worldwide and accept inspections of a facility in multiple jurisdictions, I think that's certainly helpful as well. So I'll leave that there for others.
Okay, thanks, John. Lee?
Sure, thank you. So my name is Lee Rosenbush. I'm the chairman of the Outsourcing Facility Association. I know I've got a little bit of baby face. I've been doing this for about 20 years at this point. For those who haven't met me, I'm actually a pharmacist by training. I'm a PharmD, registered pharmacist in multiple states, a JD, an MBA, and a master's in finance. So I come at this from a whole lot of different angles. Overall, I'm pretty blunt. I know I'm a Washington, D.C. attorney, but I can tell you I'm a country boy at heart, and I'm a country pharmacist. And so I look at it from a whole different angle than sort of the folks who are up here right now. To give you an idea, I actually have multiple members in this room right now who have drug shortage drugs made, gone through extended shelf lives on their shelves, who cannot distribute them out to the pharmacist or to the hospital aspects of it. In fact, I have somebody in this room right now who has tens of thousands of vials of sodium bicarbonate with an extended buds date. Ultimately, some of the issues that we have run into relates to the exclusivity and provisions in some of these contracts. So, to give you an idea, whether it be from the API side, for example, right? You've heard from a misperception about some of us from the outsourcing facility, the 503B side. We are held to 21 CFR 210 and 211. In fact, the FDA has testified such in sworn testimony in Arkansas in some of the bankruptcy cases involving Cantrell. When we try and go through that process in order to validate some of our API suppliers, we run into some of the exclusivity contracts that some of the drug manufacturers have. So one of the things that we would love to be able to see is transparency, both from a drug manufacturing perspective as well as from an API side. And in fact, I would tell you the FDA has actually taken some of that action already. There was an August 2018 warning letter that came out against an API supplier who supplies to the 503Bs. Inside that warning letter, what did they state? It was that in this case, the people who were supplying the powder, the API drug, didn't provide the COA and the manufacturer who was providing that API. And so if the API suppliers are going to be held to the 503B side, we would love the transparency on the manufacturing side. So some of you may be saying, well, why does that matter? You've heard multiple times here that drug manufacturers will say it's the financial, the economics perspectives of why they can't make a drug. That doesn't mean the API is not available. Us as 503Bs would love to be able to step in that shoe and make that product. We can do so at a cheaper price, I'm not gonna lie. The problem is if we're gonna be held to some of these standards, we need to know who that manufacturer is and what their COA standards would be. And it doesn't matter which, if you're making from bulk or you're making from sterile. Many of the times when you're trying to get that product, for example, if I'm buying that finished product from a manufacturer, a COA is not available, or the manufacturer won't provide that COA. And so we'd like to see those same transparency standards applied across the board. The second thing I would tell you is that we as an organization, as well as many of our members, have been held to a misperception that we are here to be combative with pharma. The last thing that we would tell you that we want to be is combative. We want to be complementary. I, as an organization, can tell you most of my members aren't going to be able to make the millions to billions of units that are put forward. We can make tens to hundreds of thousands of units, which can come in very much in handy during a drug shortage. But we're not here to be combative with pharma. I understand some in the 503B area have been painted that way. And I understand there are some bad painters and there are some bad members. As an association, we represent over 40 of the 50, in this case, organizations who are registered as 503Bs. We have a policing mechanism. I have members who have been members that we have thrown out. And so we understand that there are people in our association, as an association as 503Bs, who may be that way. But again, we do not want to be combative. We want to be complementary. And in that perspective, as we work forward, moving with many of you, we would love to be able to help with some of these drug shortages. The problem that we have, as was mentioned by Michael earlier from ASHP, is we do have to raise some of our prices when the initial product comes out. The reason being is, just like pharma, we have to do testing and development. You have to come up with a formulation. And so our initial product may not be $3, it may be $4 or $5 when a $3 product is available, but we also have to cover some of that R&D cost. But I guarantee you, as was said many of times here, as you have more market share and as more people come into that market, you have more people who are supplying product, those prices are gonna come down. Now, one of the things that I wanted to mention, you've heard pricing come up multiple times, and we as an association understand that completely. I just wanted to read something very quickly, so to give you an idea of what some of the modest pricing may be that you have seen. Now, this doesn't come from the OFA, for fair transparency. It says, quote, investigators from the Cleveland Clinic report the wholesale acquisition costs, WAC for those who don't know the pricing, of nitroprusside, for example, per 50 milligrams rose from $27.46 in 2012 to $880.88 in 2015. That's a 3,000% increase. Keeps going. While the price of isoproterenol per milligram increased from $26.20 to $1,790.11. That's a 7,000% increase. We can keep going. There's a JAMA article out there for those who've read my specific comments to the FDA related to vasopressin and endo. Again, that's over a 3,000% increase in drugs. I'm happy to provide that information out. We keep track of that as an association as what price increases go on to. Obviously not for our members. We obviously don't talk about member pricing for obvious reasons, but we do keep track of what shortage drugs go on and what ultimately is going on with some of this for the cyclical reasons that was just mentioned. The other side that I would tell you is you've heard multiple times that there needs to be certain different regulatory standards or regulatory changes that need to occur. It's interesting because one of the solutions are 503Bs. And I say that because there doesn't need to be a regulatory change associated with this. It doesn't matter what you think about 503Bs or outsourcing facilities. It doesn't matter whether you think we should be able to compound from sterile or from bulk. There is an exception inside of the DQSA for shortage drugs. Congress has already addressed that. From an operations and productions perspective, as I've told you, we have members here who have thousands of vials of drug shortage drugs currently available. So the operations and productions already happen without any regulatory changes whatsoever. Our issues become on the distribution side, on the back end. It's the exclusivity contracts that prevent hospitals, for example, who face rebates and discount incentives or disincentives to buy from outside of, for example, GPO-based contracts. And I know from an association, we've had conversations with the FDA, we've also had conversations with others that can talk about some of those exclusivity provisions related to what a rebate discount ultimately means and purchasing outside of that GPO contract. But I can tell you, painting it in different issues is saying that we're unsafe when we're held to the same standards as mentioned by sworn testimony from the FDA, or some of the other aspects behind this. We can meet those standards, we can provide those drugs, and as I mentioned, they're available here today from some of our members.
Okay, great. I'd like to thank all of our speakers and panelists for some great comments. We will reserve some time at the end of this session to get to all of your comments and questions to the extent that we have time. But I do have a few questions to the panel as a whole. And Lee, picking up on something that you mentioned about transparency, more in the context of exclusivity provisions and contracts. Harsher, you also mentioned in one of your recommendations of this sort of increased transparency. And I'd like to get the panel's thoughts on, transparency does keep coming up. What should be more transparent, and is this possible? Why aren't we making progress in this topic of transparency?
I'll kick us off. I think API, I don't see them in this room, but anybody who's bought API knows there's actually a bunch of middlemen that connect you with API, because API is remarkably hard to find, because it's actually an industry that's not tightly consolidated. There's consolidation by drug, but not huge consolidation outside of Teva, not huge consolidation with these massive players. What that means is it's very difficult to know all the players out there that can supply a specific API. And as a result, anybody that's able to get that information uses that information to create structural boundaries. Those boundaries may be to titrate the specifications so other API manufacturers can't meet it, or to have multiple exclusive contracts. I think if we simply know who all the API suppliers out there are, it becomes really easy to monitor who's tied up and how many are tied up by a single manufacturer. The issue right now is we don't know how many guys there are out there as a market.
Okay. Lee?
Sure. So I would tell you it's two different areas from the transparency side. First being from the manufacturing side. As we talked about before, if we knew who the manufacturer was or who could buy that API from, we'd be much more able to be able to address this. The perfect example is
a lot of our members will watch the ASHP list. Reason being is ASHP will come out with a drug shortage perspective and they will say there's a drug that's going to happen to be, because the ASHP list, no offense to the agency, is quicker than, and recognizes more shortages quicker than. And so we can see a drug that's coming. Unfortunately, right, we may not know who the API suppliers of those are, and we have to go out and do some of that validation aspects associated with that. If we knew who some of these transparency and who the API suppliers were, we could take that ASHP list, go to those API suppliers, and start that process so when it does hit the drug shortage list, we're ready to run.
Great. I'd also like to dig in a little bit about differentiation, market differentiation among manufacturers. And we heard a lot about the sort of cyclical nature, really good examples of extreme prices, good examples of too low prices and how that is affected. And so, you know, Harsha, you opened up with this, you know, Buy American is one sort of thing that maybe can appeal to purchasers potentially. But also, we heard a lot earlier this morning about quality, manufacturing quality, manufacturing efficiency, things that would tend to decrease the likelihood of a shortage. How can manufacturers better differentiate themselves potentially, and I'd like to get manufacturers' responses too, on this? Is it possible to measure? How can this be differentiated?
I think it's actually this is a two-sided coin. We said something much earlier in the discussion about 80% conversion within 2 years to generics, and that drives costs down in the system substantially. That only exists because the FDA has done a really good job of driving a common quality bar so that the market believes that the generic is as high quality as the innovator. Now we have to be very careful to maintain that, because if we lose that, we'll actually lose generic conversion, which is the largest single cost saving element of the market. Now, having said that, and so we have, whatever I say, we have to manage for gaming that. Having said that, I think within the generic market, we can solve for how dispersed is your supply chain? Are you making it yourself? Do you have redundant capacity across redundant sites? And how are you managing for your API? That last one being probably the most complicated, because if you say you have to have your own API, most people have API produced somewhere in India or China, and it's sort of paper ownership. And so you've got to manage for that last one carefully. But those 4 elements, which is how short is your supply chain, how much of it you control, how redundant are you, and do you control API, for me, those would do it.
Those would do it if that was communicated more to purchasers.
That's right.
Any other comments maybe from the manufacturer's perspective?
Yeah, I fully agree with you. And for us as a policy, and this is the best way, by the way, to manage cost, service, quality, safety, etc., is actually to control from the key starting material. So even not the API, it's sometimes way steps before. There are certain APIs that it takes actually from anything from 5 to 50 different chemical steps. So you actually want to control those from the key starting material all the way to the ANDA. If you do that, at least you have a good control of your destiny.
I do want to comment. I think this is an area we disagree, and I think Harsha knows that, is this Buy American. I mean, as a company, we strategically believe it's important to have some U.S. manufacturing, but I can assure you that just having U.S. manufacturing does not guarantee you quality or reliability of supply. I've seen many facilities elsewhere in the world that are a heck of a lot better than facilities here in the U.S., so I think we need to be careful about making that.
With the most important point being responsiveness and ability to quickly react to pending shortages.
And with the right policies and culture, you can get that same responsiveness elsewhere. So again, just a point of disagreement here, but it's more around making sure you have the flexibility in manufacturing, the high quality, and the right company culture to supply products consistently.
Great. Martin, your perspective?
Yeah, so I'm going to disagree with my colleague. So yes, the FDA creates a bar, but that bar is the minimum to get into the game. And like every industry, you have people who exceed the bar and people who strive just to hit the minimum. And it doesn't mean generic versus branded, because that happens in both the branded industry and the generic. There are great companies in the branded industry and not so great companies. Same in the generic space. It's not US based or foreign based, because I can find just as many unethical players running around branded companies made in the United States. Because it's the minimum bar, and it's about the only product you purchase as a consumer where you don't know the difference between quality, you cannot make an informed decision. And I am always said, when the consumer can make an informed decision, it drives competition in the right direction, and everybody increases their game, or they go out of business. So I fully support the FDA's efforts to go do something around quality metrics and to publish those. And not only I, but a gentleman by the name of Dr. Ridley at Duke University is doing a lot of work in this space. And before I left the industry in retirement, I did a lot of work around quality metrics and developing a pharmaceutical scorecard. I've turned all that work over to Dr. Ridley, and he has a team going on this full time. So it's, I think something's coming.
Yeah. Lee?
And Mark, actually, I totally agree with that. From a transparency perspective, from the quality side, we would encourage the FDA to continue to push those quality metrics. A great example is on the 503B side. If you look at the FDA's compounding website right now, they list by company all the different actions that have occurred against us. We would encourage the same type of actions for manufacturers as well.
Okay. Great. So we have about 9 or 10 minutes left for this session. So question over here on the side. Just state your name and organization. Thanks.
My name is Bill Swire, Executive Director of a pro bono group called Physicians Against Drug Shortages. Our website is www.physiciansagainstdrugshortages.com. We have about 140 members of mostly very angry doctors, anesthesiologists, oncologists, emergency physicians, infectious disease, the whole gamut, who, after learning what the real root cause is, are not just angry, they are outraged. I've been following this issue now for 7 years. I've written op-eds for the New York Times, most recently the Wall Street Journal. I have a deep, long-standing familiarity with the anti-competitive practices of hospital group purchasing organizations. And what I'm hearing today just makes my blood boil. Fortunately, I have good insurance, and lisinopril is not in short supply as far as I know. What I've been hearing today is just a regurgitation of these forums that have taken place over the last, since around 2010. Only the graphics have changed, okay? The people who really know what the story is here are just not speaking up, but we're not afraid to speak up. Listening to these folks today, one would get the sense that somehow the shortages of these medications are among the great unsolved mysteries of the universe. They're not. This is a very simple matter. It's about money, okay? Let me just, since I wasn't allowed or invited to submit slides, made up some of my own. It's a get out of jail free card, okay? In 1987, Congress, in its infinite wisdom, enacted a statute called the 1987 Medicare Anti-Kickback Safe Harbor for Group Purchasing Organizations. What that did was to exempt GPOs from criminal prosecution for taking kickbacks from suppliers, including drug makers. For 80 years, group purchasing organizations had been saving hospitals money by operating on a co-op basis and buying drugs, supplies, Band-Aids, devices in bulk. The first one started down the street from me in Manhattan. It was called at Bellevue Hospital. Worked fine for 80 years. And then GPO lobbyists persuaded Congress that somehow they could save more money if the vendors paid the fees. So what this did, it turned into a pay-to-play scheme where basically GPOs, instead of being the servants of hospitals, they became the servants of vendors. They sell market share. Interesting thing about this, they say this themselves, okay? You can go to our website. Most of what I know comes right out of their own mouths. So basically, this turned into a scheme for unlimited kickbacks, rebates, prebates, payola, golf junkets, sharebacks. The reason the hospitals go along with this is because they get sharebacks as a percentage of the kickbacks paid by the vendors to the GPOs. They've said this, okay? There's a fix. It's called, in 2005, former Senators Cole and DeWine, who conducted 4 Senate antitrust hearings on the anti-kickback, on the anti-competitive practices and self-dealing and conflicts of interest and rebates, and that kept better, safer, cheaper medical devices out of the marketplace. This was well before drug shortages were even on the radar screen. And they introduced this bill to repeal the safe harbor and restore an open, competitive marketplace. Okay? Now,
So let me just interrupt you. I really appreciate your comments. This is great. We do have a few additional comments that I want to get to before the end of the session.
I came down here at my own expense. I'm going to finish.
Well, let me just remind you that we also have a session at the end of the day.
What's that?
We also have a session at the end of the day.
No, this is
focused
just
on
so.
public
Let me
comment.
just read you a statement. This is an article in Associated Press, July 12th, in which reporting on the FDA's more aggressively tackling disruptive drug shortages by setting up a drug shortage task force. And the reporter is interviewed Dr. Gottlieb, Commissioner Gottlieb, for this. And she says, a key issue, he said, is that generic drug makers increasingly are squeezed by middlemen. Hospital group purchasing organizations and prescription benefit managers, paying them at rates barely above their production costs or even less. Okay, now you might think here that, gee, they're trying to get the best deal for hospitals. That's not true. What's going on here, you go to another set of documents, and people send me stuff in plain brown envelopes because they know about my interest in this issue. We talk about transparency here. I have documents from a company called Benvenue. At the first Senate Antitrust Subcommittee hearing in 2002, the United States Senate, Senator Cole and DeWine, requested reports from Novation, which is now Vizient, the largest GPO, which Aaron Fox is associated with, on their excess fees. This was all very confidential. And as far as I know, this is probably the only documentation on the fees that GPOs extort. And I use that term, I don't use that term loosely, but that's what's going on here. They submitted a report that showed that, and this is dated because the GPOs have done, and many of them are represented here, have done a very good job of making sure that this information never gets public. But they were forced by the subcommittee to reveal this. And what we have here shows that in 1998, and again, it's dated, but this is all we got, but it shows exactly what's going on. Novation was extorting 56.25% of the total annual revenue from Benvenue for diltiazem. I didn't know how to pronounce it until some of my doctors corrected me. And that drug is in short supply. So basically, and then we have an inspection report that the FDA inspectors did in 2011.
I do appreciate your comments. I want to be fair to the other people who
No,
want to get
I'm going to finish,
just a
my
brief
friend.
comment. Can you
I'm
be
going
brief?
to finish. I know you don't want to hear what I'm saying.
I do, but I just want to be brief
No.
and make sure that we have time for the other people.
They
who
can
have
talk
comments.
later. I have an
We do have a
inspection
session,
report
a public
here.
comment session at the end of the
I have an inspection report here from Benvenue in which the FDA inspectors went into Benvenue and they found a 10-gallon bucket of urine, okay? And they were forced to, they got a 483 and they were forced to shut that company down, or as they say, voluntarily shut down. When they shut down, they were one of the sole providers, manufacturers of the generic chemotherapy drugs that Dr. Unguru here is talking about. After they were forced to shut down because they couldn't afford to maintain their plant and equipment, methotrexate and all these drugs suddenly went into short supply worldwide. So I'll add and I also should add that this has been known for years. The GAO did a report in February 10th, 2014, mandated by Congress, in which they reported that GPOs are the underlying cause, or a key underlying cause of this problem. And the only solution to this problem is to restore open competitive markets, free market competition, by eliminating the kickbacks, the bribes, the rebates, the payola. And that's what has to happen.
Okay, appreciate the comments. I know we had a quick question over here. If I would like to get your question, but Yoram, do you have something, a brief comment?
I forgot one thing.
No, please.
There's an article just came out in Detroit Business Magazine, Medical Monopoly. Okay, it'll go online in about a week. There's a bunch of other articles in the works. This is going to be on prime time television. I'm working with the producer next year. So it's all going to come out. And there's going to be a lot of people that have disseminated this false narrative that somehow this is all complex and multifactorial. It is not.
Great. Thank you. Look forward to that coming out. Thanks for your comment. Yoram?
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. Just more of an observation rather than a question, something to consider for the group that's currently up there as well as the rest of the audience. This is complicated. I would ask that a few, to my mind, relatively obvious things be kept in mind. I understand that this is a business and that the panelists have shareholders who they're responsible for. As a clinician, when I hear our customers, I understand what that means, but I would ask you at the same time to keep in mind your customers or clients are also patients. I would ask the group to keep in mind also that this is largely a US problem. It's not to say that shortages don't happen elsewhere. I don't need to tell anybody. We'll hear from our Canadian colleagues as well. But we own this problem. And the last thing I would say is, again, putting on my bioethics hat, sorry, ivory tower, this is not a cup of coffee, okay? It trivializes, it minimizes. These are life-saving medications for which there are often no alternatives. And again, thank you all for your comments.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Yoram. Also, thanks to our panelists and presenters. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll come back exactly at 1:30 for the next session. There are several restaurants close by, and if you'd like a list of the nearest restaurants, we have a list at the registration table. Thank you, and see you again at 1:30.
Thank you.
lunch. During our fifth session, we're going to continue the discussion of what some of the economic and environmental and other sort of challenges that we've seen that have given rise to the issues with drug shortages. Prior to the lunch, we talked about the supply side. Now we're going to turn to moving more downstream in the supply chain to the purchasing, contracting, and importantly, as we've heard, price issues that are at play between and among the contracts between and among manufacturers, wholesalers, health systems, and payer groups. For this particular session, we have a few panelists who have brought slides to share, so we're going to begin with broader perspectives from our GPO and wholesaler colleagues, then hear more specific examples from the manufacturers. I might challenge all of our panelists also reflect what you've heard earlier this morning and anything that you'd like to respond to. And then we'll close with thoughts from our payer and health system representatives. So come on up, join me up here on the stage. Blair Child, Senior Vice President of Public Affairs at Premier. Heather Zank, Senior Vice President, Replenishment and Manufacturing Operations at Amerisource Bergen Corp. Marcy McClintock Coates, Head of Global Policy at Mylan. And Navin Katal, General Manager of Pfizer Injectables at Pfizer. Estee Green, Vice President, Pharmacy Programs, Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Carolina. And James Martilla, Senior Director of Pharmaceutical Contracting and Formulary Management at the Mayo Clinic. So we'll kick off with Blair, some opening comments.
Thanks, Greg. Let me find the right slides here. Okay. So let me begin with just a quick overview of Premier. We are an organization that is principally owned and work closely with hospitals and health systems to improve quality and reduce cost in healthcare. We also aggregate about $60 billion in supply chain spend. And while we work principally with the health systems, we also work closely with manufacturers and distributors, as well as with government. So we provide a unique perspective on what's going on in the supply chain. And we have been working intensively on this issue of drug shortages since 2010. Because frankly, obviously it impacts our owners and members, but it also means that if there's drug shortages, we have no business. So it does impact us economically, getting back to the earlier discussions. So our goal overall is to eradicate drug shortages. And this has been, and as I said, we've been working very hard at this for 8 years. And it's been a very intractable problem. We are beginning to see some progress, but we are also have some very exciting opportunities that we're working on right now. Some new partnerships with manufacturers that I think will help us address the shortages in a different and new way. So some very exciting opportunities there. We've also been doing a number of other things to try to address drug shortages overall. We created an allocation system that we employ with our members when there's a drug shortage. We also inspect 503B facilities. We actually currently fully supply our members with drugs that are on the FDA drug shortage list, 59 SKUs that we currently provide. And we also multi-source many of our products because of the issue of consolidation in the manufacturing sector, and as well as with the GPO and wholesaler side of the equation. So when we analyzed, what we did for this presentation here is we analyzed shortages over the past 8 years. And we looked at them very closely and looked at what the root causes of each of those shortages were. And we have put together some points about where these shortages occurred, what caused them. We summarize our key points here, which is we think that the sustainable solutions really have to address drug shortages from the standpoint of the time and cost barriers to market entry. So let me just skip to this here. So when I start going through the causes of different drug shortages, I'll just highlight what these are, give some examples, and then go to the solutions. I would just say that we have very complete information on these slides. I would Encourage you to take a look at these after the presentation. They're not available, obviously, here, and I'm going to kind of skip over a number of the slides. But the first cause of shortages, which has a number of different permutations, essentially comes down to one, a manufacturer reduces or undercuts the market price. It's generally on a high demand product. Two, three, it's so as to secure market share and drive competitors from the market. And four, it takes advantages of the barriers to entry into the market to restore the lost margin. There's been numerous examples of this. Piperacillin tazobactam, axicillin, ampicillin, sulbactam are just some of them. There's also been other instances where overseas manufacturers have come in and undercut the market. Another example of this pricing phenomena has also been with DESI drugs. There was a discussion about this earlier, but there's roughly 3,000 or so older drugs that are that do not have the same safety and efficacy studies as drugs introduced after 1962. So as to incentivize manufacturers to conduct studies on these drugs, FDA established a policy that requires other manufacturers to exit the market when a manufacturer goes through the expensive process of completing a new drug application. These older drugs are a major problem area, a source of the problems, and in many cases they're very low prices, and then when there's a manufacturer that enters the market and others are excluded from the market, the prices can go up dramatically. A third cause of shortages that has been widely documented is manufacturing production quality issues that have arisen and cause a sudden or significant loss of production needed to meet market demand. This has ranged from recent market disruptions in the availability of C2 pain management products as well as local anesthetics. Another precipitating problem has been disruption of API suppliers, which was mentioned earlier, or similarly a change in API requirements. Examples of this has been an API impurity, which led to the recall of valsartan, and an update of the USP monograph, which precipitated a shortage of potassium chloride. Finally, we also identified other factors that magnify the impact of drug shortages, specifically the gray market, in which some players in the system, one, buy up large quantities of products in the market, then two, significantly hike up the market prices, and three, resell the products to hospitals. Because we have this program where we are making drugs available that are on the drug shortage list, we have seen some of these drugs get picked up by this gray market overall, and we have seen prices increase 300 to 1,600% for those drugs. Another outgrowth and factor that impacts drug shortages and continues their existence in the marketplace is hoarding. It's understandable, but it does obviously exist, and it's a byproduct of providers learning about the shortages. It leads to return and unused products in lieu of being used in patient care. So, as I mentioned, we have a lot of detail in these slides. I encourage you to take a look at these overall. So, when we then put together all of the different recommended solutions, and I'm going to highlight some of them, I sort of grouped them into three major categories, and virtually all of our recommendations kind of fall into these categories. And they're on this slide that you can see there. On our proposals to address the time and financial barriers to market entry, that we recommend greater flexibility, which was discussed on one of the earlier panels here, greater flexibility in use of expedited parallel processing by FDA to speed review and inspection of manufacturers with newly submitted ANDAs or, in some cases, NDAs for drugs in shortage as well as for active pharmaceutical ingredients. Two, development of a mechanism to both reduce a manufacturer's GDUFA fees and incent getting a new ANDA or NDA to market. fix the loophole in the competitive generic therapy pathway so that a manufacturer that is first with an ANDA and first to market with a drug shortage product is guaranteed 6-month exclusivity. Create incentives to encourage onshore manufacturing of API and raw materials. Refine the unapproved DESI drugs compliance policy initiative to permit the use of real-world evidence to demonstrate efficacy, and streamline and simplify the filing requirements for DESI drugs. Our proposals for the second point is about empowering FDA with greater information and insight and authority. This has been alluded to in a number of different presentations, but we would like to see a requirement on manufacturers to provide FDA with more information on API sources, production locations, as well as information on the duration of an expected shortage. This will help protect against decisions that by FDA with unintended consequences, such as shutting down a manufacturer or API production, or understanding potential disruptions from natural catastrophes. Secondly, to the extent possible, FDA should inform the market based on the information that they glean from this about the scope and magnitude of the shortage. And 3, establish a drug shortage point person, most likely housed at FDA, to improve cross-agency coordination on drug shortage issues among HHS, DEA, FEMA, VA, CMS, DOD, and other stakeholders. This has also been suggested by others. And then finally, on our proposals to address supply chain issues that increase or perpetuate a shortage, they include timely implementation of the Drug Supply Chain Security Act track and trace requirements, require national wholesalers to implement checks and balance systems for shortage drugs similar to suspicious order monitoring requirements for controlled substances so as to identify potential diversions of shortage drugs to the gray market. And finally, promote the reporting of gray market offers to hospitals to the FDA Office of Criminal Investigations and impose CMPs on these entities and share these reported incidences with the FTC. That concludes my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Blair. Heather?
Thanks, everybody. My name is Heather Zink. I'm with AmerisourceBergen. Pharmacist by schooling, so don't take that against me or for those clinicians in the room. Got your back. With that said, sticking kind of with the theme of some oversight here, I won't reiterate a lot of the topics that were already covered as to the reasons. I will say, though, that we at AmerisourceBergen, we sit in the middle of the supply chain. So we receive from manufacturers, typically in full case or pallet quantities. We then break that down to a unit level and ship to health systems, retail locations, any location in the United States that has the capability to legally receive pharmaceuticals in the market. So we have a unique vantage point being in kind of the middle of the supply chain here. So we're going to share some data about what we're actually seeing. One topic that I do think we wanted to discuss ahead of time that hasn't been specifically hit upon has been, I know we've all talked about the economics changing for the generic manufacturers and why price point is one of the major concerns here in driving a lot of these, the drug shortages. One of the ones that hasn't been touched on yet to date has been the generic cliff. So what we called it is, I think years ago, again, I think someone mentioned, I always say I started when I was 10, but with that said, I think, back in 2010, 2008, we had large generic launches. We had large brand name molecules that went generic, particularly in the solid tablet dosage phase. We don't have those types of large launches anymore. And that was one of the ways that a generic manufacturer became viable from an economic point of view. So without that economic, and thank you for nodding, without that economic incentive, they've been scrutinized more so with what's happening in their economic portfolio. So going forward with a few other facts that, like I said, I won't call attention to all of these. We are seeing irregular buying patterns. So in the event that we do see something go on shortage, we are seeing entities be very savvy and quick to snap up as much as they can. I'll go into a little bit later what AmerisourceBergen or what wholesalers have the ability to do, so we don't have an unfair advantage. I think one of the other things that we hear frequently, and I'll say this in Heather terms, I have 5 cookies. I have 100 people that want those cookies. No matter how I splice and dice or set up a system for allocation, as mentioned, or other types of product allocation, we're never going to please everyone. So every entity thinks that somehow my algorithm or whatever I designed is not fair to them. And they're absolutely right, because I just don't have enough product to service the market. So what we will go into are some pretty hard facts here. This is for all generic product that we currently have. On average, I have 33% on back order at this point in time. So what that means is if I order 100 units, I'm only getting 30 to 35 of those units. This is dollars that we're talking in, and I'll say I think why you see the little drawdown at the end. I know all day we've been talking specifically about generic injectables that are the older products that are just as, if you will, easy to produce, as we've been saying, but have been this long sore spot for the industry. But we're seeing it across the board in generics. It is not just attuned and attested to the generic injectables. That is the more acute market where we're feeling it the most. But we have significant fears that the way the economics are going for the generic market, solid tablet doses are right behind this as a potential concern for the market. The reason that you see a drop-off at the end where I think we tend to get overly excitable that this may happen, I think we're going to continue to look at trends. Some of the reason we're seeing that trend go down is because we're having manufacturers either deliver less frequently or tell us, thank you, I understand your demand is 200,000 units. I can ship you 50,000. Can you please just order 50,000? We're seeing the same thing. So this graph just represents the generic injectable products. And what is a bit horrifying is this is the service level that we have to provide to our health system. So Erin and her colleagues are feeling this every day. All of the physicians in the room, this is an emotional issue. We have a dedicated team of drug shortage market analysis team that every day are fielding calls from healthcare professionals, patient care advocates that are either in tears, nearly in tears, or very angry about the fact they cannot obtain the amount of product to, if you will, do a procedure, have a patient have a positive outcome. So we're feeling this, and these are facts and data right out of our system. A few other things just as cleanup here for what we're seeing. A lot of it is we get asked, and this is data that we show to our partners that are our customers, which would be pharmacies, health systems. What can we do? So we can try to massage some of this. We can daily review what they're out of. We can set up systems that we have that allocate effectively to the broadest amount of customer base that we can get product to. But when we saw a 432% increase from April of 17 to September of this year in the dollar amount of generic back orders. We have seen service levels from injectable range from 60%, which means 60% of what a health system or a pharmacy is ordering in the generic injectable space, I can actively deliver because I have inventory. We are now down to a 50% service level. And like I said, this is very emotional. And I won't go into all of the details that we have, but we do actually have logic and algorithms in the back end of the system. So when I am only getting 5%, and I really appreciate this morning, we talked somewhat with the FDA about the severity of these initially. The severity is getting worse. So in times past, I might have had, for example, I ordered 100 and I got 80 units over the course of time. Now I'm ordering 100 and I'm getting 20 units. So the severity has been much greater and much longer. And I do feel for our manufacturer partners because you're looking at an entire market. Again, 5 cookies, 100 people. Last but not least, I think a few other things just to keep in mind that might be unique so I don't repeat content is every single molecule has its own story. Every molecule has a reason as to why it's on the shortage. I know generally we can kind of group these into generic injectables that are DESI like we have been doing, but every molecule has a story. which then leads into the valsartan, which then impacts other items, and that is a cycle. The other thing that we are seeing is state policy. So I know we're talking a lot about the federal agencies working better together, but we're also seeing some state policies that really is not putting this in an incentivizing way for the manufacturing community to attempt to recover. And some of those have to do, we've seen price gouging laws that have been passed, particularly I believe in the state of Maryland, Oregon, I think California, where if a manufacturer takes more than I think an 8 to 10% price increase, they need to report that to the state agencies. And there is a tad bit of a fear factor that that would be made an example of, but a 10% price increase might be from $1 to $1.10. And so there are some state policies that we're seeing that are negatively impacting the industry's ability to recover. The other one tends to be around opioid tax and opiate assessments. We're seeing various states, due to the opioid crisis, want to take care of citizens that have, significant disease state, and then they're taxing the industry to receive that, and that's all incremental costs that a manufacturer hadn't been accountable to pick up in times past. So again, sorry I went so quickly, but we do have some content there, and I'll give my panelists some more time. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Heather. Marcy?
Hi there, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. My name is Marcy McClintock-Coates, and I'm with Mylan. I'm a regulatory attorney by background, and I've been with Mylan for almost 12 years. So for those of you who may not know Mylan, we are a manufacturer of many generic medicines and also one of the largest portfolios of biosimilars as well, both here in the United States and around the country. And just jumping in quickly, the comments that I will share are more from I've part of a number of industry working panels, so my comments are more manufacturers across the board than specific to my own company per se. And these are some of the observations and discussions that we've been a part of. But if you step back and you look at generics in the United States, we have the highest generic utilization rate in the world. 90% of all prescriptions filled in the United States are filled with a generic medicine. Yet even though we're 90%, only 23% of the total cost actually comes from our medicines. And the Association for Accessible Medicine recently released a white paper on sustainability efforts for generic industry, and in it they noted that just the top 100 most dispensed by volume generic medicines servicing the Medicare program are on average sold by manufacturers for 10 cents per unit. So if you think that's an average, that obviously means that some of those are cheaper than 10 cents per unit, and obviously some above. So that's a really astonishing figure as a starting point in terms of generics. And you're looking at the filling of around 4 billion prescriptions a year that are coming from generics. So obviously a ton of value that generics offer the healthcare system and to patients. But despite this value that generics offer and the critical role that we play for the healthcare system, there are multiple pressures on the industry that are threatening access today and in the future. So even though last year we saved just shy of $280 billion to the healthcare system through generics, if you look at this scale that's off kilter here, on the left-hand side it really represents sort of the downward pressure deflationary model. It's a very simple economic chart, this scale, but on the right-hand side of rising cost to operate. And when you have that off kilter, then a very natural in any economic condition is shortage of supply, market exits, and so forth. And so I wanted just to kind of hone in on those two baskets, what are some of the downward pressure points. And obviously none of these things in isolation are a key factor, but if you really start to look at these two conflicting pieces, it's an important inflection point to look at them. So there's a lot of pressure from buyer consolidation. It has been mentioned so today, according to IQVIA, over the last year, there are 200 generic manufacturers that sell medicine into the United States. And those 200 manufacturers sell to predominantly 3 buying groups. So you have a tremendous amount of manufacturers that are now into 3 consolidated buying groups for 90% of all prescriptions in the United States for the retail market. I think there were some comments earlier about some of the larger ones. Within that 200 segment, according to IQVIA data, about 10 manufacturers make up about 50% of that. So you have a large number of manufacturers. And the way that it works for generics, it's typically only a handful, right, or you have one generic that's typically supplying each of those contracts. And so that obviously creates a lot of pressure for the good, for pricing to come down, but it also makes things very challenging when you have one player exits and you're in that remaining 10% category and you now need to step up and replenish for that, or vice versa. So that certainly creates some complexity as we all try to step in for each other to address disruptions in supply, given those dynamics. The second point, while overall a good thing in terms of more approvals coming out of the FDA, and I'm a two-time GDUFA negotiator, so I love seeing the, more approvals coming out of FDA. But to that end, in terms of more approvals to the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th generic, that obviously also creates some more downward pressure that's on here. And speaking of approvals, this is the last point on the slide, less uptake for first complex launches. This is a really important point. FDA is doing a great job of getting out more approvals, but there's a problem whenever these new approvals are not making their way into the hands to patients. So I want to talk about that for a quick moment, and thank you for your reference about, remember all the talk about the patent cliff and how much opportunity is there for generics. Many people say, well, it's 90% generic utilization. How much generic opportunity is still out there? Well, a lot. 25% of the costs today are borne by 2% of prescriptions in the country, and they all lack competition. If you look at the top 20 most expensive drugs in Medicare today, only 3 of them have generics. And so when you look at that spend that is put on those medicines, there's a number of these. And why do I raise this? Well, for new complex generics that are launching today, when you get an approval, historically the practice has been the generic comes on board, you launch the product, you're cheaper, you automatically go on formulary, and you go in a formulary tier position that's most favored, that defaults to the generic. This is how we get to 90% generic utilization. For big launches today, for complex generics, that generic companies are spending $100 to $200 to $500 million or more for a generic ANDA to take on the development, the legal cost involved. A year later, you're seeing generic uptake at 15%. 80% of Part D plans may not even have the generic on the formulary. This is a big problem if generics are not able to replenish for new launches to actually get to the hands of patients. So we've submitted comments, I know we're short on time, to the President's blueprint on some reforms of looking at CMS, and particularly rescinding a 2016 guidance that gave rise to mixing formularies and making sure that generics are favored for new launches. It was also touched upon regarding various state laws that target generics. And so if increases are happening, if you happen to move your product from 10 cents to 20 cents because you're in a negative margin capacity, then that may trigger reporting or even advance notice. And then last but not least, the Medicaid CPI penalty in 2015, a penalty was extended to the generic industry that has historically never existed. So in that instance of a price increase, intended, if your prices are going up above the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, then you would pay penalty back to Medicaid. Well, the way that that formulary is set up, generic manufacturers are paying millions in penalties to the government, even though our prices remain flat or actually decrease. The way that formula is set up for the branded side is being applied to generics. So, of course, in the aggregate, these things obviously, if I could just, are driving up cost to operate. So on the driving up cost to operate side, as I mentioned to you, there are increasing costs to manufacture. I believe it was an IBM study that came out and said it's an additional 25% cost to operate in cGMP. That's a constant investment in your production. The legal challenges that are involved, millions of dollars with patent abuses from things like, for example, we spent millions of dollars last year fighting to make sure that patent rights could not be transferred to a Native American Indian tribe to avoid sovereign immunity protection, to challenge a patent, to REMS abuses. Those things over time add up considerably. County and statewide take-back programs that are 90% borne by generics. And the new NAFTA trade agreement actually ends additional exclusivities that will make it longer and harder for generics to come to market. And $2 billion in new user fees. So you put these two equations together, and these are some quotes from just in the last several months of some of the industry's earnings calls, talking very specifically around companies not being able to sustain this. Companies are needing to get moving out of products where they are the 6th, 7th, or 8th, or 10th competitor. It's just no longer sustainable for them. Discontinuing low-value products. 80% of products, the top supplier of generics said they were planning to get out of. A lot of plants shutting down because of that. And so as we look forward to, what can be done, there are a number of things of looking at this. I would just highlight the first and foremost is access to affordable medicine for the formularies and so forth. That is critical, and we're partnering with CMS. We need to encourage generics, and when generics are coming out there, that success of having that utilization. When generics cannot become really the stalking horse to invest and spend hundreds of millions to bring a new product to market, as then they're heavily rebated and dispenses written and so forth, they're not having that same uptick. That's a real threat to the future. And certainly new policy proposals, be it CMS, be it federal or state, should consider this shortage impact as mine, and revisiting things like the CPI penalty that Bates White just issued a study saying it's absolutely contributing to shortages along with the abuses. So I'll turn over to my colleagues. Thank you for being here today.
Okay, thanks, Marcy. We'll turn to Navin.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting Pfizer to participate in today's incredibly important discussion. So I'm Naveen Katyal, and I lead the Pfizer Injectables business. I've been with Pfizer for 12 years and appointed the lead of the injectables business in the U.S. last year. Before I share Pfizer's perspective, I want to first do one thing, which is really just underscore the importance that we're placing on our recovery. With our injectables portfolio specifically, our first and foremost priority is patients. We understand the criticality of the products in our sterile injectables portfolio, specifically to patient care. And that's really driving our urgency both in the short term and in the long term. Our patients are our North Star, and that's really what that is. We also recognize that there's not one single solution or one single actor in the healthcare chain that's going to solve this problem more broadly. And that's why we are committed to being here today, but also in the future working across the healthcare chain with both public and private stakeholders to truly get at the heart of the issue and really address it. As many have discussed today, majority of shortages are in the generic sterile injectable space. And at Pfizer, in our efforts to really get to the root of this and really understand the ways we can take to drive and address shortages, what we found is that shortages in this space are driven by two things, really the confluence of two things. The first is, as we've talked about today, the complexity inherent in the manufacturing and the regulatory environment of sterile injectables. But second is a commercial model that commoditizes these particular products and forces that race to the bottom. So, these are generic products, right? These are generic sterile injectables, but I would say and argue that these are far from commodities. They're often life-saving, as we all know, and they're frankly the cornerstone of critical care in hospitals and other settings. And they're, as we discussed, incredibly complex to make and costly to make as well. For example, when you compare the manufacturing of sterile injectables to the manufacturing of solid oral dose, pills and tablets, you need highly specialized equipment to ensure that every single part of the manufacturing process is sterile. You have highly complex changeover processes because many of these sterile injectable products are made on the same line. You have much lengthier and complex testing processes compared to the pills. So when you release these, you have to do that lengthy testing process to ensure that sterility before it makes it to the market and ultimately to patients. And of course, all of this complexity, all these complex equipment and processes needed require highly skilled colleagues, highly trained and specialized operators in the plants, as well as significant investments to sustain all of this. And then the regulatory landscape is equally complex. The requirements for sterile injectables are especially stringent for very good reason. But then when you incorporate or really introduce this environment into this commercial model that we have in the US with the injectables, where you have a highly competitive bidding environment that really creates a race to the bottom on profit margins, you're left with really a market that is prone to the volatility that we all see for years and years, and frankly, a market that is, unsustainable. So, the fact is that this market requires those complex long-term investments, but it's driven by a contracting model in which there are rarely fixed and firm price and volume commitments. And ultimately, those types of arrangements, a fixed price and volume commitment, is what would ensure a level of predictability and a level of certainty to support those investments, as others have alluded to today. In fact, when I stepped into this role last year, my biggest aha moment, I would say, as a leader of this business was when I started to take a look at the contracts that we have. When you think about a multi-year contract, you think about just that, a multi-year contract. But what you have in this industry in the U.S. Essentially are multi-year contracts where on day one of those contracts, your business is potentially at risk. And that is due to a mechanism which is essentially a price challenge from another manufacturer. So on day one of that multiple year contract, a manufacturer's business and that certainty that you would like as a manufacturer is not there, right? So upon receiving a price challenge, which could happen at any time from the day you sign that multi-year contract, a manufacturer is left to make one of two decisions. Either one, match that lower price and follow the price down, follow the profit margin down, sometimes to little profit or no profit at all, or even negative margins. Or the other option you have is to simply forego that contract, forego that volume, and let go of that business. And as you can imagine, it is incredibly difficult for any manufacturer to operate in that environment with such a low level of certainty or predictability around profitability. It's that high degree, I would say, of uncertainty in future profitability that just impedes the ability for manufacturers in general to make certain investments. Investing hundreds of millions of dollars of capital in redundancies or excess capacity or what have you, where you have value or volumes which could quickly and rapidly erode, is frankly daunting for any manufacturer. And then in addition to this contracting model, we also have a current reimbursement model that we also believe plays into some of the instability or unsustainability and the incentives that add to that dynamic in the generic sterile injectables space. So we all know that we have hospitals who are under tremendous financial pressures and therefore must aggressively manage costs under really a decades-old reimbursement system where you have a capitated, bundled payment for hospital services. These pressures force hospitals to just basically focus principally on looking for that lowest cost versus also including that drive for and seeking for quality. And we've seen over the years, as others have said, multiple manufacturers who have exited production of incredibly important therapeutic areas, or in the worst case, exited a plant, for example, completely, right? So that is due to that uncertainty that we've talked about, that uncertainty of being able to recoup investment costs in today's current commercial model. So despite all of these pressures, Pfizer is all in. Pfizer is committed to the injectables market. Year to date, we've invested $800 million in our injectables manufacturing network alone. And we also have over $1.4 billion planned over the next several years. But when you take that over $2 billion of investment that we have over these next several years, and you contrast that with the fact that on an annual basis, the 600 million units of injectables that we make, 2/3 of those 600 million units cost either at or less than an average price of a gallon of milk in the US. So when you contrast that $2 billion investment with that fact, it really puts this notion of market instability and unsustainability into perspective. So we believe that we have to find new strategies and we have to find new policies to achieve that sustainable market that we're all after. We're committed to partnering with FDA and other stakeholders to get there. On the regulatory front, we believe that if we could look at the structured benefit risk framework that has worked so successfully in the new drug approval space, and if we could apply that to the enforcement space, particularly when weighing the public health risk of an enforcement action against a potential supply disruption for patients. That would be a large step forward. In terms of the commercial model, we absolutely must find ways to enable price volume commitments and contracts with purchasers to give manufacturers that greater predictability that's needed to make those capital investments towards sustainability, whether that's excess inventory, redundancy, additional capacity. We also believe that we need additional reimbursement reforms to give hospitals and other providers the ability to principally focus on seeking quality versus primarily on the lowest cost. And an example of this potentially could be to consider add-on payments for generic sterile injectables, borrowing from the idea of the NTAP or the new technology add-on model in order to ease that burden and that pressure on hospitals. And then lastly, to the extent that a critical drug list is created, we must ensure that incentives are in place around those medicines that end up making it on that list. We have to ensure that there's incentives to place and encourage manufacturers to participate in making those medicines rather than simply creating additional rules that could, in fact, discourage participation and production of those medicines. An example could be to create a stockpile program, but linked to price and volume commitments for those specific products. So that you could encourage the predictability and certainty needed to make investments for those critical drugs. So those are just a few of the ideas that have been floated, that have been talked about to address the root cause of these shortages. As I said earlier, there is no single entity or solution that's going to address this problem. And so we look forward to working with other stakeholders, both in the public and private sector, to address it. Today's been a wonderful step forward, and we look forward to continuing to be part of the dialogue. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Naveen. Really good points, and I think I'm actually going to come back to some of those to get some thoughts from the rest of the panelists on. But until then, we'll turn to Estee.
Good afternoon. I'm Estee Green from Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina. I'm here today representing more of the payer side, so I'm going to basically focus on the retail prescription drug side and how we reimburse pharmacies and monitor shortages that happen in that supply chain. So first, some background definitions. Wholesale acquisition cost is WAC. That seems to be what everything is based off of, especially when we move on to AWP. Average wholesale price. That is how I reimburse every single pharmacy, retail pharmacy in the United States, is based off an average wholesale price, which is basically 20% more of WAC. Rebates, which were brought up earlier. As a health plan, we only receive rebates on branded products because that's where we can drive market share and use from formulary development. We receive no rebates in the generic manufacturer space. And those rebate totals are tied to WAC as a percentage of WAC. Next is a maximum allowable cost. Also known as a MAC. That's how I reimburse pharmacies on multiple generics. So if there's 9 or 10 manufacturers, that's when the price discounts get very deep. Somewhere it's upwards of AWP minus 98%. A single source generic is that right when that product launches during those first 6 months of exclusivity, where we do see very high prices right now in this marketplace. And then finally is a generic effective rate. Again, with negotiations that go on with retail pharmacies, sometimes we put a cap on what we will reimburse for generics, so that way those purchasers also know what we'll reimburse them in the future. So first, the generic coverage evolution. First, there was a lot of education around the safety. Earlier on in my career, that's what all of our mailings were tied to, that these products work and members needed to take them to save money, which had us design a 2-tier benefit design. So initially, some of these incentives was only took $5 in reimbursement differential between a brand and generic to get members to actually use the generic over the brand. We also did other free samples and plan designs, such as free generic initiatives, to basically, again, encourage that use of generics. And then finally, now we're into the place of dispense as written penalties. Everyone knows these products work. So basically what happens here is if a member chooses to receive a brand name Lipitor product as an example right now, the member could be responsible for the price differential between the brand and the generic, which would be a hefty penalty to pay if you want to receive that branded product. Ultimately, this led to results of upwards from a prescription drug side on prescription drug benefit for us. It ranges in the upper 80 percentile now of generics on our Medicare program. Almost 92% of the prescriptions are generic. But again, it makes up very low cost, around at 20% of our total cost. But due to that, we've had a lot of success. The market has kind of changed. When these products did launch, especially kind of was mentioned earlier, around 2010 to 2012, we actually saw some stabilization in the marketplace. Some of it was due to the Great Recession. Some of it was also due to product launches on the generic side. It actually brought down our prescription drug spend whenever drugs like Lipitor did go generic. It brought down the cost, and also from 2005 through almost 2014, the generic launches almost mitigated the trend of the rising specialty drugs that we started to see come into the pharmacy space. So basically, we were able to hide these new products for better terminology. But then also with those lower costs, we are seeing access issues, and I'm going to dive into 3 examples here. So right now, what we constantly do is we are monitoring the supply chain with our PBM, which basically leads to reimbursement changes. So basically what this leads to is basically a MAC change. So basically a discount could be on a product one day, and we have to change it one way or the other, either up or down, due to what's going on in a marketplace. Usually where we're getting the angry phone calls from the pharmacy, that's whenever they're basically being reimbursed less than what they can currently purchase it for. But then also that causes member confusion. From one month to the next, especially as high deductible health plans have risen, that leads to member calls and complaints. So if you adjust the price from possibly $10 for a month's supply up to $20 to cover that shortage, that member is calling because they could be paying $2 now instead of only $1 if they had a 10% coinsurance. And members do call about that slight fluctuation in a price. Most recently, we saw that with Tamiflu last year, or I guess earlier this year, back in that January, February timeframe, where the suspension was impacted. This had pharmacies compounding with the oral capsules to make suspensions. The only thing it took was about a 1-week time frame from actually one of my peers to reach out to me and ask why he paid double for one of his daughter's prescriptions from 1 week to the next. One daughter went in, had the flu, only paid $60. Next week they went in, had to pay $100 for the same suspension. That was due to the shortage and what we had to do to adjust the price and how we're reimbursing the pharmacies. One from several years ago was ADHD medications. There is a shortage. Some of the bulk product was bought by some of the brand manufacturers, so the generic manufacturers came up a little short in manufacturing the product. Basically, this rose the cost of the generic, but of course the brand manufacturer was there with product for us to offer us a rebate if we'd add it back to the formulary. Ultimately, because we need price predictability and we need a stable market for our members, we actually ended up working out a long-term deal with that brand manufacturer to continue to cover that brand even today, because it is actually the lowest price for our members. We also start to see less manufacturers right now in creams and ointments. Generic topical steroids used to be something we weren't concerned about in the managed care industry. It now is something that we monitor on a somewhat quarterly basis. I also use this example because it actually impacted my own family whenever I sent my son a letter, because actually he was on a topical steroid cream that, again, the physician, pediatrician probably thought was very inexpensive, actually ended up costing around $500 for that tube. The emollient version of that same steroid cream only cost $50. So basically we had to put a prior authorization step therapy in place for that steroid cream to make sure we pushed the emollient generic over the non-emollient generic to save that $450. Again, it didn't show up at that pharmacy counter. It was the end of the year. It actually was quote unquote free because our high deductible plan was met. We had no coinsurance, didn't think anything about it until my son got a letter at home signed by me that he had to change his drug. Usually gets a laugh. That's why I always include it as well. And the final one is kind of what we refer to now as a patent cliff strategy. And I'll show an example here in the next slide of where we started to utilize this the most was actually whenever the product Nexium launched. So this is when a high cost of a generic comes out. Typically, we only see about a 20 to 30% price reduction from the brand to the generic. As some of the brand rebates have gone up, basically the net cost then goes up if we were to cover that generic at the launch at that price. What we're able to do on the commercial benefit is actually either charge a copay that's either the generic rate, so basically if it was sitting in a brand tier, we charge a lower tier, or on a high deductible health plan, we actually point to what we'd reimburse for the generic. So if an example would be the brand was $200 and the generic is $150, we'd still have the consumer only pay $150 for that branded product because we know we're steering them to that and we don't want them to pay more at the pharmacy counter. So next, this is an example of what we were looking at several years ago whenever we were looking at our Medicare Part D benefit. The top slide is during that initial coverage phase. This was kind of a standard plan design we had at the time. There was no deductible on this plan, but as you can see, the gross cost, these are kind of fictitious numbers, but its ratios are about the same. The gross cost there for the branded product was $200. The single source generic was at $160. Again, that member cost share, that was up to us to decide because that's a tiering product at that phase of the benefit. We were still promoting the branded product at that point. But ultimately, once we factored in the rebate, the net plan liability was only $60 compared to $100 for the generic. So our net savings as a plan was $40, which also meant we had a lower premium, which also meant the government paid less, so us as taxpayers paid less. But then we move into the coverage gap, also known as the donut hole. Here, using those same costs, actually at that point in time, due to the generic pricing, the member was benefited by only paying $95 for that branded product compared to the high-cost generic. So the member wins by 2020 in that scenario. Again, the plan liability kicks in, but again, that rebate is still valid. So again, the net plan liability on this one claim is negative $95. That again gets put back into our reinsurance and other type of claims, which again saves not only the plan dollars, but us as taxpayers dollars as well. So the net plan savings on that transaction is around $140. So in conclusion, we see limited impact right now on the RX benefit, but we are becoming concerned. If prices do go up, generics is what keeps our inflation numbers down, so we can continue to cover new innovation in the specialty pharmacy area. And also we have concerns around biosimilars. We have a bunch of product launches coming out late this year, early into next year. Will the supply be there? And hopefully the mistakes we're creating right now on the generic side do not occur on the biosimilar side as well.
Okay, thanks, Stay. We'll James.
Thank you. I'm Jim Martella, and I do the contracting for Mayo Clinic on the pharmaceutical side. I kind of relate to everybody on this panel because I not only do the purchase side, which is aided by my GPO, but I also do the managed care side because we're a large employer and we're self-insured and manage our own claims. I also have to manage the wholesaler contract. I'm trying to retire, but nobody wants to take my job. I have a different definition of what a shortage is. At Mayo Clinic, if a our physicians view a shortage as when they can't prescribe what they want to prescribe for their patient. The buyers consider it a shortage when they can't order in the economic order quantity and they don't have enough inventory to put them at all the locations in the medical centers if they want to. And the administration, their definition of shortage is when they have enough product so they can sleep at night. The reason why I say that is because we hear a lot about the costs of the generics. Well, I keep on running the numbers, and we use about $80 million worth of generics in the average year. But that's on a $1.1 billion drug spend. So a cost of my generics is dropping constantly. Now, I don't think it's because the cost of the generics have dropped. It's just because the price of everything else has gone up so high. And so trying to manage my generic spend wastes a lot of money for us. It's a real problem, and I get more leverage out of trying to figure out how to create leverage and manage my single source products. And that's why clinic administration gave the management of the formulary to supply chain, which is part of finance, rather than to the clinical side, because they wanted to have a little bit more fiscal responsibility in there. Now, having said that, and before you think that Mayo Clinic has all of a sudden become very mercenary, I do have 5 pharmacists within supply chain, and I have a bunch of physicians on my payroll. And we created a formulary system. We essentially took the formulary away from 18 P&T committees about 15 years ago and created a formulary system where the formulary committee just creates policy, but it's the specialty subgroups that do all the clinical heavy lifting. So we do have the physicians and the clinical pharmacists heavily involved in looking at how to manage the drugs. And it's not all about cost, it's how to deal with safety, efficacy, cost, and reimbursement. So there's a lot of components to this. I only bring that up because once a week we have the Mayo Clinic Drug Shortages Committee work. And they meet every week, and it's now, my formulary managers say after that meeting, they get 2 to 3 requests for prescribing algorithms from the formulary committee. Prescribing algorithm is kind of a Mayo, nice politically correct Mayo term for how do we ration a drug and what kind of therapeutic alternatives can we use. Those formulary managers have to turn around a statement within 48 hours after consultation with the specialist and give guidance to all the other clinicians at Mayo Clinic as to what they should be doing or what they should expect to be having done to them. And this is, but there's a cost to all this. I don't have direct costs like Aaron talked about. It's kind of hard to figure out how much it costs us to manage this. I suspect that we're spending dollars to manage pennies. I know that our supply chain people reviewed IV solutions after we recovered from the hurricane, and we got IV solutions back. And they calculated, they told me that it cost them $1 million to manage the IV solutions. My question was after that, I said, well, what was the cost of the IV solutions to begin with that you were managing? And then they had to go back, and they came back and said $7 million. So, you know, it doesn't take a whole lot of review to sit there and say we're spending way too much trying to manage this size of drugs. We just think that the effort expended is very expensive, and you know, we understand and we appreciate what our wholesaler does and what our GPO does for us, but it didn't take a whole lot of effort for the Board of Trustees to serve up $10 million as a donation for Civic RX, just to make sure we had enough that we could manage the shortages and sleep better at night. Thank you.
Okay, Jim, thanks for bringing up the complexity of your job and these contracts. And given the perspectives on this panel, I got a question about these contracts. Both, how are they, why are they part of the problem, and how can they be better designed to address these issues? So as we think about the many different contracts that are involved between suppliers and purchasers, where are they, how are they the cause of the problem in one respect? And then also, how can we get them to be part of the solution? To any of the people who want to respond to that.
Well, I think part of the problem started because of Over 90. It was very interesting. Prior to Over 90, the kind of costs that we paid in the institutional side were fairly low for pharmaceuticals. But Over 90 did one thing that we hadn't seen before, and that's the federal government came in as a buyer, as a purchaser of drugs. Before that, it was all voluntary. Drug companies would serve up a price to FSS and those sort of things. But now the government comes in and says, no, we spend way too much. We're the largest buyer of drugs in the country. We need to come up with a more organized way of looking at this. So they created average manufacturer's price and said, we're going to pay, I think it was like 3.1% off of AMP or something like that to begin with. By the way, I think it's 23.1 now. They keep on adjusting it every time we have a financial crisis. And so they entered in and they said, oh, by the way, if you're giving somebody a better price, we want to have that price. Well, guess what? Overnight, the pharmaceutical industry raised the prices to all the hospitals. And there was, Mayor Alioto called it the Pharmaceutical Drug Relief Act of 1990 because it allowed them to do something that otherwise the Justice Department would come across as an antitrust action. And so we've been paying for it ever since. And that has been one of the causes why institutions are paying more for this. I'm not going to debate it one way or the other than that. That's just a reflection of life.
Blair, go ahead.
If I could. So I think that first off, in our business, the contracts have evolved quite a bit in terms of how we structure them. But I would say that a few things have occurred now that it was interesting what Adam and Matt said from FDA about the economic drivers and their point about the lack of concern about a sustainable, high-quality marketplace, that ultimately there isn't enough commitment to that by the purchaser. And I think that's been the case historically. I think that's really changing. Civica RX helps speak to that. Certainly what we're doing with our members speak to that as well. I think where health systems are coming from today is, and Jim alluded to this as well, is we need to get a more defined market aggregated purchase, understand it, understand the price point. Let's not just keep reacting to every market reduction that occurs, because that's sort of what has happened historically, is that a purchasing agent will look to save money and will just react to the price going down by a competitor. And I think now there's a much greater sense that we need to be working more collaboratively, keep prices at a reasonable level, and assure the manufacturers their success as well as the hospital's long-term success. So I think this is what's evolving. The marketplace is moving in this direction. This is what we're actually helping to facilitate. I would say Civica RX speaks to that as well. We're doing this very definitely. But that's one of the ways the contracting is changing.
Naveen?
Yeah, I would just build on what Blair was saying. I think fundamentally that uncertainty that still exists, while it's evolving, that still exists, and that's a key, barrier, right? So ultimately, the best way to spur investment, in our view, is to drive more predictability and more. You can't have pure, full certainty in any business, and I think we recognize that. But the level of uncertainty and volatility that currently exists with that race to the bottom is unsustainable. So if we can evolve there, to Blair's point, the Civica model that Martin talked about, with a level of commitment, both on the price and on the volume points, is key, because to the extent that you have that level of certainty, you're more willing to make the investments that would be needed.
Okay. So I guess building on that question, and we heard a lot this morning about quality and reliability of the manufacturing. So how can we design these contracts so that we can compete more on quality and reliability versus lowest cost now?
So maybe I can start. I think the other piece of this is, as I mentioned earlier, there's not necessarily one lever that's going to solve this. So I think if we think about that predictability notion, in addition to looking at ways to evolve reimbursement, that can be sort of a twin force, if you will, that can get us there. Right now, as I said, hospitals are going to look for the absolute lowest priced amp, syringe, vial, what have you, because they have to squeeze every penny under this capitated, DRG payment scheme. So if there are ways to look at that model and maybe borrow from some other successful models like NTAP, right, where you say, wow, these are generic products that have been around for multiple years, decades even, because of the situation that we're in, is there an opportunity to revisit how we look at that reimbursement so that that force that's acting on this price erosion can be, abated?
So, well, as a follow-on, but also any other comments from the panel on this sort of line of questioning around getting us to sort of change our framework, if you will, on incentivizing purchasing based on quality and reliability versus the lowest cost now. And so you're suggesting maybe some reimbursement reform, which might come from the payer to the purchaser, might have some impact on incentivizing purchasing decisions based on quality and reliability. But like, how would we do that? What's going to sort of move the needle on that? Any thoughts or suggestions?
I'm sure we all have just different perspectives on this. One thing I think also sort of forward-looking in terms of value as you're looking at the newer medicines coming on, there was a lot of mention about specialty drugs and the percentage of those that often go into shorter supply. And if you look at specialty medicines that are out there, I think that more than 60% of the top 20 drugs today are specialty medicines that do not have any generic competition yet. And these are the high barrier, complex. You're looking at tens of millions to hundreds of millions of dollars to bring a generic alternative for these medicines. And from a contracting perspective, and I'm more so speaking from a Medicare perspective than a commercial, but this is a lot of the specialty meds for Medicare are into that bucket. As it stands today, when a specialty medicine generic comes on the marketplace, you're going onto a formulary tier at the exact same footing as the brand. Whereas historically, when a generic has come on board, you're in a looked more favorable than position of the brand versus the generic. I think you walked us through back in time with the old $5 difference, you know. There needs to be enough differentiation to drive toward that generic. That's really critical for a lot of the investment that industry has made for these complex generics that continue to cost a lot for consumers that lack competition today, important to replenish to make more companies want to go after them, and absolutely vital for us for the biosimilar industry that is so very nascent to date and to meet the goals of Azar as outlined regarding creating a vibrant industry. So how do we address more incentives for the specialty ones in particular? We're looking at contracting from the Medicare lens is sort of one piece I would proffer.
Blair?
I would just mention, Greg, that it's hard to compete on quality. I mean, you're talking about a generic drug, and it's, so there's other competitors. FDA creates a bar over which everyone has to get. So there's an assumption about the quality of the product. So it's hard to make that the motivator. The motivator has to be the pain that people have been going through over the last number of years, where there's all the costs and shortage consequences that have occurred. So, and I think this is why I really emphasize the barriers to entry and how important it is to get the barriers to entry down. Because, I mean, the reality is that the backlogs were 4 to 5 years to get a product through FDA. And FDA has done an incredible job at reducing that backlog. And but I would say there's a direct correlation between, and a point was made by an earlier presenter about the tougher inspections as well as the backlog back in 2010, that time frame, 2009, 2010, 2011, that period, that really was a major factor in driving the shortages. And then the market has started to just become so price sensitive now that it does react. So we have got to, I think, create different partnerships. That's again what we're working on, different systems to manage consistency and a focus on assuring consistency in the market, because that's what's going to differentiate. It's the consistency over time, not so much the quality. Follow me?
Yep. Go ahead.
I think we're very concerned about the quality. I think we have definite concerns around the compounding industry and what does that look like from a sterile to sterile compounding versus a bulk to not. We have serious concerns about that. I don't think that we want to take a manufacturing community that might have a 483 and a quality concern and then push everything over and have another life-challenging situation for patients. I think the other thing that we as consumers and patients and also decision makers have to do is, and I'll be honest, how do we incentivize the manufacturer to be transparent? I don't think that we necessarily do all the time. I think when a manufacturer comes forward and says, shoot, I stubbed my toe, I've got a 3-month period of time where I need to shut production down and get my quality higher, what does the industry all do? They move away from that manufacturer. So they take away the stability that the manufacturer's craving and that consistency without a path back. And I know that puts the rest of the other, if you will, generic manufacturers for that molecule in a tough spot, but we don't create consistency. And I think that again goes back to the conversations we have to have and the decision making we all have to challenge ourselves with around patient access, patient care, and quality to that patient again and again. And I don't think we do that every day, just to be brutally honest with the group.
Okay, I've got one more question and then I'll turn to the audience, because I just can't pass this one up. So we talked a lot about sort of the purchaser consolidation or concentration, this issue. And I'd like to hear from the panel. I didn't hear much of this, but to what extent does this sort of consolidation create an opportunity to address better some of these shortage problems, or conversely, is it just essentially part of the problem? Thoughts from does anybody want to take that?
So I would say in terms of the opportunity, obviously we work at Pfizer incredibly closely with our partners, whether that's a group purchasing organization or a trading partner. And, one of the opportunities working with a large player provides is being able to disseminate messages as quickly as we possibly can. So, our goal where we can't supply due to a supply issue is to supply information. And so we try to supply information as quickly and as transparently as we can. So to the extent that we have, a large group purchasing organization or trading partner who has a large communications infrastructure that enables, speed and efficiency of information. I do think, though, that we have to find ways to make the commercial model more sustainable. And so if there's ways to work with large players to get the predictability that we don't have today, that would be an upside that doesn't exist.
And I think we feel pressure on both sides. I see manufacturer consolidation, and also we see payer consolidation, and we also see health system consolidation and retail consolidation. And I say this in the kindest of ways. Every patient is, for us, every patient is an AmerisourceBergen patient. How do we make sure that regardless of the name I'm either buying from or selling to, and how prestigious that entity might be, how do we make product available, and what do we do? I need to be able to sleep at night. I have a doctorate of pharmacy. I went to school. I want to be able to sleep at night. How do I make sure that, and I grew up in South Dakota, so how do I make sure my resident South Dakota entities that are in a town of 400 people have access to product? One of the tenets we have is product access. And I think we see that struggle, and we are always wanting to treat every entity that we do business with as special, and every customer and every partner is valued. But at the same time, how do we become fair, which turns into maybe an equal disappointment for everyone, but also it affords us, I think, a moral place where I can sleep at night around the product availability that we have access to.
Okay. Let's go ahead to a question.
Hello, my name is Philip Trapskin. I represent the University of Wisconsin's health system, UW Health. I'm a pharmacist by training, and have a role similar to Jim's in that I'm kind of at the nexus of trying to get drug in, but then also working with clinicians on the back end to distribute that as equitably as we can. And I've heard a number of times today, especially with this panel, that if we had more predictability, that would solve things, or at least be a step forward. And I'm not an expert in this space, but I know that every year I'm asked about certain drugs, how much do I want to buy over the next year? And I send that information in an effort that then can be contracted to have that supply available for the next year. And even though we do that, the drug still goes short. We've also had manufacturers who have increased their price by threefold, and we're about to sign a 7-year contract, and they say, this threefold increase is needed to invest in the infrastructure so that we can continue to provide you product. Well, 5 years later, they go short. Where's the infrastructure? It hasn't started, some of those types of things. So I think where I sit as a health system is I'm definitely willing to pay a fair price for those medications, but there's no mechanism for me to make an arrangement with a wholesaler or a manufacturer to make that investment. Because if I work with Pfizer and say, I'll buy all my generics from you, it still has to go through Amerisource or one of the competitors, and you might not give me all of what I've committed to because you're going to distribute it equitably to everyone. So that falls short. And then how do I know that in 5 years paying that extra price is getting invested in the infrastructure? So it's kind of this weird trust matrix that I think everybody wants to do the same thing, but we haven't figured out a way to agree to it and reward those that are willing to opt in. Obviously, the Civica model is very unique, but hard to scale that across the country quickly. And so I think that might be the quickest win is how can we re-engineer the way this contracting works in a way that incentivizes those that are willing to pony up and not be on the back end of it.
Yeah.
And from a quality issue, real quick, for me, the quality issue, I know that I'm going to get a sterile product from manufacturer. That part I feel pretty confident about. For me, the quality issue is how often do they go down? Because how often am I going to put all my eggs in that basket and then I have no eggs at the end of the day? And so if I knew that that quality track record of downtime and other things was transparent, that'd make me more comfortable and trusting to get into that type of relationship. So hopefully this day will result in maybe some early adopters to kind of make a model that would work and not turn things around overnight, but in the next 5 years, kind of get to a place where you have the predictability, we have the predictability, and everyone sleeps, I guess.
Yeah, great. Thanks for that comment. It's always great to have fellow pharmacists in the room. Any comments on that at all?
I just want to say,
yeah.
Greg, so on this issue of trust, which is key, part of this model that I was talking about where we aggregate the demand and we have a large amount that we can bring to a manufacturer, and then we do talk to the manufacturer about being transparent, about actually sharing information about costs and so forth, because we're in it with them. And ultimately, that's where our model is evolving, and that's the direction we're going in right now in terms of our work with manufacturers. It's a very different model than it's been historically. And this kind of gets back to that last question you were asking about consolidation, because consolidation is, first off, the market is still, it's just very competitive. But there has been consolidation. The consolidation probably is, in many ways, advantageous, I would argue, because it does allow for that aggregation of the demand and then be able to bring it to a manufacturer in a more predictable way. So to get trust, you need predictability and you need to have honest terms, and that's what we're trying to move to in terms of a model.
Okay, great. So I'd like to thank our panelists and presenters. Unfortunately, we don't have time to get to other questions, but we do have a whole session later today for the public comment. We're going to go ahead and take a 12-minute break and come back at exactly 3 o'clock for our next session. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a few brief comments about some things I've heard and kind of you work into the panel. All right, I know it's been a very busy and full day, and I appreciate those of you who are sticking with us to this next session on strategies and next steps to reduce adverse clinical and economic consequences and safeguard public health with regard to the drug shortage issues that we've been discussing today. This final panel is intended to give us an opportunity to hear some reactions from, again, a wide range of perspectives to the day's discussions and hear about ideas for next steps forward to address these issues. I heard a lot of comments today that I think are quite insightful on possible next steps for this set of issues. As you know, the goal today has been to get to a reliable supply of quality generic injectables with a particular emphasis on the shortage drugs used in hospitals. And despite many efforts to date, there are still a lot of cases where the market for medically crucial generic products are fragile and not functioning well. You heard this morning that the goal for today was to hear discussion from a wide range of perspectives on the root causes, and based on those root causes, what steps could help to address them. Steps by FDA and other parts of government more broadly, also actions by a range of stakeholders that could help. And that's what we'd like to follow up on in this session, since we've heard a lot of different views on those topics. I heard a number of ideas related to regulatory steps, reducing entry barriers, otherwise improving market performance. There was a lot of acknowledgement of many steps that FDA has taken to improve regulatory functioning while maintaining that safety standard for these complex drugs, as well as some further suggestions on reducing the time and the uncertainty of responding to concerns about manufacturing processes and to facilitate entry by additional manufacturers. There's some discussion about global regulatory harmonization and mutual recognition of regulatory standards as well. But very importantly, and as we expected, a lot of comments emphasize that this is not just an FDA set of issues. There are other regulatory changes discussed that could address practices that could be contributing to the problems. These include pricing issues, such as potentially unintended consequences of regulations like Medicaid rebates and penalties for price increases on generic drugs, discussion of the anti-kickback exemption for GPOs and potentially unintended consequences there, other issues in government programs. There are a number of comments related to increasing the transparency of these generic drug markets, building on the steps that have already been taken, a lot of acknowledgement for the tracking of shortages, but maybe ways to do it more comprehensively, at least for crucial or high-risk products. Maybe having more knowledge at FDA or elsewhere about manufacturers, their capacity, their inventories, while recognizing proprietary concerns. Also a note that these issues about transparency to improve market function also apply to APIs, not just the final products. And then also some on the private sector side, in terms of things that stakeholders outside of government can do to address some of these challenges. A number of issues came up, including on the last panel, about different approaches to contracting. So maybe not just focusing on getting the lowest possible price on a generic drug or generic product right now, but for example, some ideas around longer-term contracts. I heard the notion of building trust and longer-term relationships, multi-source contracts, contracts that are tied to additional indicators of quality beyond just the sterility and chemical properties of the product itself, getting into reliability of product supply and availability of inventory. categories, contracts that promote efficiency and reliability in all parts of the production and distribution process. So a lot of ideas. We'd like to follow up on those on this panel, starting off with some comments from our academic experts on what they have taken away from today's discussion. So we'll hear first from Rena Conti and Aaron Fox again. And then we'll hear from a range of other perspectives on this panel, and then we'll have some time for comments from all of you, and then a public comment period to end up the day today. So let me first turn to Rena and Aaron for their reactions and thoughts on today's discussions. Rena, do you want to start?
Sure, thank you. This has been a really fantastic day. Thank you again. So I have 3 comments. The first is about asymmetric information. It is very obvious throughout the day that a lot of people who are quite sophisticated don't appear to know much about what's going on in this market, in part because clearly the distribution chain is very great. There are some definitional challenges, but also, frankly, so much of this is contractual, and therefore it's shielded from any public transparency. So I guess my question with that is, we know a lot about how this market is opaque, and we know a lot about how that frustrates different actors in this market. But markets that are this severely asymmetric in their information, there must be reasons why there's so much asymmetric information. And there must be masters that asymmetry of information serves. And we didn't really hear that much about that today, but I think that is a key in moving forward here. It's exactly why do we have such asymmetric information? Whose interest does that serve? And are there potential alternatives or substitutes to serving those interests in a way that actually furthers public health? The second piece that I learned today, and that I think a lot of people touched on, is price. And I would have liked, some people were much more direct about this than others, but ultimately, if this is a business decision that is being made by multiple complex actors acting on their own economic incentives, then economic theory suggests that it's revenue maximization that they're after, not cost minimization. So they're not looking to minimize costs here, they're looking, or they may want that, but what they really want to do is make as much money as possible. So that seemed to me to kind of, to open a couple of doors. The first is, maybe the pricing signal doesn't work here. And maybe the signal doesn't work here because there are numerous policies that either dampen the pricing signal or allow certain people to make money that don't get all the way through to manufacturers. And so I wondered a lot about CPI penalties, how 340B may work here, how DRG payments that bundle drugs with other things in the hospital setting may actually matter here, and to what extent relaxing some of those constraints could actually pull more supply into the market. And then, and again, we didn't hear that, but we heard a little bit of it, but I would love to hear more about exactly which prices might matter to pulling more suppliers into this market or pulling more capacity into this system. And then lastly, supply of both the base ingredients and also the fill and finish products are so constrained in this market. And again, we don't know that much, but what we do know is that these are multi-product firms that are making these products. Why are multi-product firms that are largely making brands and probably making most of their money on brands, but also making generics, still making generics at all, if their revenue that they're gaining off of them is so little? And that also suggested to me that if we don't know, if the supply is so constrained here, and that there aren't maybe any more willing manufacturers in these markets, either for the base ingredients or for the fill and finish drugs, that maybe we have to think really outside the box about other potential suppliers that might be willing to enter that are not in the market now. And that could come from importation, but that could also come from alternative suppliers that maybe are at universities or are contracting with the DoD and some other ways to produce these products for certain types of national security reasons anyway, that we may want to put on the table. I'll stop there.
Great. Thanks very much for, again, putting some further provocative ideas on the table. Erin?
Thanks so much. So one of the things that I think we heard a lot about today was transparency. And I think, people are excited about transparency really only because of the shortage problems that we have. If we didn't have so many shortages, I'm not sure I would actually care who actually made the drugs. The reason I want to know who is actually making our products is because we have so many shortages, and I want to try to make a plan and be proactive and prepare plans for our patients. So really that's the why of transparency. I know it might be difficult, but in no other thing that we purchase do we know so little about. Think about how much money we spend on our medicines, and we know so little about where they're made, where they come from. It's an enormous expense to just put on faith that it's going to be okay, and you're going to have a routine supply for your patients. The other thing that we did hear a little bit about today are concerns with API, talking about the safety of our API, where it comes from, potential contaminants. I do think that we need to start thinking about our sources of API as part of our national security. This is our drug supply. If we let other countries control our API, we may be at risk, and I hope that folks are thinking about that as part of our national security. And then, last, I think we really have talked about price today. One of the reasons why hospitals always want the lowest price is because hospitals are under enormous constraints with our DRG payments. So in many cases, we don't actually even get paid for many of the supportive care products like saline, like antiemetics. Sure, they go on a bill. A bill has no part of the reality of what patients actually end up paying from a hospital. So I think it's probably worth a look at those DRG payments and some kind of reimbursement model. So those are kind of the three things that struck me the most. And thanks again for the opportunity to be here.
Erin, thank you as well. So now I'd like to turn to a range of different perspectives for reflections on the day's discussions. We'll hear first from Todd Ebert, the President and CEO of the Healthcare Supply Chain Association, then David Goh, who's Senior Vice President for Sciences and Regulatory Affairs at the Association for Accessible Medicines, Craig Frost, the Assistant Vice President of Clinical Pharmacy Services at Catholic Health Initiatives, Robin Ewing, Manager for the Drug Shortages Unit, the Health Product Compliance Directorate of the Regulatory Operations and Regions Branch at Health Canada. Canada has taken some steps to address drug shortages as well. I think will provide some interesting perspectives. And Ashley Bohm, the Director of the Office of Policy for Pharmaceutical Quality at CDER, who is here on this panel representing the Drug Shortages Task Force. So Todd, let me start with you.
Thank you, Mark, and we appreciate the opportunity to be included in today's discussion. This is a very important topic that I think we'll all agree is complex, and we all have a vested interest in finding solutions. I have three goals today. One is to provide a high-level overview of GPOs. Two, to talk about the actions that GPOs undertake to mitigate drug shortages. And three, we participate in a informal, provider-based drug shortage working group that has met on a number of occasions, and we have some ideas and suggestions that we have shared with the FDA that we'll share with this group as well. So that's our plan for today. And oh, by the way, as Mark said, I do represent the group purchasing organizations. I am a pharmacist. I have been a practicing pharmacist for a number of years, hospital pharmacy as well as retail. And I also have been engaged in group purchasing for a number of years, as well as being the CEO of a national GPO for a number of years as well.
We're the critical sourcing and cost savings partners to hospitals, long-term care, surgery centers, clinics, home health care, those types of agencies, those organizations throughout the country. What we do is we leverage the purchasing volume of our customers to lower prices on healthcare products and services. And what that does, it lowers costs to patients, hospitals, payers, Medicare and Medicaid, and taxpayers. We are on the front lines of healthcare. When there are issues, we hear about them almost on an immediate basis from our customers, our hospital members, or our other members. We work alongside with them to help patients combat difficult challenges, and some of those challenges would include drug shortages, and every GPO is actively engaged in working to help mitigate drug shortages. Generic drug price spikes, natural disasters, we've heard about Maria, Harvey, the fires in California. Every GPO with customers in those areas has been actively engaged in working with the providers to make sure that they have the products and services they need. And then also cybersecurity threats and others. The mission of GPOs is to reduce healthcare costs, increase competition and innovation. GPOs want a robust and competitive marketplace with strong manufacturers. We support transparency. Every GPO that's part of the HSCA Association belongs to the Health Group Purchasing Industry Initiative, which is a transparency and ethics initiative for GPOs. If you don't belong to it, you don't belong to our association. And then we also work very diligently on improving healthcare processes and outcomes for the patients we serve. Virtually every hospital and the vast majority of non-acute care facilities in the country use a GPO. Why? The value proposition. On average, we save approximately 13% by organizations using a GPO. We provide value. The average GPO contract administrative fee ranges between 1.22 to 2.25%, average 2%, and this has been validated by the GAO. GPOs are competitive, and GPO membership is completely voluntary. And this goes for suppliers as well. No one requires, no one makes an organization belong or utilize a GPO. It's their choice. And many times, they do have the ability to cut their own deals or contracts as necessary, and they do so in drug shortage situations. In 2017, we had the former chairman of the FTC, John Leibowitz, and a senior economic advisor from the FTC, Dan O'Brien, take a solid look at the industry, and they found three important things. GPOs save money. We do. We operate in a very competitive environment, unconcentrated environment, with organizations, large systems able to contract on their own. It's a very unconcentrated marketplace. And the funding model supports lower cost and increased competition. The GPO model works. And GPOs are industry leaders in preventing and mitigating drug shortages. As I said, literally on a daily basis. When I was a CEO of an organization, we had a 24-hour hotline where members could call in asking for help to identify where there's problems, how we could help them source products and services relative to drug shortage, so that we're actively engaged in mitigating drug shortages. Now let's talk about what GPOs do to work with and mitigate drug shortages. We work very closely with manufacturers, distributors, regulators, to make sure that they understand what the issues are and what the needs are, and to see if we can get product where it needs to be. We've taken a number of innovative steps to avoid generic price spikes and to mitigate or eliminate prescription drug shortages. Some of the key things we do is GPOs are extremely efficient at tracking data and understanding where there are shortages and there's a need for action or information to be filtered into the FDA or other organizations to help supply and provide products. Hospitals help source and safely migrate to alternate products. Every GPO, when they suggest alternate products, will have information to help them use those products as well, so they can use them safely. One of the things that GPOs do in the contracting process is they use member advisory committees or member advisory boards. These are pharmacists or pharmacy purchasers that sit with the GPO to help make those contracting decisions. Now, it's interesting as the discussion has gone on today, we've talked about quality and we've also talked about the reliability of sourcing. As these discussions take place and decisions are made, those are two of the top issues that are on the list, or on the mind of these advisory board members, to make sure that we have high quality product and that it is a reliable source of supply. After all, you may get the best price in the whole wide world, but if you don't have a reliable supply or can't get the product, it's not worth anything. So many times decisions are made on the fact that high quality product, reliable supply, and it may cost a little bit more, but those decisions are made simply because you want to make sure that your customers have the product they need. We many times will help identify additional manufacturers for products and shortages. We coordinate supply chain operations during natural disasters and emergencies, as I've said. And then we've been actively engaged in some of the policy advocacy efforts relative to expedited FDA review in drug shortages and price spikes, closing REMS loopholes, which we've talked about today, the uptake of biosimilars and annual production limits for injectable narcotics. We were actively involved this year relative to the shortages of injectable narcotics. We all know them: hydromorphone, morphine, Demerol, and fentanyl. And what we found was one of the manufacturers had difficulty providing those products, yet we had manufacturers that were willing to make more product, but they didn't have the allocation. At that point in time, we had to work with the FDA and the DEA to make sure that the manufacturers had the allocations they need to make the products that are necessary. Some of the other things that we do from a contracting standpoint, there are failure to supply clauses in contracts. Not in all contracts, because as you've heard today, in some situations where there's a concern about the ability to supply product, that maybe you have 2 or 3 contracts for a particular SKU or product line. You want to make sure that the products are available. In those situations, you don't have a failure to supply contract. We work with manufacturers and others so that we can identify volumes so that they're predictable, and our goal is to have established fair volume-based price points. That's a key thing. We communicate provider needs in advance to the manufacturer from a manufacturing perspective, and also in an interest in time, I'll keep moving on a little bit faster, but in the shortage situation, we ensure that hospitals and providers, other providers, have the ability to contract on their own for other products and use other manufacturers. There's nothing that says in a shortage situation that you have to use a GPO contract. If the product is not available, you have the ability to go out and look for other product, yet we're working with those manufacturers as well. Now, in the final minute that I have, we work very closely and participate in the Drug Shortage Working Group. As I said, it's a group of providers that is recommending or has come up with ideas and recommendations to help mitigate drug shortages. Some of the key things that we've learned are this: communication is important. If the FDA, and as I have understood and listening to the dialogue we've had with the FDA, for manufacturers, the FDA can be your friend. They do not want to see manufacturers shut down. They want to work with you, so early and effective communication does work. We encourage the FDA to work closely with other agencies within the federal government, such as the DEA, so that if there are situations, we can get those situations remediated quickly. We want, and we've heard this before, more transparency in the requirement of drug shortage information. Where's the product made? Who's making it? Many times contracting decisions can help manufacturers relative to sourcing product and where we get that product. So transparency is important. We think that the FDA should integrate or work more closely with the University of Utah, ASHP, and their drug shortage list. They come from 2 different directions. One, the FDA list is primarily manufacturer-driven, and 2, the ASHP list comes from a lot of the providers and the suppliers, and there's good information in both lists. Can they work more closely together to provide more information for all of us to use? Finally, we think we need to have more strength in the Title IX or the Title X notification. We need more information. We need manufacturers to give us that information as shortages begin to occur. And then to finally get down to the last piece is that we also believe that manufacturers, everyone has a plan A when everything works well. What's your plan B? What do you have in your back pocket if everything hits the fan and you've got to do something differently, rather than say, let's sit down and do it and think about it now, have it prepared and ready to go? We think that's something that should be required. Finally, from my standpoint and the group purchasing organization standpoint, it's all about taking care of patients, making sure that they have high-quality products to have the best care that they possibly can that is reasonably priced. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. And next up is David.
Thank you, Mark, and thanks to the FDA and Duke Margulies for putting this together. I'm very encouraged by this meeting. In a break, Val Jensen and I were talking. This is probably the 10th year I've sat on a panel like this, and I've heard the same thing year after year after year, and we're back here again. The difference for me is the engine behind this is the FDA. And so I really think we now have the opportunity to get where we need to get to. That said, I think an important fact that we need to understand is this is a multi-stakeholder issue. It's not one issue, FDA or the manufacturers or the GPOs or whatever it is. From the beginning of a product, whether it's the development of the product, the approval of the product, the manufacturing and release of the product, the distribution, going to the pharmacy, dispensing, and finally to the patient, all of that is an issue that raises different points throughout the process. And if we don't all get together, we're not going to solve this. I mean, it's just that simple. But with that said, and I have listened very closely today with some things that were raised, and so some recommendations, I guess, that I would put forward for people to consider. Transparency and communication is absolutely important. I might have a little bit different opinion on why it really matters where the manufacturing site is, but that's, everybody has an opinion, but transparency and communications is very important between the manufacturers and the FDA. If we don't have a heads-up clue of when our approvals are going to occur or when our PAS process is going to be approved, we can't go into the manufacturing stream to do that. And those manufacturing streams, especially in the sterile generic injectable, is usually somewhere 4 to 6 months at the very least, and more like 6 to 9 months to make that happen. So if you don't have that heads up, the day you get notified, you're months and months away from actually making product and getting it onto the market. So I think it's very important to do that. FDA should also further enhance and improve the existing expedited resolution pathway. We heard earlier today about prior approval supplements versus CBE 30. If we could get to a place where we could agree in a drug shortage situation that a CBE 30 could work, at least in that situation, to get the product to market, that would help significantly. You know, you look at drug shortage when it goes completely into drug shortage, there is no other option. We do go external to the United States and import products in. Those products are not fully approved by the FDA through the review process. They do go in and inspect the facilities, and they do meet safety needs. That's an important fact, but it's almost like a CBE 30 process, if you will. So if we can do that when we're importing, why aren't we doing that for our products here? New and updated guidances. So the FDA can and should continue to update guidances because standards in the both the brand and generic drugs change frequently. The issue is do we need to hold up an application because a guidance changed in the middle of that application? So if you have a guidance that's changed, if you developed a product under one guidance, you submit it, and a guidance changes because we find new information, holding that product up for review and approval because of that guidance change is not necessarily important as long as it's not safety and efficacy reasons that we made those changes. So if there are some other changes like compendial or labeling or bioequivalence changes, those might be able to be handled in a post-market review. If I have two identical products, one is approved out in the market, one is going through the approval process, Once that happens, the one that's being approved will be held up because of the guidance that has just changed into a draft form. The product that's on the market will stay on the market, won't be pulled off, but it'll have to go through a post-market review. So if we could look at something like that as an option, that could help us get products in drug shortage to the market faster. New GMP requirements or enhancements to GMP requirements should be provided via guidance rather than through 483s. So many times when the FDA makes a change in how they are doing their inspection process, it isn't a guidance change, it's, I'm going to use the word state-of-the-art change, which we don't disagree that those should be in place. But a lot of times one manufacturer doesn't learn about that change except that they saw a 483 that another manufacturer got and they realize, oop, this is the new standard, I need to make an adjustment. But you don't know for sure that you need to make that adjustment until you get inspected, and then it's too late at that point in time. So if we could look at putting those item changes in a guidance, that would be very helpful. CETA should meet with a sponsor for a drug shortage product upon request. So once we have an inspection, for example, and we respond to the 483 with our response, which is required within 15 days, there should be a meeting that would occur so there could be a conversation, a communications and a transparency, if you will, between the manufacturer and the FDA to be able to move quickly through that process and then get a re-inspection in place in a very short period of time. We addressed some of this in GDUFA 2, but we didn't necessarily address all of it, and we need to do that. We talked about manufacturing redundancy, and why is there not manufacturing redundancy? We don't find that in the brand world, and you don't find it in the generic world in either one, but in the generic world, it's even a tighter perspective because of the finances that are in place. You can't have, or it's very difficult financially to have a manufacturing facility sitting idle waiting for what if. Oh, by the way, when you approve a drug, or the FDA, excuse me, approves a drug, they approve that drug on a specific manufacturing line. And every line you approve on, you have to run the product, do the testing, and get it approved on multiple lines. In the generic world, we just can't afford to do that for multiple lines to sit idle. So we need to look at other opportunities and other options. One of those could be in having the HHS and FDA consider instituting a program that would provide targeted federal grants or contracts. So let the federal government help in the production of these facilities. And then, of course, as we need to move products from one line to another line, we would need the FDA to help with that process as well. That redundancy could help, and we did see some of this in the 21st Century Cures along continuous manufacturing. Contingency planning, HHS and FDA could help develop a supply contingency plan. This would be along the lines of the Strategic National Stockpile Program that already exists today for some specific products, like products that are used against terror, drugs, et cetera. So something like that, that we could have the critical drugs, and the FDA is talking about having a critical drug list. So on that critical drug list, we could have some of those products that are made ahead of time and stored, and the government would help with that process. Market forces is another area that we need to look at and better understanding the role of purchasers. So we've heard already about the consolidation. If you look at the industry, so the FDA approved 1,000 applications last year, record number, or over 1,000, a record number of applications. Of those, and we reviewed this with our member companies, only about 50% actually made it to market. Why? Because there just wasn't a market to go to. When you have the wholesaler, distributor, and retailers combining to just 3 markets, that limits very much who can come to the market and the market dynamics. And some people say, well, the industry, generic industry is consolidating too. That's true, we are. But in last year's application, those 1,000 I was talking about, there were over 120 companies that was the first time they had ever filed an application. So while there is some consolidation going on, there's a lot of new players coming into the market, and we need to look at opportunities to bring them about. So with that, and in conclusion, I would just say that it's very important, again, that we look at a process that pulls us all together, and we work together to get this solution, and we don't aim fingers at one another who's causing the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. And next is Craig.
All right, thank you, Mark. Very happy to be here this afternoon. And I want to give a little bit of a provider perspective to the shortage crisis that we see every day. And I, too, agree with some of the previous commenters that the root causes of this, in my opinion, really are economic. If you look at in any direction, it is an economic issue that has caused this. And so just sort of framing it up in the world of acute care hospitals, the organization I work for, Catholic Health Initiatives, we manage 102 acute care hospitals across 18 states with many hundred other sites of care. And I spend in the neighborhood of $1 billion a year on drugs. And so in that world, we're really judged on how we do expense management, because I think most people in the room understand that in the acute care space, your reimbursement's capitated. It doesn't matter how much money you spend on supplies or drugs or other services, you get a fixed payment based on a DRG rate. So one of our goals is to minimize those expenses wherever we can, and so we do that, and we are judged and compared to other systems. I think the metric that most of us use is percent supply spend per net patient services revenue. So we look at that number and track it very closely, look at the competition to see how they're doing. And there's really just a few ways you can manage that spend in pharmacy. One of those is through utilization, is through managing clinical use of drugs, through having good evidence-based protocols for the use of those drugs, and minimizing unnecessary use. The second really is around contracting. You know, so it's around price that you get for those drugs and making sure that you get the best price that you possibly can for everything that you buy. And in my world, most of our contracting efforts, despite everything we've been talking today about generic injectable drugs, is around branded drugs. That's where the biggest dollars come in, is contracting for single sole source, sometimes dual source drugs, and trying to negotiate those prices because they're the most expensive per unit drug that we can buy. Certainly, generic injectable drug contracting occurs. Our GPO partners help most health systems manage that, but there's not a whole lot of time and attention spent to that. It just sort of works. The prices have gone down. We don't spend a whole lot of time thinking about it until there's a shortage, until single line items like those drugs used in surgery, pyridostigmine, succinylcholine, other drugs all of a sudden have several thousand-fold increases, and it catches our attention when all of a sudden I'm spending $20 million more a year than I thought I was on drugs that have been around for decades. So certainly, I think provider organizations, hand in hand with GPOs, have sort of contracted ourselves into a corner on some of these generic drugs that's been well described by the economists today, that really some of the prices just cannot sustain a market for these drugs. And so that's really what led CHI and others to this novel concept of a not-for-profit sort of provider demand guaranteed organization like Civica. And the one thing I want to drive home today to kind of convince everybody in the room that this truly is an economic issue is that all these large organizations that are participating with Civica are guaranteeing volume without knowing price. So just think about that for a moment. In what kind of contracting space do you guarantee volume without knowing what price you're going to pay? So we are doing that in our cooperative relationship with that organization in hopes that it will really be market moving. I think this could be the beginning of a really market transforming step in the generic injectable space to really reset where all the prices land and where the access is for these drugs. So really, you know, our primary goal with being part of that consortium is access. It is not price. We're not agreeing to price up front. We want access to these drugs. Because, you know, in our business, it's all about the patient. We cannot provide care to patients without accessing these drugs. And I think that the shortage that drove it home most for me personally was the IV shortage, solution shortage from 2 years ago, when we couldn't procure what we all just feel is a commodity. You know, IV solutions, it's just, you know, salt water, sugar water in a bag. There's, you know, almost never medicated in those bags, so it's just a sort of a commodity until you don't have it, until you have to change practices and clinical protocols to cope with it. I'm quite sure that there have been numerous adverse drug events, both recognized and unrecognized, because of that kind of a shortage. So really treating those contracts like a commodity has really not served us well. I think another speaker commented that on the price of coffee, well, you can't live without drugs. Some maybe could argue you can't live without coffee either, but you know, we cannot treat these agents as commodities. So I think that's clear that we need to change our contracting practices, and hence sort of the promise of Civic Rx. And then lastly, I would just like to echo other commenters with respect to creating an essential list of drugs that is really managed by a government agency, whether it's the FDA or another agency. Certainly, I think, David, you mentioned that we have other examples of the federal government with the national stockpile for different national security reasons. I would argue that some of these drugs, generic injectables used in hospitals, have a similar national security interest. If we cannot perform surgeries, if we cannot take care of our population, we will have a national emergency on our hands, and have come pretty close, I think, in many hospitals to that across the United States, in cancellations of elective surgeries and delaying access to these meds and changing to subpar therapies in some cases. It is absolutely something that I think providers would all advocate for, is creating some incentives around an essential med list where maybe it's table stakes for manufacturers to get access to reimbursement contracts from the government, or to purchasing agreements with the VA and other parts of the government, that they agree to transparency and production of some of these vital generic medications. And with that, I'll pass the mic.
Craig, thank you very much for your comments. And Robin, thanks for coming. Appreciate hearing your perspective from the standpoint of Health Canada on all these issues.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mark. And I will take this opportunity before I get started just to thank the FDA as well as Duke Margolis for inviting Health Canada to this event. All in all, I think this has been a very meaningful and informative session, so thank you for inviting us. So just a little bit of background before I dive into the presentation. So I manage Health Canada's Drug Shortages Unit, and we have a number of different responsibilities, one being compliance verification. So we engage in compliance verification activities to ensure that regulated parties in Canada are complying with the mandatory reporting requirements for drug shortages and discontinuations. We are also engaged in drug shortage case management, so we work very closely with a wide variety of stakeholders to share information on drug shortages, but then also to identify and implement mitigation strategies. And another one of our responsibilities is with respect to stakeholder engagement, and under that hat, we actually serve as the Secretariat for Canada's Multi-Stakeholder Steering Committee on Drug Shortages. I think perhaps my slides are not loaded. Might be a bit slow. I'll move ahead. So today I will be providing an overview of steps that Health Canada has taken to facilitate a coordinated approach to drug shortages in Canada. And I'll also be providing details with respect to Canada's Multi-Stakeholder Steering Committee on Drug Shortages. I'll also be sharing some information on the mandatory public reporting of drug shortages in Canada. And last but not least, I will be sharing some highlights on successes as well as some current challenges that Health Canada is facing on drug shortages. There we are. That one? Oh, this is very sensitive. Oh, back one. So just to provide a little bit of background on drug shortages, 2012 was a very pivotal year for Health Canada on drug shortages. It was very apparent at that time that drug shortages had become a complex national and global problem and a serious ongoing issue for Canada's healthcare system. In early 2012, Canada experienced some of our most widespread and significant shortages. One of our largest generic drug manufacturers made a business decision that resulted in many national critical shortages. And this really sparked significant concern in Canada and resulted in an emergency debate in our House of Commons and also a standing committee on health report. So as a result of what transpired in 2012, Health Canada partnered with other key players to clearly define roles and responsibilities for the various parties that are engaged on drug shortages. In terms of governance, in 2012, Health Canada, together with the province of Alberta, So the Alberta Ministry of Health established the Multi-Stakeholder Steering Committee on Drug Shortages. And this committee has a diverse membership. So on that committee, there are representatives from government. So the federal government is represented. There are also representatives from provincial government as well. Industry is represented on the committee. We have industry associations as well as group purchasing organizations that participate. And there are also healthcare representatives on that committee. So we have the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Pharmaceutical Association, the Canadian Society of Hospital Pharmacists also holds a seat on the committee. There's also the Best Medicines Coalition on the Multi-Stakeholder Steering Committee, and they're a national coalition of patient associations, so their views are also represented on the committee. And together we work as a team to implement a more coordinated approach to drug shortages in Canada. So the MSSE, which the committee is more commonly referred to as, it's supported by the work of several groups. So there is Health Canada's Drug Shortages Unit, and we're responsible for drug shortage case management, compliance verification, and stakeholder engagement. There's also the Provincial and Territorial Task Team on Drug Shortages, and this is comprised of representatives from various provincial ministries of health. And that group is really, one of their primary functions is to coordinate with the healthcare system to confirm and to assess drug shortages. And then there's also the Federal, Provincial, and Territorial Working Group on Drug Shortages, which is a newly formed group that is mandated to further clarify roles and responsibilities, as well as to develop process and tools to support drug shortage casework. I may have skipped a slide there. There we go. So the Multi-Stakeholder Steering Committee on Drug Shortages has developed a suite of publications on drug shortages that are publicly accessible. They're available online. You can access them by visiting canada.ca or drugshortagescanada.ca as well. So one of those documents is the Protocol for the Notification and Communication of Drug Shortages. And this sets clear expectations in anticipation of or in response to drug shortages. There's also the Multi-Stakeholder Toolkit, which describes the Canadian drug supply chain. But more than that, it really clarifies the roles and responsibilities of key players and identifies tools and strategies to address drug shortages. We also have the guidance document to mitigate drug shortages through contracting and procurement. This is a very industry-focused document that outlines best practices on contracting and procurement. And then there's also preventing drug shortages, identifying risks and strategies to address manufacturing-related drug shortages in Canada. So this document proposes strategies to reduce and prevent specifically manufacturing-related causes of drug shortages in Canada. So I did want to touch a little bit today on public notification of drug shortages. On March 14th, 2017, amendments to the Food and Drug Regulations came into force that make it mandatory for drug authorization holders to publicly report drug shortages and discontinuations to a third-party website. That third-party website is drugshortagescanada.ca, and we also have a mobile application that accompanies that site as well if you're interested in downloading it. Under mandatory reporting, Health Canada priorities include compliance verification. So we receive signals of potential drug shortages from a wide variety of sources, whether they be healthcare professionals, industry, Canadians, the public as well. They might report to us that they tried to access a product but were unsuccessful, and they were told that the drug is in shortage, yet it's not listed on the website. So what we do is we follow up on all those signals and verify that the regulated parties are in fact meeting their regulatory obligations and posting both anticipated and actual drug shortages on the website. Another priority for us is website enhancement. So we're continuously identifying, developing, and releasing enhancements to the website. And that is all done in consultation with stakeholders. So really making sure that the website is meeting the needs of the community that use it. So that's a big component of our work. Also, data visualization and monitoring is a priority for us. We're always thinking about how to best present the data on the website, how to present it in a manner that's informative and clear. And also, we're now shifting our attention to how we can use that data. So looking into data analytics, seeing if we can identify any trends through that data analytics. Maybe there's a mechanism by which we can improve upon our ability to be more proactive and predictive in our approach. And I will just do a little bit of a plug that recently we did enhance the website to include an application programming interface, an API. And I'm told that is an excellent feature if you're looking to access the data for academic research or purposes. It makes data analytics just that much more easier. So finally, just on successes and challenges, overall I would say the Multi-Stakeholder Steering Committee has been a success for Canada. Through the work of the MSSC, we've made progress on a number of key areas. We have increased multi-stakeholder collaboration on the identification of strategies to mitigate and prevent shortages. I will say it's not uncommon for us to bring together stakeholders when working on a specific drug shortage case. So we'll bring together the market authorization holder, GPOs, pharmacy associations, even patient associations as well, will all come together and have discussions about the issue, exchange information, and discuss potential mitigation strategies as well. Also, we, through the good work of the MSSC, we have clear roles and responsibilities and process for the work that we do on drug shortages. Another success for us is the mandatory reporting on drug shortages, Canada.ca. It does enable the drug supply chain as well as the healthcare system to respond appropriately to minimize impact on patients. So we view that website as an overall success. In terms of challenges, it is often difficult for Health Canada to acquire timely and accurate information on supply from within the supply chain and the healthcare system. Visibility into the supply chain remains a challenge for us, but that said, we are addressing the challenge. So the federal, provincial, and territorial working group is currently working on tools and process with respect to information gathering, so hopefully increasing efficiency in that area. Another challenge for us is that it's sometimes difficult to encourage or challenging to encourage stakeholders to collaborate in managing supply situations. Discussions on supply, on root cause, on market share, on the ability to fill a gap in supply. Those are all sensitive conversations, and sometimes there is a reluctance from stakeholders to participate in those discussions. But that said, since the creation of the MSSC, we have seen a real strengthening in relationships in the drug shortage space and an overall increased engagement from all stakeholders on the case management work. So we do believe that that is a sign that we are moving in the right direction. And with that, I will say thank you, and I look forward to any questions that you may have.
Robin, thank you very much. And next, Ashley, thanks for your work on the Drug Shortages Task Force, and looking forward to your perspectives on the day.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm with the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality and the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, but have worked with colleagues across the center as part of these efforts related to drug shortages. Just pull up the slides, would be great. You've heard from folks in today's meeting, as we've heard from folks in our listening sessions, sort of the call to put together some sort of list of drugs, essential drugs, necessary drugs, important drugs, that we should be paying attention to because of the risk of shortage for those drugs. And so I want to share with you today some initial work that we've been doing in the agency. And instead of really looking at a list per se, we've been looking at this as more of a set of criteria that could be applied. And one reason for that is that lists change, and they can change very rapidly. And so trying to create a list means that then you also have to have a mechanism to maintain and timely update that kind of list. And so we've really approached this from a criteria perspective. And so I'll share some of what we've done today. So as we've looked at this issue, really across the agency and within CDER, we have a couple of goals here. One is to try to develop a set of criteria that would allow any individual manufacturer to readily identify whether a drug they make would meet this set of criteria and be considered at risk for shortage. A second piece to this would be to look at these criteria and be able to use them to identify eligibility for certain targeted FDA or other stakeholder actions to help prevent or mitigate shortage. And so as a part of this, we've looked at a variety of risk factors or vulnerabilities. Those include national security related, came up recently, some product-specific type issues, as well as manufacturing facility-related issues. The challenge here is to develop a set of criteria that would be sufficiently predictive, but yet not overly inclusive. We need this to be practical and able to be used within existing FDA systems, and so we need to not just establish a set of criteria, but make sure they're practicable for our use. So thinking about national security, one way to look at this might be to look at vulnerabilities for drug products that are necessary under emergency conditions to mitigate an adverse impact on the public health. So that if there's a shortage of these, it could impact our national security. Two categories that might readily fall in this category are those drugs used in emergency response. We've heard a lot about those today. A little less about drugs used in response to certain specific threats, chemical, biological, or radiological. The nice thing is that there are organizations who have put together a body of work to help identify drugs that might fall in each of these categories. So we've listed some examples here by outside organizations as well as FDA that have already started to develop or have published lists of drugs that might fall into these categories that we would consider critical for national security purposes. Then if we think about product-related risk factors, so this is really about trying to determine what drugs are important to focus on. Medically necessary is a term that gets used a lot, and different organizations have defined medically necessary or essential. WHO has defined essential. CDER has a definition for medically necessary that takes into account when alternatives are or not available. But for the purposes of trying to capture a set of drugs at risk, we're looking at the definition that exists in the statute that calls out those products for which manufacturers have a notification obligation to the agency for certain types of supply disruptions. And those are life-supporting, life-sustaining, or drugs intended for use in the prevention or treatment of a debilitating disease or condition, including any such drug used in emergency medical care during surgery. So then the second thing we looked at from a product-related perspective is where we have some information already available to us that helps us understand drugs at risk. And kudos to Martin Van Triest, who called this out earlier. Maybe you snuck a peek at my slides. But looking at the history of drugs that have been on the drug shortage list. So our colleagues and our econ staff did some work with our drug shortages colleagues to look back at drugs that have been on the drug shortage list, and we found that for drugs that had been on the drug shortage list, if you look back 3 to 5 years, they have a 15 to almost 20% risk of reappearing on the shortage list within a year. So this really does appear to be a solid risk factor we should take into consideration. So we've also looked at manufacturing facility-related vulnerabilities, and you've heard a lot of discussion about manufacturing facility issues today. So one piece we would look at is where the component supply chain has limited capacity. And this might be defined as those products where there's a single API facility or a single finished dosage form facility that's approved or qualified for use. We'd also look at manufacturing facilities that have had a history of violative inspections. So in FDA's lingo, this would be official action indicated type inspections, especially where that facility is the only one approved to carry out an essential or critical manufacturing operation. We have looked at a number of other factors in the work we've conducted thus far. One early factor we thought about was the idea of market share. So if a particular drug product had a very significant market share and then went into shortage, that might be something we'd be concerned about. However, when we did some further analysis looking at market share, we found that this particular factor may not be sufficiently discriminatory and might actually end up putting a very large number of drugs in this bucket or meeting the set of criteria, because we found actually that there are many marketed products that are sole source. We also looked at the question of volume, thinking that excuse me, the impact of a shortage might be more impactful if the drug is widely used across the population. But we found that this can be hard to determine, both given the variation in how drugs are packaged in terms of unit dose, but also in terms of how they're administered. We also looked at the fact that even for those drugs for which there are not many prescriptions written in the course of a year, for those patients who need those drugs, a shortage can be just as critical. So we ruled out volume. We also looked at environmental factors. Those have been mentioned today, natural disasters, geopolitical conflict. These can be difficult to define sufficiently for self-identification, and can also be difficult to predict. So in terms of our ongoing work, we're doing some more work given the factors that we've identified to date to see how predictive they might be, given the shortages that we know have occurred. And we're also trying to refine the criteria to help us understand how we might use those within our existing processes, and how those could be easily integrated into the work that we do and into potentially ideas that are coming out of meetings like this. So with that, I'll close, and thank you for your attention.
Great. Thank you very much, Ashley, for that the new steps that you're describing related to these potentially critical drug shortages. We do have a few minutes now for clarifying questions for our panelists. Then I want to make sure we get to, as soon as possible, the comments from all of you about perspectives and ideas for next steps. Let me start with one. We heard from Robin about the multi-stakeholder task force approach that Health Canada is taking. I'd like to ask the other panelists and experts up here, is there a place for something like that in the U.S. response? Would that be helpful here too, kind of going beyond the very important role that the Drug Shortages Task Force from within government is playing now?
Jump in, and thanks. That's a great question. That's something that we spent some time discussing with the FDA. All stakeholders, from my perspective and our perspective, should be engaged in the Drug Shortage Task Force. They all have a component related with it. I know that the FDA listens, and Captain Jensen gets phone calls from everybody about drug shortages, but to have some type of a formal working group that represents all the players in the marketplace, I think would be very helpful.
Yeah, and I would totally agree in my opening remark. That's, I think, a very important factor that we have all stakeholders at the table, and at the table working together.
Thank you all. And then Ashley, one follow-up question for you. I know this is very much work in progress that you're describing in terms of the essential drugs at risk. I was struck by the recurrence factor that you pointed out, that it seems to be a particular subset of drugs, even a subset of injectable, generic, hospital-delivered drugs that are disproportionately involved in the drug shortages that have been observed over the past decade. Any early insights as to what makes those particular drugs so distinct and risky?
Well, I think some of the factors we've heard today, I mean, the sterile injectables certainly is a common factor, but I think we're still trying to build more predictive models looking at some of the specifics about the drugs that continue to appear. What I think potentially the good news is that if we develop solutions that help address those products that are on the shortage list now, it's likely to have a more lasting effect, because since the same drugs seem to keep popping up over and over again on the shortage list, if we can successfully address the factors that have put them on the list in the first place, they'd be less likely to show up again.
Yeah, thank you all. Very insightful, and appreciate the comments and especially some of the new ideas. This notion of transparency is huge. A study that was just published earlier this year in cancer showed that only 16% of the U.S. adult population is aware of cancer drug shortages, and that extends to our colleagues. People in this room, we know about it, we're invested in it, we care about it, but so many of our colleagues, I mean, I had lunch a few weeks ago with a colleague from the Department of Radiology, a physician, and he said, drug shortages, huh? And so I think this requires a culture shift on our part. We know from the medication error literature that patients actually appreciate and value, and there's less lawsuits for those people who care about those types of things when we're honest and transparent. Oops, I made a mistake, sorry. And I think we need to have a similar paradigm or culture shift in terms of it's okay for cancer centers, for hospitals, for emergency room physicians to post the data. We have shortages because a large segment of the population, still isn't aware of this. And I'd be curious to hear what some of the stakeholders have to say about that. I mean, we all know that stakeholder engagement is important and they need to have a voice at the table, but I think it's incumbent on our organizations to own that and to be able to share that up front. Thank you.
Any response to the question? I see heads nodding, so I think general agreement. Thank you. Yes, over here.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mark Walsh. I'm the Director of Clinical Pharmacy Strategy at Health Trust. Prior to that, I was a Director of Pharmacy at a hospital in Florida, and I think that's where this question's coming from. Quality kept coming up today a lot, and trying to contract quality and have greater insight into that. And I think, the folks in this room have an idea of what that looks like, but practitioners and providers see the FDA stamp of approval as the quality metric, and that's it, right? If it's FDA approved, it's good enough for my patients. And so is there any opportunity for third parties, similar to what happens in hospitals, a group like Leapfrog, who goes in and investigates and works with an organization to evaluate their systems and grades them based on the information that they provide to see whether they think that they meet their own specific quality metrics, and apply a similar logic to manufacturers and supply chains so that that can be used to maybe differentiate between organizations who are FDA approved for specific products, but there may be differences in redundancy and API supplies and things like that.
I'll tell you, there certainly was a lot of interest in getting more of that kind of information.
Yeah. Not to plug something I don't actually belong to, but there is a group called RX360 that's sort of involved in that when it comes to auditing API supply chains. So I'm not sure how much of that is accessible to hospital groups or other buyers, nor how beneficial that would be to them, given that this is still stuff that ultimately belongs to the license holder and isn't directly mediated between a hospital and wholesaler.
Yeah, I think having that information available to providers and practitioners in an easy to digest way will help a lot, because I think the ability to read a 483 isn't universally available to folks. They may not know what the differences are. One 483 is not the same as another, and so having an organization to be able to take all this information and turn it into a digestible format for practitioners and providers, I think will help with that idea of contracting to quality and making that transparent throughout, because I think we talk about it at a very high level, and that doesn't make it all the way down to the ground level.
Yeah. I mean, improving the availability of that kind of information, both to the hospitals and organizations involved in contracting with the manufacturers and more widely, is something that has come up today, and I think will be an important issue for the task force to consider, is what's the best way to advance that information, with the least burden. Thank you. And thanks for answering. Oh, sorry, you have a comment. Yeah.
came up about more than just 483s, outcomes of inspections, that I did want to share that FDA has a publicly available database that includes all of our inspection outcomes. So not the 43, but the final inspection outcomes. So after we've looked at the firm's response and decided, the website includes an explanation of what the outcomes mean in terms of those facilities. And so you can look up any manufacturing facility and see its most recent inspection. It's updated every 30 days, and it includes drugs, human drugs, veterinary drugs, medical devices, and biological products. And so that is available. So if you know if there's a particular facility you're looking for, or a particular company's set of facilities, it's easily searchable, and it's available to the public on our website. So I did want to make that, because it came up a couple times today. So thank you, Mark.
Actual drug names are redacted, though, in those forms. So if you're looking for sure, but if you don't know what drugs are made at the facility. And then I just wanted to quickly say, you know, your comment about some kind of a rating system, I think is very fair. You know, CMS applies star ratings to hospitals. Certainly, I think we could have star ratings for manufacturers.
Great comment. So a question for the panel here.
Yeah, I hate to say it's more of a comment than a question, but that's... I won't be that long.
Keep it brief,
I
please.
will. My name's Gil Roth. I'm the president of the Biopharma Outsourcing Association, a nonprofit trade group that represents about 36 of the contract manufacturing organizations out there. So our members work with branded and generic companies, bio and small molecule, et cetera. I just want to talk about when it comes to the role we can help play with alleviating manufacturing related shortages. We would love to work with FDA. We've developed an idea for something called shortage manufacturing establishments, where essentially sites that are pre-qualified based on criteria we would work on with FDA, number of tech transfers, number of PAIs, et cetera, within particular dosage forms could be considered available through a publicly available database. If company X knows that its drug is going to go into shortage, they can look on that list, find CMOs who are available, who have capacity and that good inspection status, and try to contract with them and try to develop a, working with FDA, have a streamlined process to help alleviate disruptions and shortages. I've got a whole proposal about this stuff that I'll submit to the docket later on,
do.
but I did just want to bring that up as something we've been working on in a way for just those manufacturing specific shortages to try to help fix those, or at least keep them from creating too much damage.
Thanks for the comment. This issue of knowing about available manufacturing capacity, having it available publicly did come up earlier, and appreciate the comment. Any comments from the panel? Thank you. Please, question?
Hi, my name's Jim Thomas. I'm a radiologist, so some radiologists know about this problem. And a couple questions. Number one, for Canada, you have GPOs, I understand, and do the GPOs get kickbacks or the what are they, safe harbor things like they do in the United States?
Comment on that. It's an area that sort of falls outside of the purview of what we do. We do work very closely with GPOs, but I'm not familiar of whether or not they would be receiving kickbacks. So.
Okay, thank you. And one of the reasons I asked that, we're all here for shortages, and GPOs and PBMs are really supposed to be combating the shortages, and so we know that somehow they're not working. So that lies the question, what's the purpose? I'm a graduate of the Wharton School, and Zeke Emanuel was asked recently, or about a year ago, what's the purpose of the PBOs and the GPMs, GPOs and the PBMs? And his answer was, well, congressional and senatorial campaigns are very expensive, both on a state and local level. And the GPOs and the PBMs actually contribute quite a bit to both sides of the aisle. They make $200 billion a year and don't manufacture anything, $200 to $400 billion a year, I think is what he said, and don't manufacture anything. That's what they're for. Next question. And so I thought that was intriguing. A gentleman named John Scully, who is a former CEO of Apple, came to Wharton just a few weeks ago, and he started a company called the RX Advantage. Are you familiar with this company? But it's a PBM that doesn't take the kickbacks, because he's also familiar. He's the former CEO of Apple, and he says, I don't take the kickbacks. So do we have to kind of reevaluate what the GPOs and PBMs actually do? And is Zeke Emanuel correct?
On that question, if you don't mind. I think it would be absolutely fair to outline the GPO safe harbor and what we're required to do. The GPO safe harbor was codified in 1987. It requires that GPOs do a number of things. Number one, we have to have a contract with each organization that we deal with. They know precisely that we collect an admin fee. They know where to look for the information. And number two, each GPO has to disclose what the admin fee is per contract. If it's 3% or less, it just has to say 3% or less. If it's above 3%, let's say it's 3.05221. You have to explicitly identify what that is. Thirdly, you have to report on an annual basis what the fees collected per contract per organization that you work with. So on an annual basis, if you collect X number of dollars of fees from a particular contract, and you have hundreds of contracts, thousands of contracts that your customers use, you have to provide them a report that expressly identifies how much fee the GPO earned and how much share back they get as well, so they know exactly what it is. Fourthly, and also extremely important, the GPOs, upon request from the Secretary of HHS, has to provide that information. We haven't been asked for that information, but if indeed we do, we will. Fifth, the other thing that we do as an industry, we will send a notification to every one of our customers that says, if you are required to fill out a CMS cost report on an annual basis, make sure you use the appropriate GPO data that has been provided you so that CMS can calculate the appropriate reimbursement rates for your organization. And as I said, the GAO has looked at the GPO industry a number of times. The average admin fee is 2%. It ranges between 1.25, 2.2, whatever, 2.25, but the average is 2%. So that's how it works. And it's very clear, it's very transparent, and every GPO has to make sure that if they belong to our association, they belong to the Transparency Initiative, which is managed by Congressman Phil English and former Senator Byron Dorgan. And we go through a very clear, publicly available document relative to our contract principles, processes, and ethics. It's very transparent.
Thanks. Any other comments from the panel? Okay. I'd like to...
Or can he provide that? Would the gentleman, I understand he's never been asked for that information. Is it possible for, or HHS, he said, I'm not sure exactly who it is, but nobody's ever asked for that information or contract or things. Could he provide that for the group? Thank you very much.
If the Secretary of HHS asks for it, we'll provide it to them.
Question for the panel?
Actually, another answer. Sorry to have to be the skunk at the tea party again.
No, it's fine. Just if you could keep it brief so that we can then go into the comment
I've been
period.
collecting a few points here that.
But is it for the panel?
Huh?
You want the panel to respond? Okay, well, please keep it brief.
First of all, Todd, do you disclose? You're saying you disclose those to your hospital members, your administrative fees. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, how about to the public?
Our requirements our requirements, and you can hear me, Phil. Our requirements are to disclose it to our membership.
Never seen anything
That's what we do.
disclosed to the public except what I got. In fact,
you have access to the GAO reports, which
I got
are specifically describe
document
what it
here
is.
with Mark McClellan's name on it when he was head of CMS, where a study was done where by HHS or CMS that found that the sharebacks, the patronage fees that the GPOs pay to the hospital members were not properly reported to Medicare as required by law. Mark McClellan, January 19th, 2005. Fact is that because the GPOs charge a percentage of the total contract value for any given product, drug, or whatever, the higher the cost of those products, the more money the GPOs make. And then the hospital administrators, and one of your own internal or publications has actually reported that CEOs of GPO shareholder hospitals count on the share backs as a percentage of their annual compensation. So they're fine with higher administrative fees. The other thing that you failed to mention, Todd, is that the rebates. After my Wall Street Journal op-ed came out, I got a flood of calls from hospitals and manufacturers and other people telling me that there may be a 3% administrative fee, but that doesn't reflect the rebates that they're forced to pay the GPOs. And that one manufacturer, I won't say who, if he has a contract, he would lose it, that his all-in fees amount to 18 to 20%. So this money is going to your companies, to Premier, to Vizient, and this is nothing but a money laundering scheme. Okay. The next point I need to make is Todd also mentioned that the GAO found in a report that the fees average around 2%. Well, if you go to that report, August 10th, I believe, August 2010, what the report really says is that your industry provided them with that information. They didn't find it on their own. You gave them that information. I have a question for David Gaw. David, you were a senior contracting officer for Novation during the period where Novation was charging Bienvenue double-digit fees for, and according to the documents I have from the United States Senate Antitrust Subcommittee, double-digit fees for all these generic drugs. Were you part of that process of determining what fees Bienvenue would pay? And then, of course, you went to Bienvenue. You were a vice president when Bienvenue collapsed. Is that correct?
Right, so that's the question.
Is that correct?
We are out of time for this.
No, that's not correct. You were a vice president there, and then
I was a
month
vice president
later,
there at
after
one point in time.
Bienvenue
That's
closed
right.
down, you walked away from that train wreck and became a spokesman for the Generic Pharmaceutical Association. I got a bunch of other stuff.
I know you've got more. We are. Okay, thank you. We are out of time for this panel. I would like to thank all of you for your contribution. I would like to thank all of you on the panel for your thoughtful contributions to today's discussion, and really appreciate your efforts to move forward on this very challenging but very critical set of public health issues. Thank you very much. I'd like to provide all of you here who have other issues that you'd like to raise that you haven't heard about already, or that present a different perspective than what we've heard during the day, to provide those comments right now. This is a very important part of the input in addition to everything that has happened so far today for the drug shortages task force efforts, so we have some time for that. I'd like to ask you to keep your comments at the microphone as brief as possible, under 3 minutes if possible, so that we can get to as many people as possible during the time we have. I do want to emphasize that while we want to focus on any, I'm sorry, you all are dismissed and free to go. Sorry, thank you again. I do want to emphasize that that FDA and the Drug Shortages Task Force want the more detailed, thoughtful, additional information that you may not be able to fit into some brief comments this afternoon. So please submit those in written form to the task force, and please try to focus with your comments today on the key points, salient, actionable ideas, especially things that we have not already covered or that provide a different perspective on what we've already covered today. And thanks to all of you who have commented and participated in this very frank and I think very useful overall exchange of views and perspectives on these drug shortage issues today. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for the event today. Michael Gaber with Pulcinelli. This is my own sort of personal observation. I think in terms of thinking about how to re-incentivize the marketplace, a data point that I haven't heard much about today, but I think would be helpful trying to ascertain, is the healthcare spend as a result of the drug shortage. So whether that's Medicare spend, Medicaid spend, private insurance spend, I think it would be very helpful to know if how much we're spending in the space as a result of drug shortage problems, because I think if we think about the spend and reallocating it in a way to minimize risk for those who are trying to enter the space, it could perhaps go a long way to solving the problem.
Qualitative evidence on the issue presented today suggests it could be significant too. Thank you. Yes.
Michael Rhee, University of Kentucky, Emeritus. Question is about regulatory authority ping pong. And I am referring to the issue of what Dr. Woodcock of the FDA testified under oath in a criminal trial last week in Boston, federal trial, in which she said that the New England Compounding Center was a manufacturer masquerading as a compounding unit. Clearly, the issue was between the authority of the FDA to regulate these kinds of issues and the Pharmacy Board of Massachusetts. Now, I've been listening to this issue for about 25 years between people accusing the FDA of intruding on the federal, on the state authorities, and clearly in Massachusetts there was a failure of the Pharmacy Board, which has resulted in the death of many patients and hundreds of others with meningitis because of this no man's land of regulation. How is the FDA proposing to look at this if it really wants to deal with the shortages that occurred in the dexamethasone issue concerned a frightful loss of a necessary adjuvant to prevent infection that was not provided by that compounding pharmacy. So where is the FDA going to grow up, or are we going to have to deal with this no man's land?
Well, thanks for raising that. That is an additional issue, raising the question of the role of state pharmacy boards and interaction with FDA. Thank you for raising that comment. Other comments?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dan Kistner. I lead the pharmacy program for Vizient, and I'm also a pharmacist by background as well. I just wanted to, again, if you're not familiar with Vizient, we are the nation's largest healthcare performance improvement company, and I wanted to thank the FDA and the task force, along with the stakeholders in this room for today. I will tell you, I spend most of my time with leadership from our hospitals, our healthcare systems. We are owned by our hospitals, and their continued frustration is around drug shortages. And so I'm confident there's not a silver bullet to solve this, but these are the right people in the room to figure it out and to put a solution together, working together. I just wanted to reiterate one comment that probably the leading expert on drug shortages, Aaron Fox, made earlier around the provider community. So I would just ask the task force and any of those involved that they keep the provider community at an important state. Again, the patient's the most important stakeholder, but our hospitals are under immense financial pressure with the continuing declines in reimbursement, along with scrutiny on programs like the 340B program that help them serve the patients in the communities they belong to. So I would just ask that the task force and all those involved keep that in mind. And when you talk about paying more, just understanding where those pressures were going to trickle down to other stakeholders. So thank you again for the meeting today, and I look forward to continuing to engage to solve this problem.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Karen Hirschfield.
You can adjust that if need be.
For the lower tier here. My name is Karen Hirschfield. I'm a Director of Regulatory Compliance at Johnson & Johnson. I'm also on the ISPI drug shortages team, and I was hoping that there'd be more emphasis on the prevention aspect of drug shortages, particularly when it comes to manufacturing and the GMP world, since many of the drug shortages are due to GMP deficiencies. It really comes back to investing in that quality and the reliability of the drug supply. And I know that industry organizations like ISPE have developed tools, gap assessments, and they do have a plan to prevent drug shortages that any manufacturer can use to help assess their own organization to make sure that, in their own manufacturing facility, to make sure that they've identified potential problems and they know how to address them. So there are those things, those tools out there. I was happy to hear that Health Canada also has a toolkit to help with that identification and the prevention. And I would hope that the sharing of best practices within each of the organizations also occurs. So if they know that one problem occurred for a particular root cause, that they would also share it with their members. So it could be GPOs or anyone else, that they would really emphasize that prevention of drug shortages.
Great. Thank you for the comment. Other comments? All right, well, I want to thank all of you. It has been a very full day today, a lot of perspectives. I know not everyone agrees on these issues, but I'd like to agree with many of the commenters who highlighted the interest and emphasis of FDA on addressing drug shortages from the root cause level and trying to put an emphasis on prevention as well as effective management and how that can, I think, have an impact on these issues going forward. We were very fortunate to have such a distinguished and wide-ranging group of experts, not only up here on the panels, but in the room, people who have been thinking about and working on these issues for a long time. And I want to particularly thank our colleagues at the Drug Shortages Task Force and all of the other FDA staff who contributed to the efforts to help put together this event. As you can see, there's a lot going on, much of it still in process to try to understand and effectively address the root causes of drug shortages. It's a strong commitment from FDA, a strong recognition that there are other government actions involved and other stakeholder actions involved that will be needed to have a full and comprehensive prevention-oriented approach to the drug safety challenges. All of that came out very clearly today thanks to your input. I know that the Drug Shortage Task Force would value further comments, so there is an opportunity for written comments on these issues. If it helps, I want to emphasize that this has been a public meeting, that the meeting and the meeting materials, slides, etc., will be available on the Duke Margolis website, which might help you in further thoughts and ideas for next steps to understand and address the challenges of drug shortages, so I hope you'll take advantage of that too. And last, I want to acknowledge the individuals at Duke Margolis who helped in planning and carrying out this event, Morgan Romine, Nicholas Harrison, Elizabeth Murphy, Sarah Sapsiri, Greg Daniel, and Patty Green. And most of all, thanks to all of you for making this public meeting so insightful. Thank you. And safe travels back. I know it's cold out there.